What's happening? Benton here, releasing the tractor brake on the 18 wooler. The trailer brake was already released. We checked to make sure nobody released the fifth wheel. Some jokers like to play pranks. Shout out to the chat. We've got a trailer full of large corporation goods, retail goods, on their way to another large corporation's warehouse to drop off the trailer. How about you? This should be interesting. This particular corporation I have never visited. Well, actually, maybe I did one time, now that I think about it. That was an anomaly, to be sure. Bear with me. So 1:43 a.m. Central Time. One of my favorite times to hit the road. Rolling out of Bad Barney, No Bullet. That's his name, right? Bad Barney's stomping grounds here in Texas. Hey, is that Jessica Jane? What's up, Jessica? Good to see you. I'm back to gainful employment here. Might as well. Because despite all my sage, I am still just a slave to this wage. What a mess. At least for now. I did enjoy effectively an entire year of no employment, I must say. Leveled up the health, however, my physical health, I mean. Still facing some challenges. I'm drinking egg yolks, and no solid food. I think this is either day or 3 or 4 of no solid food on account of my gout. But it's improving. I went crazy with the dark chocolate for, I think, damn near a month, actually. Too much of a good thing, I suppose. Ended up contributing. I'm not sure it was the entire cause, but contributing to a painful bout with gout. Speed limit 80 miles an hour. How about you? Oh. And we've got coffee. I'm back on the coffee. What is this, day 3 of coffee? Day 4 of truck driving, day 3 of coffee. Did I make one day in truck driving without coffee? I think I did. Man, I'm reminded, I've got one of these. They gave me this fancy, gigantic travel mug with the company logo on it. I like to drink my coffee, though. It's too fucking hot to drink it out of this sippy cup top or whatever they're calling this. Take the lid off and risk a spill. Mr. J in the house. Good to see you, sir. Looks like I saw he posted some videos as I was laying down to go to sleep. I guess that's Jay on the job. Down there on the docks, not a dock worker. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Crane operator. I think Jay had said that the crane operator wages were in the toilet. My check's going to look good, except it's contractor pay. It's the government's going to want some of it. If it was all my money, you know, I probably yeah, I would still believe that the job deserved, should pay more. However, it also makes me realize that as far as Americans and paying taxes, at least for the lower, the lower strata of the underclass, the government knows to take the money off the top with the FICA taxes, taking the taxes out of the check directly, requiring the employer to do that. Oh, I had an interesting incident yesterday on the road where it's real open roads out here, West Texas, and the left lane was going to end, and there was nobody on the road in front of me or behind me. I was going 74, and there was a rig parked on a pull-off on the right side with the splashers on. And typically, for safety, what should be done is when he's going to pull into traffic, he needs to get up to at least like 45 on the shoulder, and then when it's safe, pull into the travel lane. Well, he drove from 0 directly into the lane of travel in front of me. So I jumped into the left lane, and with the distance, I just assumed there's no way, it's not mathematically possible for him to go fast enough to cause me any problems. And actually, that's true, except I forgot the lane was going to end. But then, even when I saw the lane was ending, I said, well, it looks like I still have time. And there's always that point, at which the driver needs to commit. Right? Hesitation becomes dangerous at a certain point. As we have, actually, it's funny I'm talking about this. The lane is ending right now as someone is hauling ass to try to see if they could race me and jump in front of me. Well, I thwarted them by slowing down. Isn't that interesting? Confused them. If I continued at top speed, they might have tried to squeeze in at the last moment. But I slowed down and they slowed down. So part of this is the moment I realized that this driver with the splashers on, I think he saw me coming and just said, fuck it, I'm going to race this guy. I don't know what was going on. And if he's empty, if the truck is empty, it will accelerate quicker, but still bizarre, man, quite bizarre. And we went full send, and once I commit, I'm committed all the way. I was pot committed. And the fucker, he had plenty of room to, once he saw that I wasn't going to back off, he had plenty of room. It still crowded me. And so then I had to do like a high, maneuver my trailer so that I didn't clip the front end of his truck. And I don't ever race people at the merge point. It's at the point I remembered the lane was ending. Psychologically, the problem is if I slow down, it's going to confuse the other person. And oftentimes, if I slow down, they slow down. It's awesome how often that occurs. Just that's the instinct for whatever reason. Looking back on it, if he knew the lane was ending and he's going to just go from 0 and pull directly onto an interstate, in a big rig that's 80 miles an hour, why not just go all the way to the fast lane? Because that's the lane that's ending, right? And let me have the lane that's, going to be the good lane. Because I was only in the wrong because technically my lane was the one that was ending. Although I would argue he must yield to the interstate since he's pulling onto the interstate from a patch of gravel, right? That would be, my assertion. I don't know, maybe I should have just smashed into it and just ended it all, right? And I don't mean that literally. That's a tongue in cheek. Kidding, not kidding. No. I'm trapped here in heaven or hell realm, presently manifesting as a hell realm with the rest of you. rarely have I ever done anything like that in truck driving. There was another time when some bozo in a big rig tried to squeeze me out at the merge point, and I just decided, fuck it. He's just going to have to hit me because I was in the, his lane was ending, and he was just trying to bully his way in, and I just said, fuck it. He hits me, he hits me. Which is funny because that's kind of what that other guy did, except in my scenario, I was already driving normally on the interstate. I was not, I had not just pulled on from a fucking pull off. If any of that's making any sense. Ain't it your bedtime, Miss Jane? If you're still around, Jessica Jane. She might not like when I call her Miss Jane. Jessica Jane. Although I've heard there's fake Jessicas around. Might need to figure out a code. As a moderator, or since it's my channel, I can check, but not while I'm driving. But yeah, back to serving, back to slaving away in the corporate hellscape. What indignities will we suffer? The truck stop is quite the indignity. Fortunately, I've always seemingly born with a high tolerance for indignity, able to tolerate a lot of indignity, at least in the physical environment. I'm not bothered by much. As far as the cleanliness of the truck stop, yesterday morning when I started the shift, might have been the dirtiest, filthiest, most disgusting truck stop I've ever encountered. And while I was getting my coffee, the gal in her 20s, 20-something-year-old gal was over there, with one little rag, like starting to wipe things down. And I just said, man, these people are animals. She did not seem to find the humor in the situation, but really it was going to need a cleaning crew at that point, and she was still running the register. So there's realistically no chance of actual cleaning of a filthy environment, because within like maximum of 120 seconds, she's going to have to go back to the register to ring somebody up. And after I made my coffee, having spent many hours behind a convenience store cash register, in fact, that was my father's business growing up. I said to her, complimentary coffee. I said, or you can, we can go over there and, pay for it with my points. I said, your choice. So basically meaning you can stay over here and keep wiping, or we can walk over there. Actually better for me. And they're actually allowed to do that. Sometimes, the truck driver will go up there expecting to pay, and they'll just be like, oh, it's on us. Which I'm sure corporate tells them to do that on occasion. Certainly not in the, they're certainly not, it's not a thing that they're prohibited from doing. They're just choosing to be cool because of the fear around losing the miserable corporate wage slave job. How many times have you or I attempted to get something done at a brick and mortar only to have the employee react with abject horror? And, I would, but I would lose, I might lose my job, right? Begging off by expressing fear around the losing of the job, right? Which reminds me of running a cash register when I was in college at a very busy convenience store near the campus. And I was really fast, really good at keeping the line down. Anytime I came in, on my days off, if I came in on that same shift, the line would always be long. And I was able to, keep it to where there was never more than like 2 or 3 people waiting. And at a certain point, and being from a town with a historically black college, seemed like a lot of, especially brown and black folks, came in for blunts. And just at a certain point, I decided it was 2-for-1 blunts. So every time they would come in and ask for a cigarillo, I just give them 2 cigarillos. And this went on for months. And I realized at a certain point, there's no way that the owner, he absolutely knew what I was doing. I guess in his mind, it was like, well, this guy's doing a good job. Who cares? Fuck it. You know, what was a cigarillo back then? 50 cents? And I guess the word got out. Hell, it was probably good for business now that I think about it. Word probably got out pretty quick. So all the brothers were coming to that one store for their blunts. That might pick up a 40, right? Liquor store next door, though. Liquor store next door. But yeah. And then they made me work on Thanksgiving Day. So in protest, I went and got me a gigantic, I got the biggest styrofoam cup we had and bought me a beer and, drank beer during the show. I was, wait a minute, how old was I? Oh, no, I wasn't in college. I worked there twice now that I think about it. Okay. I briefly worked there again after I turned 21. Okay. So I was legal to drink, but not supposed to drink. I don't even think we sold beer now that I think about it with the liquor store next door. And it's Arkansas. That's right. See, it's funny how the mind works. In 1994 in Arkansas, or it might have been 95, grocery stores and convenience stores by law could not sell beer and wine. Now that I think about it. So yeah, we were not able to sell alcohol. So no alcohol license. So it was absolutely not allowed. Not well, even with a license, I wouldn't be allowed to consume on the premises. So I guess it's not going to work either way. Yeah, crazy times. And now in many parts of Arkansas, not only effectively in all of Arkansas that sells beer and alcohol, grocery stores and convenience stores have beer and wine, and all those, basically everything but hard liquor. And now many towns allow Sunday sales. Most of my life in Arkansas, no Sunday sales. And actually, this town that most of my family has moved to, up in the Ozarks, Mountain Home, Arkansas, was maybe the first town to start doing Sunday sales, Baxter County. How about that? DWS in the house. Shout out to you, sir. I'm back to big rig driving, at least for now. I enjoyed your city. Thanks for letting me hang out. I got a lot accomplished with my health. I'm certainly still challenged, still health challenged, but doing much better overall. We're out here surviving. This is not, I don't view myself as a truck driver, based on my identity. I don't see the such a strong association with trucking in America. I'm not into that. Truck drivers keep America moving. Absolutely not. If that was the case, we're not treated like it. And people hate truck drivers. It's a filthy, disgusting, uh, unsafe nightmare of an industry. And, the drivers are treated as such. And you want to talk about make America great again? Not you, DWS, but if people want to, reference the greatness of America, the fact is the government partners with corporations and financial institutions to intentionally bring in foreign labor, right, in order to keep wages low across the board. They intentionally do that. And in part, that's done through the myth of the truck driving shortage. The idea that, well, there's just not enough truck drivers. So they take that notion to appeal to the government to then say, uh, well, you know, we have to bring in people from other countries, which I don't have a problem with people. I just don't care if people come to America. You know, I'm from an area, you know, I was socialized in an environment, you know, that would be considered predisposed towards xenophobia. But we had two kids from India. Their parents, I guess, were first generation, and they were, I don't know if the kids were born here or what, but, you know, in elementary school when I was, you know, 10 years old or whatever, one of them was named Dinesh. I don't remember the girl's name. She might not have been in, I think she was younger. And got a four-wheeler pacing me out here. Haven't done this yet. This is the first in my return to trucking. We're right lane, put the flashers on, start slowing down. We'll pull onto the shoulder if necessary. They are following me, running over debris. They're literally following me onto the shoulder at 40. That's America, by the way. Pickup truck, welding rig. Pickup truck, welding rig. Texting and driving. Talking probably in a fight with his wife and his side piece, or maybe both. You know, using me as a frame of reference so he can full time be on his phone instead of paying attention to it. That's America, folks. That's MAGA. That's Keep America Great Again. So much in love with his cell phone and his feed that he attempted to stay behind me on a wide open 80-mile-an-hour speed limit road. And I was going 30 with my flashers on, applying the brakes halfway onto the shoulder. I mean, think about that. That's just complete insanity. And that's the general public, complete insanity. And expect, one of the reasons the actual traffic doesn't bother me very much is that I expect people to do the dumbest thing possible at all times, and I'm rarely disappointed. That is slightly annoying, though, I will admit. Gets my dander up slightly. Because first I pulled into the left lane in case his adaptive cruise control was pacing me, which I suspect it might have been because he got a little closer after that, right? Because once I was no longer in front of him, then the adaptive cruise control, whatever speed he set the cruise at. So he should have passed me on the right. Just complete craziness out here. But see, these are the people that LARP as if they are people with integrity. They are people that do the right thing. Their family does the right thing. Their family raised them right with integrity. You know, they're raising their kids right with integrity. They're not. They're just not. If people were that, and if people were doing that, conditions could not be like they are. Like, these two things are not possible. You can't have a significant proportion of the population that's living with honor, integrity, and morality, because that's how they were raised and instructed, and that's how they are instructing their children, right? And simultaneously, conditions be as they are, you know, especially with the workplace, financially, the education system. you know, the slavery, the corporate hellscape. It would not be possible. Remember, folks, the Beatles made a cheeky joke about Jesus, and people burned Beatles records all across the country, which probably just increased Beatles sales in retrospect, right? That's psyop. But then if you think about it nowadays, you know, John Lennon could desecrate, you know, Christian symbology to the nth degree, you know, in, you know, downtown of some, you know, MAGA enclave. And people, and they would, not only would they not stop him, everybody would have their phone out, recording it and streaming it, and rushing to be the first to get the social media clout and the likes and the shares and the upvotes, right? I mean, ultimately, that's one of the major motivations for behavior in society is upvotes, and that's something I'm tapped into that the boomers and the Gen Xers don't understand. So there's this channel on YouTube called Who Are These Podcasts, or WATP for short. And I enjoy it. I watch most of their videos, not all. And, you know, they do live streams, and then from the live streams, they will, you know, take out maybe like a 25-minute video on one particular topic. And they cover podcasts, obviously, podcasters. So they did Dylan Mulvaney, the Bud Light tranny, apparently has just started a podcast. And by the way, Dylan Mulvaney, not even trans. I mean, let's be clear. That's a young gay man dressed in drag and doing, you know, sort of a theater kid style presentation. And I had apologies. I had never encountered Dylan Mulvaney. I just kept hearing the name because of the Bud Light thing. I didn't even know, you know, I got the broad strokes just from hearing about it third hand or second hand. So this is my first time encountering Dylan Mulvaney. And part of the boomers and the Gen Xers making fun of, and Anthony Cumia was one of the presenters from the Opie and Anthony show. And he did not have much to say. He was not down with all of that. But Carl, the main host, is a bit swishy himself to some extent. But it was such a terrible podcast. Like, just there was nothing there. They kept referring to it as vapid, which really a better word for that would be vacuous, I would say. However, with my skills in pattern recognition, I was able to ascertain and deduce that the Dylan Mulvaney and the guests both understand that nobody in their demo, meaning nobody in their targeted audience, right? None of those people watch long form content at all. You know, with some exceptions, but they're not going to go onto YouTube or whatever platform this is in and watch an hour-long podcast. It's not going to happen. And so the host knows that, and the guest knows that. So as the podcast is being conducted, both participants understand that they're making short-form content via the long form, and that the only thing anybody is ever going to see from this hour-long, presumably, I don't know how long it was, hour-long podcast is TikToks and YouTube Shorts, and maybe shorter videos if there's an interesting segment, right? Maybe 5 to 7 minutes. That's it. So it obviously would change the nature of the podcast. And who are these podcast folks seem to think it was just like a lack of talent or just a scratching of the head, like, how is this person popular, right? How does this person have an audience? Well, there's a lot at play there. And then what is the person talented at? I would say that Dylan Mulvaney's talent is being able to garner a lot of attention, whether talented or that's a talent. And what better currency in the modern climate, in the present climate, what talent is more valuable than that? Because apparently most of the comments, the YouTube comments, was people who were fans of the guest, who apparently is some, talented actor and musician who is, I guess, most recently famous. And I don't even remember the name, but I'm old, so it doesn't mean anything that I've never heard of them. So boomers going into YouTube comments and thinking it's an own by saying, I don't even know who this person is. And that person has 3 million YouTube subscribers. Not you, the listener, but that person who does that is only making themselves look stupid and uninitiated and like not Lothario. There's another word I can't think of right now, but it's unbecoming. It's like all the people who every year have to pretend on Super Bowl Sunday, have to pretend like they have no idea that they keep hearing about a big event, but they don't know what it is. It's like, yeah, it doesn't mean anything that you've never heard of this particular YouTuber that has 3 million subscribers, Grandpa. Just like when I was a young lad and MTV finally came to my town, and my famous grandfather, the few times I hung out at his house, they had cable TV. And so, of course, the first thing we did was switch the TV to MTV. Every single time my grandparents came in the room, not only did they not know what was going on, in retrospect, I believe it was the fast cuts of MTV, which was a relatively new thing in television. That fast cut style, an early version of TikTok and YouTube Shorts, perhaps. But they would immediately make us change the channel because they were not opposed to television. I'm not even sure that they had a beef with, modern music at the time. I doubt, they gave a fuck about, Cyndi Lauper or whatever, Quiet Riot, or I don't think there was an objection to the content of the music. It was, if that was considered cutting edge as far as immoral material, if you think about it, I mean, a lot of that stuff that was on MTV at the time was quite wholesome compared to today, right? But they just could not deal with it. So I'm getting tired of seeing all the boomers in the YouTube comments when some YouTuber that, yeah, I've never heard of them either, but I understand that because we're talking about them. There's something is there. Right? That's a person who's at least garnered some amount of fame. And they tip their hand in the poker game. See, since I'm a decent poker player, they're tipping their hand because they don't rush to the comments of somebody talking about King Cobra JFS and say, well, I've never heard of this person. How is this person famous? Because King Cobra has never gotten beyond like 115,000 subscribers. So he's obviously not really famous. He's famous, but only in a very limited, specific way. Right. So interesting to think about. Since I'm out of my routine, I wasn't able to brush my teeth yet this morning. My tooth let me know about it. But I got a secret weapon for that tooth pain from my broken tooth. At least for now, the iodine works quite well. put iodine on it. Start hurting every night when it's in the daytime if it ever starts hurting. But it's interesting that, at the age of 49, perhaps it's just my long history of consuming media in all forms, virtually all forms. Oh, and I never said what the guest was famous for. My apologies. Apparently, he's a very talented actor and musician, most recently famous for the Sweeney Todd musical. And I myself am quite a fan of the movie. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I just hope that Helena Bonham Carter is a biological female, right? She's right up old Benton's alley, I can assure you. So there's just that sort of, that's lends me pause, right? She's got a bit of a manly neck on her, but the system, that's one of the psyops of the so-called truth community is, I've been psyoped into just assuming that a lot of these females are, bio males, right? One of my favorites, figure skater Oksana Bayul, looking back on that, is like, is this just a tiny diminutive biological male, right? I don't know. I hope not. It's still real to me, damn it. Even that ugly ass Michelle Kwan managed to somehow find her cute back in the day, but never had much use for what's that other one? Yamaguchi. I never her and Yamaguchi and Kerrigan. I never liked either one of them. If anybody remembers the '90s, early to mid '90s figure skating, female, I should say. Well, yeah, it's not. I wasn't watching Scott Hamilton, certainly. Fan of his commentary, though. I think that Tara Lipinski was probably the last one I've ever paid a little bit of attention to. I have no idea what's going on now. I guess I used to watch the doubles. Yeah, the ladies and the doubles. And, I was just confused. I think I was just confused by the men's, the solo men's programs. Like, what is this? Like, why are these people even doing? I get just confused. Like, where's the broad? It makes sense if the broad's out there. Like, if you can have a broad out there by herself, that makes sense. You can have a fella out there as long as there's a broad out there, but the dude out there by himself doesn't make any sense, right? Like, why is that? I don't know. Mm. Although now that I think about it, that was back during the Greg Louganis days when he supposedly hit, when he hit his head on the platform, and then there was this big thing around, the blood in the water and the HIV and all this. And I was a huge fan of the Olympics back then. Me and my best friend both, gigantic consumers of. We watched as much Olympics as possible back then on NBC, and I found the diving to be quite, it was very engrossing, Greg Louganis. But my thought was, why does he have white trunks on, and how come every time he gets out of the pool, he bends over all the way and they put the camera up his ass? And by the way, there was no, I was in a fully repressed culture. There was full on gay bashing. There was no gay people where I lived, although of course there was, but hell, there might have, well, I won't even get into that. But the point I'm making is, even back then, without having been exposed to that culture, I still could figure out like this is what's happening here. Why is this happening? And as we know, it's a way to corrupt the youth. It's a way to begin the corruption process of, oh, there's a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old somewhere in middle America who loves the Olympics and, watches all of these, doesn't only watch the most manly of sports, right? I'm watching fucking curling. Never really could make heads or tails out of it. I'm watching the bobsled. I'm watching all of it, Of course, that's Winter Olympics, but, I'm watching all of it. And a lot of the ladies stuff, too. It's like, yeah, why wouldn't I watch a lady gymnast? Of course I am. And then one thing I think about with the normalization of pornography on everybody's device, well, back in the day, us males in our teen years and our 20s, we wanted to watch porn. It was difficult to access. So I remember moving into a house, still pretending to go to college. And one of my roommates in this house was a fellow that I met from Marion, Arkansas, by the way, who that's where the general area of where the West Memphis 3 crime occurred. He actually knew Damien Eccles to some extent, like not as a friend, but knew of him, and at least been in his presence at some point. But I don't want to get into that. But this guy, we got to be free. Actually, my bad. Wait a minute. Let's put some respect on Paul Thomas's name. My apologies. My apologies, good sir. Let's set the record straight. Put some respect on Paul Thomas's name. I was loafing around the dorm one day, and Paul Thomas burst in like Kramer from Seinfeld and said, "Hey, I just discovered this thing called the internet. You're gonna love it. Swear to God." That's almost a word for word quote. And because he's my friend, he knew me. He knew that I was going to love it, right? Wasn't too long after that, I was working in the computer lab as a computer lab operator. And in fact, that's where I met ex-wife number one, the original. That's where I met original ex-wife classic, right? And then I guess ex-wife number two could be New Coke in this example. Are we live? Chat hadn't moved in a while. That's not necessarily a problem, but just out of curiosity, and if I could get a "you're here, boss." Not that I'm the boss, so don't say boss, but you're here, bozo. That's what I mean. So Paul Thomas, because he was not able to have his computer in his room, right, and no devices, laptops were certainly not affordable. There was no such thing as Wi-Fi yet in 1995 or whenever this was, 1996. Or if there was, it was not affordable. So this guy had a VCR, and he had recorded onto the VHS material for him to be alone with. Now we would think, okay, well, surely it's involves nudity and graphic pornographic acts. Oh no, female gymnasts. So this, if you ever hear this meme or this trope of the people using like the bras and panties section of the old Sears catalog Right. Like, it's not, it's a thing. I mean, I don't know what to say. That was the thing back in the day. And so, it's inarguable that society has, degenerated. It's, very quickly. Look at how quickly society has become openly degenerate. So now we have an idea that, well, back in the day, my grandfather, his dad, they were just more pious and they were just better people, right? Yeah, well, nobody put fucking YouPorn in front of them. Nobody walked up to them with an iPhone and put, YouPorn and said, directed their gaze to YouPorn, right? Or the fucking hub or whatever. And the last time I looked at any of that stuff, I said, "Fuck it." I said, "I'm out." I said, "It's just too. It's just too fucking. It's too disgusting. I can't do it anymore." And that was. It had been at least 6 months at that point since I viewed such. I said, "I can't do this. It's just not. It's beneath. It's beneath me." There's no shame and guilt, by the way. I was exposed to hardcore pornography at a shockingly early age based on where I grew up and the environment I grew up in. Uh, One of the neighbor kids, there was a lot of these gigantic satellite dishes back in the day. And so the so-called poor side, the wrong side of the tracks of my neighborhood, there was actually a few trailer homes because it is Arkansas after all. Of course, we're not above trailer homes. That was my first place I ever lived, was in a trailer park in Arkansas. Now, my family owned the trailer park, but that's sort of what I mean by believing that, this idea that, well, I thought that, yeah, I'm from a poor area. There's a lot of poor people, but not us, right? It's like, yeah, buddy, you were born into a trailer park. The fact that your family owned the trailer park doesn't mean that you weren't, in fact, all in poverty, right? It's just a higher strata of the underclass, right? But, my family was not like trailer park slumlords, like, owning a fucking series of trailer parks and slumlording it up, right? That was not the case. I think my famous grandfather probably just got bored because somebody probably gave him the idea, hey, you could buy a patch of land out there. They're fitting to build this bypass and you could put you a trailer park down there. And my daddy dug all the sewer lines. He liked to remind us. So I guess I'm assuming my family lived there for free, me and my mom and me, my dad, my mom and me. Although who knows, knowing my grandfather, although yeah, in exchange for living there for free, my father managed the trailer park. That's probably what it was. Now, did grandpa follow the letter of the law enough? Because technically speaking, my father would have to pay taxes on that as income. That the government considers that income. Even though he was not paid money, the government says, well, that's income because otherwise you would have to pay to live there. I don't know if y'all know that. So back to my neighborhood, once we had moved into our custom home in this neighborhood in Whitehall, Arkansas, just on the outskirts of Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Not too far from that trailer park. So there was a few trailers on this one street when you first come into the neighborhood. And, none of this was HO8 or this was not even really a subdivision. It's just sort of a thing that kind of formed, in the form of a subdivision, sort of its own accord, right? Sort of an airsats subdivision. So it sort of just formed over time, bit by bit. And so there was a couple of those gigantic satellite dishes, and I guess they had these descrambler boxes. So, God only knows, well, Satan only knows what a subscription cost to hardcore pornography beamed over satellite back there, right? Beamed through the airwaves. So America's been decadent my whole life. Think about it. Well, yeah, where I was born, a signal with hardcore pornography was beamed, right? And somehow some kid near my age, probably a few years older, got a hold of a VHS with some hardcore pornography and just gave it to me, which is that would have been viewed as like a very valuable item for trade or for sale. So I'm wondering how much of this was just I was fucking psyops. Like, I'm talking about literal federal agents. You know, this all being orchestrated on some level, and you could say whatever you want. Oh, Benton's being paranoid. Am I? I mean, this happened in the same town where my grandfather is from, that general area. Fordyce High School, where he went to school, and Bear Bryant went to school. Bear Bryant, very, very famous. And as we know, a lot of the gematria of Kobe Bryant's death ties in directly to Bear Bryant, the college football coach. And my grandfather was famous for playing football, and the position was called end, E-N-D. And then that was Bear Bryant's position. And Bear Bryant, before he was famous for coaching, he went to Alabama and was an All-American at end. My grandfather was an All-America at end at Arkansas. This was before they had such a thing as a wide receiver, right? And already we're into mind in the gutter sort of terminology. Thanks for the heads up. I guess I'm still here. And the other end at Alabama was Don Hudson, who was also All-America, who is from my hometown of Pine Bluff, Arkansas. That's the town that I was literally handed a VHS of hardcore pornography in the 1980s. In some way altering the course of my life, certainly. And at least normalizing pornography for me. It's just, I viewed it as normal after that. And Don Hudson, up until even when Jerry Rice came along, Don Hudson was still considered the greatest wide receiver of all time. He, and anytime the NFL has one of these anniversary teams, Don Hudson is like the main guy on this team, right? So when they did the NFL 75th anniversary team, the number one main receiver is Don Hudson. So you got three white boys, all from the same part of Arkansas, and also where the guy handed me the tape of pornography, 5 miles as a crow flies, is the National Centers for Toxicological Research, a federal institution locally known as the Arsenal. Right. And Martha Mitchell's from Pine Bluff, the one who got the ball rolling, as we know, on the Watergate. So in some way, Martha Mitchell is responsible for Nixon resigning. Now he's responsible because of his actions, but I mean, most likely he would not have had to resign, right? Most likely. So how does all those characters, right? And it was national news. You could still find the New York Times article about my grandfather the day he passed in 2001, shortly before September the 11th. Right. Now it's been so long, like I can't really bring him up, to people, because the first thing they want to know is, well, what's his name? I'm like, well, there's no way you've ever heard of him. So, I mean, yeah, I'll tell you his name, but all you're going to do is say, oh, well, you're going to have to play it off, right? Because they're just assuming that they know all famous people. It's like, well, there's lots of famous sports people from way back when that you don't know who they are. Like somebody's probably heard the name Bronco Nagurski or whatever, but Maybe, maybe not. You know, do they even know who he played for, right? What position did he play? What did he do? You know, Red Grange, maybe. Well, okay, who did he play for? What did he do, right? What position did he play? I guess they just assume they will have at least heard the name. I think I could invoke John Hudson's name. They wouldn't have heard of him. It's like, what's that even matter? And I don't care. Like I'm way past the stage of thinking it's cool that I had a famous grandfather, right? And now that I know what I know about the NFL, it's just kind of annoying, I would say. A lot of respect. But if you see the thumbnail, I guess that's at least in part where I get my dashing good looks, right? Ha ha ha. I look so much like my dad that by the time I was a teenager, if we went public together, it was fairly regularly, you know, if we were interacting with a clerk or, you know, at the grocery store or whatever, if it was just me and my dad, a lot of times the joke would be made, you know, like are y'all related? Or like, I get the feeling that y'all are related, but said in a tone of voice like, you know, this is a joke because there's no way you're not, you know, directly related. And I think that speaks to the strength of the genetics. You know, how strong are the genes, right? You know, how the effects of testosterone on the male. And, you know, I'm scrawny as fuck. With the weather warming up, you know, I'm out in a t-shirt, like in the truck stop. You know, I go into the bathroom to rinse my eyes out, and it's like, good Lord, that's a scrawny motherfucker looking at me in the mirror. So I couldn't imagine being this size without the testosterone, the effects of the testosterone. Be a much scarier world, I'm sure. And having been pumped up with muscles back in the day, um, a lot of bulk on me. I can tell you, people absolutely treat me differently when I'm scrawny than when I had all that muscle. 100%. I get fucked with way more being this size than I ever did when I was all muscled up. Well, you know, I'm on the free StreamYard, so if we veer too much into non-10, I'm going to have to end the stream because I only get. I might start asking for donos again just to. Put it to you this way: I'm not coming out of my pocket for StreamYard because they've jacked the price up. I was happy to pay for it back when I could do these streams with $25 a month, right? And in fact, you know, got the deal and paid for a whole year, and then that ended a couple of months. Well, a few months ago, several months ago. So I think it's like, what is it, $65 or something crazy like that. So if folks want to, if we get 65 in donos, I'll pay for a month of StreamYard. If we don't hit the 65, well, basically, while I'm truck driving, whatever donations y'all feel like sending, that will only go towards a StreamYard, because then I won't concern myself with the whether there's enough people here while we're live, or whether whatever I'm talking about is actually content or not. And ultimately, the audience decides that, right? Is that a random person that stumbled in? I can't. I'm truck driving, and with my eyesight, I can't. Not that I would be reading your comments anyway. Oh, that's Bugsy. What's up, Forever Conscious? Good to see you, brother. Heaven or hell realm presently manifesting as a hell realm. That's my view of what's going on in the realm. If somebody could drop a link, if there's a moderator in the house, if y'all would drop a link to Forever Conscious Research Channel, I would appreciate it. Not that he needs my help. I remember when his live streams were basically the size of this live stream, 11 people, and he grinded it out, man, and made quite the channel for himself. So congratulations, well done, sir. But he's one of the main soul trackers, as far as I know, and I'm not a dismisser of the soul trap. I'm just not fully, like, I have my own ideas, but I certainly find a lot of merit in some of the soul trap stuff. Absolutely. But I definitely am on board with the what do I have to do not to come back here now. And I'm not speaking for Forever Conscious Research Channel and Research Network. So this is my understanding of the material, my understanding of what I've heard of the soul trap type stuff. But I guess it's the idea that after death, the go into the light programming, and uh, that's the way to get recycled back here, right? And then if the person is resistant, if a being is resistant to going into the light, then apparently there's these entities, some version of a DMT elf perhaps, that try to convince the being to come back here. But what I've always heard is it's like, well, don't you want to see your mother? Don't you want to see your father? Don't you want to see your friends and family? And I guess or whoever's still alive in the realm, right? Because if my parents were dead, that'd be different. I would just be like, well, no, they're in the light. Well, see, it would work both ways, because if I thought my parents were in the light and I wanted to see them again, I could go into the light, right? So then, but if that's not enough, then it's like, okay, what can we use from the entity's perspective, the DMT elves perspective? What can we use, in this car salesman, used car salesman type con job? And then it's like, well, don't you want to see your friends and family? Absolutely not. No, I do not. So I'm not, if that's what they're going to trick me with. And then it's like, for me, it might be like in the old days, especially if I died in my 30s, it's like, well, no, I don't particularly care to see my friends and family. Oh, well, what about your attractive wife, right? And your great sex life, all of these things. And it was 10 out of 10, I must assure you. Not that that's any TMI, my apologies. No more sexual Olympics. But that's team effort. I don't get all the credit for that. But yes, my apologies. I'm a human. I'm a man. I don't know that that's above my standard, but I'm not attempting to, it's not the environment I'm attempting to foster over here. My apologies. But actually, it would have been my own ego. That's what would have and I'm now viewing a lot of this leveling up of my spiritual progress. A lot of this is, in a way, like, how much can I defeat my own ego? How much victory over my own ego, such that I won't want to come back here to glorify me, right? It's like, yeah, I'm awesome. That's what I would think. It's like, well, we know, if the entities know me and they've been observing me, it's like, yeah, you're awesome. Don't you want to go back there and continue being awesome? Right? Like, is this really the end of your awesomeness? I got to get a truck wash, man, at some point. There's a truck wash, but they're already lined up. The line. What's the speed limit? But it's interesting. If anybody is familiar with this YouTuber, panel verser, Jack Talcott, and again, narcissism and narcissists have lost their meaning, but an actual classical NPD narcissist, right? And I have a smattering of some of those traits myself. Certainly the in love with oneself aspects. Back in the old days, especially. But I juxtapose that with Talcott because it doesn't seem to me like he was ever able to achieve anything at the level of competition or just basic achievement. And he is a Leo, by the way, a sun in Leo. I'm another sun in Leo. And, there is a specific thing with the Leo males, but did he just not get the competition side of it? Right. And, I've got a little bit of an excuse with the high testosterone. The disembodied female voices stopped telling me to slow down. Interestingly, because I am speeding. I was counting on you, disembodied female voice, to tell me I was speeding. And, whether it's my genetics, the way I was raised, probably the culture, like all of these things coalesced. And I was very, very, very competitive and still am, but especially as a young person. And never a sore loser, but very competitive. And so I actually was able to accomplish a few things, so that I at least had some reason to feel myself so much, right? Like, why do people like Jack Talcott feel themselves for what reasons, right? Why, right? And nowadays I feel myself, but more of in a it's sort of tongue in cheek. I'm aware of it. I'm kind of laughing at myself in in self-deprecation, like while I'm doing it, if that makes sense. So like somebody like here's an example. Like I'm at Walmart or whatever. Now they don't get this joke anymore, but like let's say I'm going to go actually not do the self checkout, and there's a clerk there, and he or she's not, typically a she is not at the register, and she's like, okay, I'm on number one, or I'll get you on number one, and I'm like, hey, that's my number. I'm number one. It's making a joke. It's a fucking joke, but I mean it. Like I am number one, right? In a tongue-in-cheek kind of joking way. But then people are so miserable nowadays, and who can blame them? But the depression and the misery, at least for those who are not gobbling the psych meds, is so off the charts. Most of the time I don't even bother people. And I'm becoming so cynical now. It's the black fella in his 20s, probably a bit of an intellectual nerd type. He's like kind of laughing and joking around and having a personality and being affable with me and the other people. And it's like, what's wrong with you? And that's sad because that's he's being a human, right? And I'm not even really thinking what's wrong with you. It's like, it's more of a reminder of look at where society is, to where like most people don't even want, it's getting to where people don't even want that human interaction. Like more and more, I'm not even greeting. I'm historically somebody, I greet the clerk, right? I'm like, hey, how you doing? How are you? How are you, sir? And he beat me to the greet. And he's like, how are you, sir? I'm like, I'm well, thanks for asking. How are you? Right? Just general manners. Which I'm engaging in less and less because I'm realizing, especially with the younger folks, they're either confused or annoyed most of the time. Or like, oh no, it's another, here comes Boomer. right? Here comes the boomer meme, from the memes, right? With that one specific, you know, there's a lot of specific, meme stuff around this, and that's sort of it triggers that. Oh no, I know what this is, and this is that. It's like, no, I'm not that. Anybody is allowed to have manners. That's the group I'm in. I'm allowed to have manners and be nice to people and have proper decorum. But why wouldn't the Too Cool for School? Why wouldn't the offspring of the Too Cool for School MTV generation, my generation, and then the offspring of their offspring? Why wouldn't they, be considered greetings and basic manners to be repellent and undesirable? Why wouldn't they? Because that's the opposite of cool. You know, James Dean might work at your local gas station or your local truck stop behind the counter, but he's cooler than you. So you know, uh, he's above it all, right? And, we all James Dean now, right? On some level, metaphorically, because that was that trickled down, the James Dean cool factor trickling down from, I guess he was a boomer, right? Was James Dean a boomer, or was he actually greatest generation? So my boomer parents would have had James Dean, but my parents, I guess, are young boomers, meaning they're now old. I'm not even sure. They were born in 55. I'd have to go back and look at it. But back to the Jack Talcott and the feeling of oneself. It's like, yeah, at least I've done some shit in my life competitively where I could say, I have some kind of reason for confidence, right? Because in some way it's just yeah, if it's a Leo personality trait to enjoy adoration and to sort of have something of a regal manner, right, and all of this, then uh, yeah, it's not unbecoming, right? It's congruous, it's congruent for me to enjoy accolades and compliments. However, it's gross, man. This person, you know, on a live stream, you know, expecting to bask in this glow, right, of adoration. Now, again, show me a human, I'll show you a hypocrite. I'm certain I've basked in the glow of the adoration on this channel. Of course I have. I don't expect or demand it, right? Or if I did, I don't anymore. Well, the coffee's gone cold because I removed the top and then forgot to put it back on once the coffee cooled down enough to drink. But yeah, my goal, as far as back to the soul trap, if that's a thing, my goal is to, and again, this is back to the competitor in me. Competitively, if this was all some sort of test or uh, some way to evolve spiritual energy to not come back here when I get to the end of the thing, whether that's in a Christian judgment sense or a soul trap sense, my goal is to not have to come back here. And if this is a hell realm, my further goal would be, can I at least ascend to the next, higher level, to the next whatever level adjacent to this, or can I level up? If it's ascending layers of hell, can I at least get to the next layer of hell, right? in a Dante's Inferno type of way, right? And remember, in a Dante's Inferno, Satan is at that, like the depths of hell, right? Like encased in ice or whatever. But like, isn't Satan here supposedly? So is this arguably the lowest level? I don't know. Or wouldn't that make it the highest level? I guess if it's inverted, this would be the highest layer of hell. Either way, you know, pretty pleased with sugar on top. Can I just get out of here, Creator? Yeah. And for the record, I have no beef with Jack Talcott. It's I tell people don't ever become a lay expert in human psychology, and I am a live and let live type of person. Don't ever become a lay expert in human psychology. It will ruin your life in some way. You know, I really shouldn't know what I know. So I'm fascinated by just continuing to break down and analyze the psychology. And I would assert that in order for an individual to deprogram from the system programming, the mind control, the brainwashing, almost took the exit, and all of that, uh, necessarily, unless another way is found, the only way I see, other than finding a competent deprogrammer, and even then, what would the level of trust be? Because the competent deprogrammer could just remove the existing code and insert their own code, right? 100%. So I don't know that I would trust anybody to deprogram me, but I am my own deprogrammer, and I have succeeded in uninstalling much of the code, that I was programmed with via this nightmare dystopian beast system. And of course, a nightmare dystopian beast system psychologically enslaves the being from day one, that's what this realm is. This people can, individuals, the audience, anybody can have a resistance to accepting the fact or the truth that not only are individuals under mind control, that's not even, yes, absolutely, the individual is mind controlled. It goes beyond that. If I'm the system and the individual becomes aware of their mind control and says, hey, that's quite the trick, much to my chagrin, you've managed to mind control me. What's up with that? The system would just be like, oh, I'm responsible for your entire psychology. But what do you mean? Like, I think the system would just be confused. Like, mind control? What do I need mind control for? Like, I formed your psychology. Your psychology was formed, uh, you know, through me, the system. So, if you think about this, I think about the system as satanic, corrupt and satanic. And what is the system? Well, the system that's the overarching, that's the totality of all of the various systems of man in this heaven or hell realm. So when people want to blame a creator or a higher power, that may or may not be appropriate. I don't blame the creator or the most high or a higher power for my plight or my lot in life. Number one, because I'm grateful for this life, as hellish as it can be. I'm still grateful for it, which that's another spiritual practice. I certainly wasn't born with that one. And I would refer to the system as the collection of all of the various smaller systems, the financial system, corporatism, employment, government systems, right? All of this, all of it in totality. And in my world, that's all owned and operated or at least owned and overseen by a literal Satan. Now, I choose, again, I've spoken about this. It's probably because of where I'm from, and the system formed my psychology within a culture in which they call that region of the country is known as the Bible Belt, and that's an apt description. So, of course, I think in these terms because um, my psychology is also a product of the system. So that's the point I'm getting to is individuals, and I'm doing my best. I'm speaking specifically to avoid accusing you, the listener, of anything. But understand when I say individuals, I mean each individual. And then, the fact that emotionally and psychologically, and this is the cognitive dissonance or the, 1984 Orwellian, series of victories over one's own mind and memory, and the holding of being able to hold two simultaneously opposing ideas, at once, or seemingly contradictory ideas. So that resistance to the reality of being in a so-called truth community, and then understanding, MK Ultra and all of this to some extent, but then also, but not me, right? Oh, but I'm not programmed, you know. So imagine being an individual accepting a notion of, well, individuals possess a psychology that is a product of the system, of Satan's system. And then you look at in the so-called truth community, a lot of discussion and talk of MK Ultra and other forms of psychological control and programming and predictive programming and all of these things, and social media and all of this. But then at the same time, somewhere the being also believes on some level, none of that applies to me, right? And that's a real thing. And that's so I kind of screwed up but this is where the system would say, so if I came to that level of understanding within myself and then I presented that to the system would say, of course, because I created your psychology. So I created a psychological trap such that if you even become aware of MK Ultra and mind control and systemic level programming, you, the individual, will still believe it's impossible that you, the individual, were programmed in that manner for my purposes, the system's purposes. The programming is by the system, for the system, on behalf of the system, to further reinforce and perpetuate the system moment by moment via the subversion of the individual's creative force. And when enough of the individuals who comprise the mass are subverted into moment by moment creating a hell realm that could be a heaven realm, but it's only a heaven realm when the majority of individuals take ownership of their own creative output moment to moment, thus creating perpetually on an ongoing basis a heaven realm. Because the instant that enough individuals in that mass discontinue creation of a heaven realm, the larger, greater heaven realm disappears and defaults to what? The default is hell realm. So this is where expert level grasp of the yin and yang, active and passive, masculine and feminine comes into play. Heaven is active. Hell, by default, is passive. together and sing Kumbaya right now, then it's heaven. If humans collectively rebel and uh, go to their default rebellious nature and refuse to take ownership of their creative output that never lies dormant, whether they are aware of their own creative output or not, it never lies dormant. And we are all lowercase c creators, right? And that's what, in my view, created in the image and likeness of the Most High means. So if the Most High is the creator and we, the lowly humans, are created in the image and likeness of that, would we not be a a lowercase c creator? So if that's the case, would we not be endowed with a creative force that never lies dormant? How could that not be the case? Does God, the Most High, whatever that most super intelligent force of love that's possible at the highest level, does that ever go dormant? No. So if the lowest level is hell, and the beings in the realm who have created in the image and likeness and have the creative force allow it to be subverted to serve wickedness, that's a hell realm. That's what this is. Now, that doesn't mean that it could not be a heaven realm. The potential's there. Now, is it going to happen? I don't know. Is it going to happen in my lifetime? Doesn't seem possible. And that does seem to be the function of the Antichrist, which is, you know, it seems to me like the Antichrist is to replace Christ, because if Christ returned, could Christ, lead the people into, taking ownership of their creative force, and thus transforming this into a heaven realm. And by the way, in parentheses, all of this is if that's the will of the Most High or God or the Creator. I'm not speaking for the Creator. I'm not speaking for the Most High. In parentheses of all of these statements is if that's the will of the Most High, because that's none of my business. That's above my pay grade. But yeah, I failed to put the Cash App in the description. But if anybody knows how to get into contact with me, if anybody hears this later and has a few bucks, if you want to, well, and let's put it another way. When my 20 hours of StreamYard runs out, which will be like 4 live streams if I do 5 hours like I did yesterday. And hell, that 5 hours might be on the new month. I don't even know, but we'll find out if I mean what I say, because maybe I will pay the $65. I don't know. We're going to find out. I doubt it, at least in the short term. I would be more inclined to wait until I could pay for a year if they give me enough of a discount. If, that's a pretty big if. And by the way, I understand that Forever Conscious is staunchly opposed to the all of the Christ and Jesus talk, and I understand exactly the points you're making. I consider them to be valid points, and I want to be clear that while I have myself had direct experiences with something that I'm using that vernacular to refer to, energetically and spiritually, the fact is, because of when and where I was raised and socialized, I'm only ever going to be able to deal with those concepts in that context. It is what it is. And as you see, as you see, I'm going to use it to continue to level up myself, because ultimately, this is what I would say about Christ. For what other did Christ come as a servant of man? It seems to me, absolutely. Now, that doesn't mean that that's the only. Now, again, if one is willing to accept that there's a thing, that's even a thing, right? So again, let's do it as a thought experiment. Whether or not one is willing to accept that as actually true in a thought experiment, if you're willing to go along with the thought experiment. So in this context, in the Christ story, if that really happened, did not Christ come to earth in part to serve me? Right? That's who in the fuck I am. So am I really going to be so full of myself that I'm too good to serve that which will serve me? You want to talk about Talcottian, because there's people, what you're never going to see on Jack Talcott's panel channel is Jack Talcott serving his servants, right? Now, I believe Jack would say that's not true. Jack's attempting to serve as a leader, right? Which that's fine, Jack, but let's get back to competition. As a natural born leader myself, my leadership style is I would never expect anything from those I'm leading that I'm not willing to do myself, including serve them at the lowest level, right? At the lowest level. So, yeah, you can claim that you're serving the people by attempting to lord over them, Jack Talcott, and you can then bastardize that into a form of service. But to what end? Because remember, we're going to judge based on the fruit. And what is the fruit of convincing people to join a team and help Jack Talcott magnify his own ego? That's evil. That's wicked. Right? But what will be the fruit of Christ serving me such that in the end I end up bringing forth fruit that's due to my service of the Most High? Right? And is that not a perpetual energy machine spiritually? Isn't that a spiritual perpetual energy machine? And why wouldn't I want to do that if it's possible? The competitor in me says, hey, that'd be really fucking cool if that's possible, because there has to be room for doubt. So you're saying there's a chance, see? And a lot of this, and I remember observing myself in real time earlier in the broadcast, and at various points, I wanted to stop and say, can't you see that some of this is set up as the system is mocking our plight as humans, right? It's mocking us because the system doesn't fear humanity, quote, waking up and taking ownership and putting a stop to evil, right? Because the system understands that ain't possible until enough of these individuals overcome the psychology that was formulated within the system itself, for the system, on behalf of the system, in service of the system, and further perpetuating the system. See? So until the individual defeats the individual's own psychology. What I'm purporting is effectively impossible on a level that would transform the realm. That's why protests are worthless. That's why the idea of spreading knowledge and spreading awareness, it's worthless. In fact, it's probably more harm than good on some level. It probably does more damage than good. And the more I embrace these concepts, and the more I insist on receiving as much physical healing as possible, even as I backslide with my health at times, as I did recently, and as I more and more capable of dealing with my human fears, anxieties, and problems of my own creation, suffering of my own creation, and in my view, in my way, the only way to liberation is to move through the slavery. By the way, the only way out is through, and in some measure, I'm only enslaved by my own doing, because the enslavement only is only occurring through the subversion of my own creative force. And realistically, uh, the liberty and the freedom from suffering comes from full acceptance. For me, I'm only speaking for me, and I've always been some level of an ascetic monk, right? That's just been a reality in my life. I've always been some level of ascetic monk, even before I knew what that meant. And if you don't know what that is, please, I mean, literal definition of ascetic and monk. The fact is, I can take it to the streets. I'm basically off of food at this point. We're not going breatharian, but I've reached a point, I've leveled up to the point where I can now take it to the streets and ascetically move through my physical suffering to liberation, right? I mean, what else is there in this existence? Now the system, my psychology formed within the system, has me back driving a truck because I want things. See, I'm not free of this flesh. I still want enough Federal Reserve notes to buy another $450 1 year of fantastic Verizon premium level, highest level, 100 gig a month, 50 gig a month hotspot cell service, because I love me some internet, right? I don't need the internet. I want the internet. See? And that's worth every motherfucking penny. I'll tell you what else is worth every penny. YouTube Premium. I want to have the money to pay for another year of YouTube Premium. I want to keep my means of earning that money. What do I mean by that? My CDL. I'm driving this truck right now. So the reason I'm driving this truck right now is also because at some point in the very near future, I'm going to need to renew my CDL. And in order to do that, I'm going to need to pay my property taxes. I'm going to need to assess. I'm going to have to go to the assessor's office in Baxter County, for fuck's sake. I might be giving too much information now. And part of me just hopes my mama figures out she can go down there and just say, well, he don't live here. I don't know what to tell you. There needs to be a parting of the ways. And if maybe there will be. Do I even care about establishing residence? And the fact is, I'm a legal resident of Baxter County, Arkansas. And if that's TMI, and I'm saying that into Google, Alphabet, Google, YouTube's help it, well, OPSEC, I'm just going to tell you this. I don't believe that any of the just normal humans that listen to these broadcasts are going to do a damn thing to me on that basis. And You know, if the system wants the local authorities to persecute me, you know, if and when I physically go there, then so be it. Right? So fucking be it. Uh, you know, uh, in the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. I don't fear the evil of Baxter County, Arkansas government. Or more correctly, I refuse to fear it. And remember, they was running COVID psyops out of Baxter County. So when I talk about Christ, let's be clear. There's no guilt and shame. There's no, I sure hope I check the right boxes so that, you know, I don't have to worry about hell. Well, what do you mean? I'm already uh, acclimated to hell. What you talking about, Willis? It's the Christ thing. Is I can do all things through Christ, which strengtheneth me. See, I'm a KJV guy. We only go KJV around here. So it's interesting. The English translation, the KJV, refers to what? So why is it referring to Christ as a witch? WHICH. Now, I'm not doing the word games of that's a phonetically a WITCH. I'm saying, to me, that's an acknowledgement of this is an energy. This is a spirit that I can work with that will serve me as long as I'm serving what that force doesn't need. Mr. Miyagi. Mr. Miyagi, this is where Mr. Miyagi would helpfully remind me that you're right, Mr. Miyagi. It doesn't need me. This is where that force, based on my experiences of my life, will then at times see fit to use me for its own purposes, right? And that's when I'm serving, at least to my greatest, that's when I'm serving to my greatest capacity, right? And the competitor in me only ever wants to serve to my greatest capacity. Now, why do I have a desire to serve? Well, I really don't. That's why I'm here. My purpose is to be of service. So let's examine purpose. And they talk about finding one's purpose. Here's the thing about purpose. If it's destiny or fate on some level, I didn't choose my purpose, because if it's about finding my purpose, can't I just choose a purpose? Can't I just choose a purpose? So if purpose is a thing and it's tied into my destiny and I've discovered it, what do my silly little human preferences have to do with it? So I don't want to be of service. I'm an egoic, arrogant, feeling myself rootin' tootin', high testosterone male Leo, for fuck's sake. Or at least high testosterone before the health challenges. Now I'm just normal testosterone, which is probably better, honestly. You know, once the high testosterone, conveys the dominant facial features, right, and the being passes through youth, I probably don't really need the high testosterone anymore, effectively. So here's how I came to know my purpose. You know, and I'm hippy dippy. I'm half a hippie, whether y'all know it or not. And people say half a hippie. And I say, yeah, Pine Bluff, Arkansas has never produced a hippie. That's a bridge too far. So I'm half a hippie. Janis Joplin's from Port Arthur, Texas. Maybe she was an actual hippie. Now, maybe it's produced a female hippie. I don't know. It's damn sure not capable of producing a male hippie. But I'm half a hippie. And why did I say that? Shit. Oh, so, I've done the so-called heroic dose of mushrooms, but only for spiritual purposes. So the second time I did the heroic dose of mushrooms, 5 grams, and these were strong, by the way. These were, and I think the reason why they say 5 grams is because 3.5 grams of strong mushrooms is probably enough, but 3.5 grams of weak mushrooms is not enough. So I think that's why they say 5 grams, 5 dry grams. So I'm hippy dippy to some extent. So, the hippy dippy notion of psychedelics for spiritual purposes, and I researched all of this, is, to set one's intention ahead of time to sort of ask a question, right? To seek spiritual guidance and, then like go off into nature, eat the mushrooms and, use this for spiritual guidance and healing and all. This is what I did, right? This was the second time I ever ate mushrooms. This was in Ashland, Oregon. Big fan of Ashland, Oregon. Me and ex-wife number 2 were camped out in Jackson Well Springs, paying an exorbitant amount of money to pitch a tent in a field at a hippie hot springs. And that was quite the interesting experience. And I got a local, I got to know some locals, and a local blessed me up with, I think, a 1/4 ounce of strong ass mushroom. And also, if y'all know anything about shrooms, there's different types. And these were, I can't be sure exactly which types these were, but they were not cyanescents. I know that. I suspect I know which ones they were, but not cyanescents, which is, I believe to be, I think that's the penis envy most common type that are grown indoors. I believe. I'm not an expert, but I believe that to be the case. So, because famously, the first time I ate mushrooms was an 8 of 3.5 grams in People's Park in Berkeley, and I may tell that tale at some point. But so my plan was, okay, first thing in the morning, I'm going to have my day prepared. I'm an early riser anyway. I've got the mushrooms. I'm going to squeeze lemon juice. I'm going to soak the mushrooms in lemon juice, which does, because historically I've been a very picky eater, not a fan of the taste, because I'm going to chew the mushrooms. Because if I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it right. I'm going to chew the mushrooms as good as possible. Then I don't know if it's true or not, but supposedly, and then drink the lemon juice. Supposedly, this enhances the experience. I don't know if it does or not, but then maybe it does, because they say citrus. Like they say, halfway through the trip, one can drink orange juice and sort of blast off again. So first thing in the morning, when I'm getting ready to go to the park, so what I'm going to do is drive to one of my favorite public parks in America, and I'm quite the connoisseur of public parks. I love me some parks. Lithia Park in Ashland, Oregon, downtown Ashland. Wonderful, amazing park. Certainly blessed. Although in this realm, that has to mean / cursed, right? On some level. If it all exists in duality except the Most High, that would mean blessed / cursed. So when I say I'm blessed, does that mean I'm blessed / cursed? I don't know. I'll think on that some more. Not manifesting, folks. Don't be scared. That's not a manifestation. So then I'm going to set my intention, which is spiritual guidance. which is specifically, so I'm in the bathroom early in the morning and I'm, in the mirror asking the mushroom, I'm going to ask the mushroom. Right? The Terence McKenna idea of ask the mushroom. It's like, okay, I'm going to ask, so I'm doing my prep, right? I'm competitively like doing my preparation, right? Proper preparation prevents piss poor performance. So I look in the mirror and I say, I'm going to ask the mushroom, what's my purpose? And in just typical, spiritual fashion, I immediately get the answer, to be of service. And I immediately understood this to be true. And my immediate reaction was, oh man, I don't want to be of service. Right. But then accepting it and then sort of laughing like, yeah, of course. Like now I don't even really need the mushrooms, but which I did still need the mushrooms. I just don't even need the mushrooms now to know what my purpose is. And I guess that deep down at an intuitive level, I already knew that was my purpose. It was like probably my own fallen, rebellious human nature was resisting that. But what about me? And that's what, when we say ego, that's really what we mean is, but what about me? But what about me? I don't want to be, which is very childish. I don't want to be a servant. you know. Or it's like, no, I could be step into my power and say, fuck it, yeah. That sounds like a worthy undertaking. I guess I'll just go be of service. And that was, I don't know, 10 years ago, close to 10 years ago now, 8 years ago, closer to 10. And I've every day since then, I am working towards being of service, right? And am being of service and continuing to level up my ability to be of service. But again, back to the Bible, every man hath not the same office. We can't just say, oh, wow, okay, well, now I can fall in behind Benton and be of service. Well, if that's your purpose, and if the being is able to serve in some capacity that looks like the way I'm to serve, I don't even know what that's going to look like tomorrow. I don't know what my service will look like later today. Right? Because if I'm actually serving the Most High, that's the Most High's business. How can I possibly know ahead of time the business of the Most High, unless the Most High deigns, Deign, deigns to communicate with me at a level of perception? Okay, well, here's a little bit of the plan ahead of time. Here's a heads up. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. It's not my business. I'm the servant. The master decides that. Now, I am the master, but what am I the master of? My sphere of influence, my energy sphere, because that's where my only power lies. Within me, right? So, in order to serve, I must also become the master in order to master service. See how it's becoming the same thing? Interesting. Almost as if it lies on a spectrum, or master and servant being opposite poles of the same energetic force. And that the Tao would say the sweet spot is perfectly balanced between master and servant. So mastering the mastery of my own power within my own sphere of influence, and then the mastery of the service outside of myself, and then ultimately to be fully in alignment, mind, body, and spirit, in direct connection with the Most High. Right. And that is the entering in of something that, in the culture and context in which I was socialized, would be referred to as the Holy Spirit. Right. So when I pray to be emptied of myself or more specifically, emptied of wickedness. So take away, drain away everything in the sphere of influence that does not serve the purpose, which is to be of service. Please take that away, right? Let that leave, right? Passively through the yin of the yin and the yang. Let that drain, right? So that I can be filled with that connection to the Most High, right? And then to be utilized by that super intelligent force to serve something far greater than me. And what's within me is greater than anything I or anybody else can possibly imagine. And that is transcendence. What I'm describing now is the transcendence of this realm spiritually. That's what that is. See? And it's of no concern of mine if individuals choose to take up that mantle and do that. See, that's one of the major, when I refer to religion as corrupt and demonic, that's one of the major wicked and demonic influences in religion. Religion would teach me and would teach you by patting me on the head and say, oh, look at the little attainer. Look, this adherent, look what he's attained. All right, buddy. Now, because of your attainment, we're going to give you a title in the religion. And now it's your duty and your vocation to go out here and win souls for Christ. And you're going to go out here and reform the people and all of this. No, that's a red herring dead end, Jack. All that's going to lead to is destruction. That is not my purpose. No, no, no. Absolutely not. And that's where most people will get tripped up, especially if they're insisting on doing these things in a strictly Christian context. Because make no mistake, I'm choosing to operate within the strictly Christian context, but by that I only mean the notion of a Christian judgment as far as a meeting of my Maker and a Jesus Christ as Lord type of thing, right? And that the only way to redemption and salvation is through Jesus Christ. I'm choosing that, right? I'm not projecting that onto other people. I don't expect that of other people. I don't even necessarily want that of other people because I can't even be sure that's a thing, right? There has to be room for doubt. Another wicked and demonic aspect of Christianity, or Christian churchianity, as it might more appropriately be referred to, is that it will talk to the church as if, well, there's absolutely no doubt of this Christian salvation, redemption, and all of this through Jesus Christ. There's no doubt. What do you mean? I can't ever be sure of that. Now, I can be sure enough of it within myself to say, well, okay, this is what I'm betting on. Apologies for the autistic outburst there. I can't ever be sure enough of that to proselytize that to other people. Because if I'm going to be 100% truthful and honest, if called to the carpet, I will have to admit, well, I don't know if this is the case. How the fuck I have no way of knowing if there's actually a judgment like the Bible. I don't know. Why are you asking me? But these Christians LARP as if they are 100%, they know with 100% certainty. No, that's delusion. That's a person who's choosing to exist in a fantasy and a delusion because they're not living like they are 100% convinced that there's going to be a judgment like the Bible says. Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. If these Christians were living like they were 100% convinced there's going to be a judgment like the Bible says, and it's going to be exactly that. They would not be living the way they're living. It disproves itself. And I will apply brutal logic. One of the few gifts I've been given in this life, outside of my dashing good looks, one of the few gifts I've been endowed with by the Most High, I will apply brutal logic to all of this. And nobody can destroy brutal logic. Brutal logic stands on its own. It cannot be destroyed. Correct philosophy is the absence of incorrect philosophy. I'm going to utilize logic so brutally because I know that when I'm presenting the logic to other people, I've created an artifice, and that I'm now allowing other people to begin to seek to find the weak points of the artifice, right? And attack and attempt to tear down the artifice. Well, the logic must be as brutal as possible in order to construct an artifice that's built on a firm foundation of brutal logic, regardless of how I feel about it, regardless of how anybody else feels about it. Of truth, by the way, founded in truth, that can only appear to be torn down by appeals to the fickle feelings of the peanut gallery via ridicule. And I'm here to say that's representative of nothing, because I can also appeal to the fickle feelings of the peanut gallery. And in my world, that competition, there is no trophy for winning that competition. There's no reward. When I say that the reward is contained within the undertaking itself, well, not that. That the appealing to the fickle feelings of the peanut gallery, there is no reward in that, other than the short-term adoration of the peanut gallery itself. I don't honor that. I don't honor that. Absolutely not. So in some ways, you can think of Christ as a technology that I am working with to achieve greater than myself, right? To level up and to express my service, to get out of my own way, by the way, to get out of my own way, to allow myself to be used to serve on behalf of something greater than myself. And I've never vibrated with such energy. I've never felt so good as those rare times when I am emptied of myself and I am filled with the Holy Spirit and I'm serving. And it does happen. And it's like I'm lit up. And then when they talk about that Holy Ghost fire and that on fire for the Lord, to me, that's terminology that the system is mocking us and mocking the Most High, right? Because wouldn't fire be a reference to hell, right? Man wasn't created from fire. Isn't that what Lucifer said in the Bible? When Lucifer refused to bow down to Adam, isn't that what Lucifer said? Well, you made him from the ground. I'm formed in the fire. I'm better than him. What are you talking about? Right? But for the lowly human, Mr. Benton speaking to you right now, and this ain't for everybody, so I'm happy there's only 12 in the house. Now, yeah, my little ego wants to see 30, but realistically, this ain't for everybody. And I'm not going to accuse YouTube of suppressing it, but it might be. I don't care. Not my concern. But, my limited human capacity to, intellectually comprehend and apprehend those experiences, right? I could see myself, defaulting to calling it the Holy Ghost fire, right? All this, which is fine, but I do believe that terminology. There's a reason why the system has perpetuated that terminology, right? If you think Christianity itself is not a mocking of the Most High and the creative, the capital C Creator, you're kidding yourself. In my opinion, that's my opinion, right? And I'm gonna tell you what, hot or cold, I'm going to be all the way hot or all the way cold. We're not doing lukewarm, Jack. Meaning, if at the final analysis I'm going to be judged as evil and wicked, well, I've enjoyed me some wickedness. So if I'm going to get judged as wicked anyway, what's the point? See, we're not going to hedge our bets and be lukewarm, which that's what I view Christianity as. The actual religion practice thereof. I view that as that's the lukewarm, right? And I have more respect, and it's biblical. It's biblical for me to have more respect for the multicolored, tranny, radical leftist Antifa BLM, because they're putting their name on it, just saying, yeah, we're evil, we're decadent, we're depraved. So what? What of it? We're all the way cold or all the way hot, as it may be, right? And then the Christians, on the other hand, the churchgoers, LARPing as if they are the opposite, right? But the Bible says better to be hot or cold, to be, right? Now, the church, the way the church is structured, is not set up to crank out and to create individuals that are the opposite in their deeds, their thoughts and their actions and their deeds, to the lefties, the drag queen story hour, and all of this, right? It's not the case. The mass of Christians and churchgoers is the lukewarm. That's going to be spat out of the mouth. See, so as a strategic thinker with pattern recognition, I'm only going to operate based on, well, it's not an option to get to the judgment if that's a thing, and to actually be lukewarm. But I allowed the system to trick me into thinking I was serving and was going to be redeemed, right? Or that I had been so-called saved and redeemed, right? And if that's even a thing, and I'm not saying that it is, right? Where on the other hand, it would be better for me, right? It would have been better for me to just say fuck it and just cast my lot with the freaking lefties, because I don't get anything out of swaggering around with my chest out, rootin' tootin' MAGA, America, right? Because I've hit the weights for 4 straight years. I ate 5,500 calories a day and pumped myself up and swaggered around with my chest out for years, okay? And I don't know what to tell you. It ain't all it's cracked up to be, is all I can tell you. It was fun for a time, right? And did I enjoy the way people responded to me? Yeah, I did. Did I enjoy hitting the gym, getting a pump, although I never lifted to get a pump, and then going to work at Outback Steakhouse, and I'm holding the door open for one of the gals, an attractive gal who had kind of a high position and was attractive, right? And who had never really given me the time of day other than in a strictly professional sense. But because I had become so muscular and pumped up, and I had a hard workout, my muscles, my chest muscles and my upper body my back was all swole, and I'm standing up straight, and she's basking in my glow, right? She commented on it. She commented on it, right? And I'm here to tell you, that's great to a point, but that does not carry the day in my life. It was fun, like the Christians would say, for a season, right? Ultimately, I would say it rang hollow, right? And the competitor in me, for me, it was only like, can I go from scrawny hard gainer? That's what they called it in the workout. You know, the literal Charles Atlas cartoon of the going to the beach and the bully kicking sand in the pipsqueak's face, right? Well, I was the pipsqueak, except I was athletic and could bully the pips. Like, I was a guy who was the same size as a pipsqueak, except I was athletic and strong for my size and could bully the pipsqueak, right? And had a sort of a domineering personality, but still a pipsqueak. And I'm back to pipsqueak physically, right? So yeah, competitively, and I enjoyed the ego boost, right, of swaggering around, because it is a little strange, and we've all seen the pipsqueaks when they swagger around with dominant body language. It's just it's weird looking, right? You're like, why? What is this? You know? And I do it when I have to, but it's like I'm even like, yeah, this is ridiculous. Please don't make me go into monkey. Please don't force me to go into primate body language, because that's what I call it, monkey man. I call it monkey man. If you ever want to know what monkey man is, the movie Sideways, one of my favorites with that Hayden Church. I can't remember his first name. Hayden Church from Wings, and I forget the other guy's name. Paul Giamatti. And Hayden Church is the stereotypical Chad, right? And then his best friend is Paul Giamatti, this alcoholic, you know, like tortured loser, but, you know, talented writer and all of this. But loser in life, you know, the opposite of Chad, but talented. And, you know, so-called beta male, but I don't like that terminology. But they're on the golf course, and Paul Giamatti's character is all pissed off, and they get into a back and forth, and he ends up teeing off into the group ahead of him on the golf course, and they take umbrage and jump in their golf cart and start coming towards Hayden Church and Paul Giamatti. Well, Hayden Church is, you know, 6'2", 6'4" Chad, right? And, you know, don't threaten him with a good time. So he says to Paul Giamatti, "This is going to be fun," and then goes into full monkey man body language, makes himself as physically large as possible. And if you ever, you can go find that scene on YouTube, I'm sure. And if you look at his body language, he goes at him swinging a golf club with monkey man body language, and they just take one look at him and veer off in the golf cart and don't want no part of it. Yeah, you know, I'm an expert in all of that. Well, yeah, I can still do that as a scrawny pipsqueak, but I'd rather not. Like, I'd rather find another way. It makes more sense when a bigger guy, you know, and the bigger guy typically only does that when he has to. And he was probably like already sized him up and knew, well, if worse comes to worse, I can probably beat both these guys up. It's probably what he was thinking. Like, if I have to, I can probably take them both, you know, because they were probably just like average sized dudes. But more, it was the magnification of my own self, right? I'm glorifying me through, you know, making myself as physically large as possible, but in a pleasing way, right? In a pleasing way. And I'm here to tell you, every time you hear somebody, especially women will lie to your face, fellas. And see, they don't know this. Because women will say, "Oh, ew, gross. I don't like those guys. I don't like those muscle guys." Listen, fellas, if a woman is attracted to you and we cloned you and the clone was exactly like you, except in every way, except more muscular, 100% of women will prefer the version of you that's more muscular. 100%. If she's attracted to you already, if we clone you and the clone is 100% you, except more muscular, every single woman will prefer the larger, stronger, more dominant version. So do not listen when they tell you they don't like muscles. What they mean is when they're not attracted to a guy, if he's also muscular, it's neither here nor there. That's what they mean. And that's true. And I'm not speaking for women, but yeah. If he's a muscled up douchebag, by the way, she might still bang him, but she's not going to let him parade her around on his arm, because that's what these ladies respond to, fellas. You want to talk about what women want? I have no idea. Neither do they. I know what they respond to. They respond to being in the man that they're attracted to is got has made his arm into a crook, right? He's made his arm into a crook, and she puts her arm in his arm, and they walk together. And she's got her arm in the crook of her man's arm. That's what they respond to, fellas. I don't know what to tell you. What do they want? Don't fucking know. I know exactly what they respond to. And that ain't never gonna change. What's up, young Jim? Good to see you. Good morning to you. I do think it's interesting. Now, here's part of what happens on YouTube is because if somebody stumbles in here, I may get identified as a boomer, right? And boomers are very easy to trigger and troll from the chat, right? And I look down and there's a name I've never seen, and it says, "You're a dimwit, you are," right? Now, what I could do is explain in excruciating detail, well, actually, the government has tested me in the 99th percentile, uh, you know, meaning 1% of the country or less. Everybody in school takes the ASVAB, the Armed Services Vocational Assessment Battery. So whoever calls me a dimwit, at best, tied me on the ASVAB, because I made a 90 motherfucking 9 on the ASVAB. So is it possible for a dimwit to score 99? No. Is it possible for a super high functioning retarded person? Yes. So, sir, please refer to me properly as a retard, because retard and dimwit are not the same. So I would say you're saying something about your own self by calling me a dimwit. You're either being disingenuous, or even worse, you're unable to properly assess the phenomenon in which that you're now listening to. The phenomenon. Now, as far as in high school, I'll leave it to you to decide if I was a Chad or not. Now, I'll tell you this, that wasn't important to me. I was more of an introverted book reader, nerd, except, athletic, good at sports, and somewhat popular. And Chad is known for what? Taking home the prom queen. Well, I'm more of the, we're too cool for school. Who gives a fuck about the prom? Although I did eventually go to one of my proms. And I did not take home the prom queen. But at a certain point, uh, one of the cheerleaders in high school asked me out. So make of that what you will. We went on a date, and actually, she might have been the head cheerleader. Now that I think about it, because she wasn't the cheerleader I was the most attracted to. She asked out my best skateboarding friend. She asked out my skateboarding friend. He was better than me at skateboarding. He was the best skateboarder in the school, and I wasn't even second best. And then I think the head cheerleader asked me out, and me here. Listen to this shit. Me and her went on a date, and I did not have a car at the time, or maybe I got in trouble and my car got taken away. That actually that since I did not earn my own car, I think maybe my parents grounded me and took my car away from her. I don't know what happened. So she drove us to nearby Little Rock from my hometown. Her car broke down on the interstate, and her boyfriend came and picked us up in his Fox Body 5.0 Mustang. Whatever that means. And of course, he was older. He was like, I don't know, probably 20. So I don't know if I was going to even seal the deal. I was just kind of happy to be there. To me, it was just more of a, you know, sort of a status thing, I guess. I don't think either one of us enjoyed each other's company. I certainly had no idea what to do as far as the date itself, right? And that was certainly when I was more in the, well, what do you want to do days, right? I didn't yet understand that the lady, wants the fella to have all the plans. But we went to the mall, we went to the big mall. And, I had enough. I had enough money. I had enough money from robbing Coke machines to pay for the date. This is not an exaggeration. Because people who want to romanticize the '90s, I'm here to tell you, money was not easy to come by in the early 1990s. This would have been like 92. This would have been like 92. Hey, what's up, Raz, man? If you see any people trying to troll the chat, please go ahead and 24-hour timeout them if you would. I banned them, but it's because StreamYard doesn't give me a timeout option. Or actually it does, but I think it defaults to like a low amount. And if people don't want to come in here and listen to me brag about my high school days, that's fine. I have no issue with that. It's completely fine. It's all silliness anyway, right? Oh, give me just a moment. The earbuds are dying. I'll be right back. I'm switching the earbuds. One moment. Let's make sure we're on the earbuds. It's hard to do because I still have yet to acquire my phone. All right. I think I gotta leave and come back. Motherfucker. Give me just a moment. It'll be a bit tedious. I believe we can move it on. Mic check. Mic, mic, mic. All right, are we back? Sorry that took a little longer than I thought. What's up, Carl? Is that Carl? Oh, it's Razvan. What's up, man? Hey, my truck goes 74. I don't know if I told you that. Actually, it'll go 76, but when I hit 75, the lady voice from the driver-facing camera, by the way, starts nagging me to slow down. The truck will go 76. And none of that bullshit, lane departure warning, following too close, none of that. So we're blessed for now, anyway. All right. Yeah, man, I really enjoyed being in Los Angeles for so long. That's right up my alley. You know, being able to get all that exercise and just walk to everything. I did not go anywhere in my car. I parked my car and I only moved it when I had to because of temporarily they said no parking.
My car, man, it needs a full detail at this point. Yet another reason I'm going back to truck driving. So, again, the plan hopefully is to be able to, you know, pay for another year of car insurance, get another year of cell service, get my license renewed, get tags on the car. I'm going to have my clutch and flywheel replaced at some point. I knew to replace both ball joints, but I cheaped out and only had one ball joint replaced. And of course, like 2 days later, the other one started making noise. You know, such is life, right? So get the other ball joint replaced. She's way overdue for an oil change. You know, that's not that expensive, although it's way more expensive than it used to be, right? Shout out to the chat. Seeing some unfamiliar names. Welcome, welcome. If listening to my foolishness is your sort of content / non-tent, well, welcome. The most pressing matter that caused me to leave LA is, you know, I'm more than willing to walk around and pick up cans and bottles every day, but you know, it's a bit of a bridge too far to try to pay my car insurance month by month. You know, which is, you know, only about $3 a day, three and some change a day. That's not that many cans and bottles if you think about it. Bucket. But yeah, the area I was parking my car, there's a website where you can type in, you can, you know, click on a location, and it gives you the walk score. And out of 100, where I was at had a 96 walk score. So I love being able to walk to everything. And you know, coming back east to flyover country and spending a few days in Weatherford, Texas, until I in a Walmart parking lot. I dislike those areas. There's just none of those areas. You know, few areas in Middle America are set up for walking. They're just not. Now there might be a place to go take an exercise walk. That's not what I mean. It's like, I love being able to walk to everything. It's fantastic. Fantastic. Yeah, it'll be interesting because it looks like I'm going to chew up the free allotment. I think it's like 25 hours a month StreamYard gives you. So if I keep going live while I'm working, I'm pretty sure either we're going to have donos pay for it, or maybe at some point I'd be willing to consider it. I never minded paying for StreamYard, but they've effectively tripled the monthly price. I mean, damn near. So that ain't cool. I don't know what it costs, but I think it's like $65 maybe. I don't know what the lowest level might be. Maybe in the 40s, close to 50 maybe with tax. I don't know. I'm hoping to get a new phone also. My present phone is fine, but you know. One of the advantages of US Mobile is they're a reseller of T-Mobile. I think T-Mobile. I'm on Verizon. They're a reseller of Verizon, AT&T, and I believe T-Mobile. So if I get the right kind of phone, I'll be able to switch between the three carriers for a small fee, of course. Each time you switch, I think they charge you. But if I ever needed to or wanted to, I could switch between the carriers. And which I'm able to do on this phone, but this phone will only do the 5G ultra wideband on Verizon. There are phones that'll do, the actual 5G on all three networks. So it will work on all three. So that'd be cool. To at least have the option, right? And I do better with a larger screen phone. My eyesight, for sure. Google Pixel 6a is a smaller phone. And I don't know, once I get if I manage to accomplish all of that on this job, what will be my motivation to continue working? I don't know. It's a good question. Won't really know till if and when I get to that point. So I believe in the middle of May is the earliest I'll be able to go to Arkansas and renew my license. And then tags expire end of May. So at some point, and then in order to do all of that, I'm going to have to go up to where my mom lives and pay my property tax and do an assessment, which just involves getting a paper, or having them update in the system that I don't owe property tax, and then I can go, as long as I have valid insurance, I can go to the revenue office. And one of the things I love about Arkansas, $20 to renew the tags. And then I believe driver's license is maybe $25. Now here's a question. They don't force real ID in Arkansas, so I'm not on real ID, the federal system. Should I just go ahead and get real ID at this point? I'm meant to get a passport years ago and just never did. And I don't know that I would even leave the country. But I don't know. Back during the fake pandemic, I just assumed that I would not be willing to get on a plane and subject myself. And I'm not going to subject myself to COVID testing. So if I could be reasonably sure that I would not have to take a COVID test, I might want to go to Europe. I mean, I want to go to Europe. I've always wanted to go to Europe. And I think Razvan said to holler at him if I end up in the UK. I'll tell you where I want to go, and it's not for the reasons you might think, because I'm pretty sure I'm retired, actually. Well, I might be willing to eat some mushrooms. They've legalized psychedelic, psilocybin, or at least decriminalized it in Amsterdam. And there's no reason to leave Amsterdam or America for weed anymore. But not that there ever was, but the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam is one thing I'd like to see. And Amsterdam looks like a really cool. I'd also like to go to Vienna, Austria, and I really like to check out art. So I would like to. I don't necessarily have to go to art museums. Art museums, in my experience, are rarely that fun to visit as far as an experience. Just to check out the graffiti, or there's some of these cities in Europe are known for having interesting, like, that would be limited. I can't say I wouldn't be willing to drink a beer, but I'm talking like one pint and I'm done. So I don't know how much fun that is. socially. Having to focus on the driving briefly. But I will say this, I've said it, I'm probably going to continue to say it. I enjoy the driving, most of it. Of course, getting stuck in traffic sucks or whatever. I like this part. It's historically, it's been a lot of the shipper and receiver stuff that I haven't liked. But this company seems to have a lot of direct customer freight. So I drop and hooked, which isn't always better than live loading, by the way. But I drop and hooked on this load in Phoenix area, actually in Mesa, and then this is a drop and hook on the delivery, and then that's where the company yard is, general vicinity of the company yard. So I might be, so when I drop and hooked I hooked up to my first load, it was on the yard. So they might have a load waiting for me already, but they don't tell me that. And I guess they would if I asked. I don't know. That's where the undiagnosed fake autism is a bit of a hindrance, because I can't really tell if I'm supposed to ask or not, because I'm already sort of detecting signals that I might be sort of communicating too much with dispatch. But the company, they always say that they want more communication, but that doesn't mean that's the actual case, right? And this idea of no question is a dumb question, well, that's simply not true. That's a thing we tell people, right? To sort of put up, to keep up appearances. There's a ton of dumb. What are you talking about? That's absolutely not the case. And I got what I wanted, which is I did not want a truck with an APU, meaning I get to idle overnight, which is kind of a pain in the ass in a way. But if I manage to work through the summer, since I prefer to shut down at the hottest part of the day, or at least like I'm almost, if it's up to me, I'm almost always shutting down by 4 p.m. at the latest. So that's coming up on the hottest part of the day. Even if I shut down at 2 o'clock, if it's already 100, it's just too fucking hot. The APU cannot keep up. And I can't sleep. I don't sleep when it's hot. I just don't sleep. That reminds me of my college dorm. Shout out to Reed Hall. And it was so shitty they demolished it. Like when we moved in, they told us that this thing was slated for. No, they never. My apologies. They never demolished it. They told us they were going to demolish it, and at a certain point, I think they renovated the inside. But it was shitty, and I had a blast, of course. And it was co-ed, meaning we had floors of males and floors of females, but no air conditioning. And the story was, which may be apocryphal, but the story was it started the university allowed the ladies to choose her a letter and invite her on a date. And in fact, my grandfather probably corresponded via letter with my grandmother, my famous grandfather, because famously, the myth, the story of my family is that famously my grandfather hitchhiked from Arkansas to North Carolina, where my grandmother was from, to seek her hand in marriage, right, as a young man. And they met in college, University of Arkansas. So when I chose to live a certain lifestyle, and I've done a ton of hitchhiking. If I would mention hitchhiking to my relatives, I would always hear somebody would tell that story. Especially my dad. I couldn't bring up hitchhiking without him referencing that event. And here I am doing the same. But I suppose he wrote her a letter and informed her of his imminent arrival. Right. And this would have been, now let's think about when this would have happened. This would have been, generally speaking, when the book On the Road by Jack Kerouac was written. And these, the Beat generation was vagabonding back and forth across the country. A lot of that book is the tales, my favorite novel of all time, by the way, or at least one of them. Big fan of that novel. And a big part of that is Kerouac, and it is somewhat autobiographical. It's Kerouac and all his friends and associates just traveling back and forth all the way across the country, but in like the 40s, I guess. Like, was it pre-World War II or maybe even during World War II? I'm not exactly sure. So this would have been, generally speaking, the time my grandfather was hitchhiking. So that same road that Kerouac is talking about is the same road my grandfather would have hitchhiked, at least metaphorically the same road, right? And then, the Americans romanticizing Route 66. But I got a kick out of, at a certain point in On the Road, they were in either Mississippi or Arkansas in the Delta region where I'm from. And these good old boys, and it makes me think of somebody like my grandfather, or I have his first offspring were my uncles were twin boys, hell-raising boys, monsters, and raping and pillaging the countryside to some extent. So in the book, on country roads, the typical MO is, you're going to be driving more down the middle of the road, right? And sometimes it's going to be more of a dirt road and muddy roads, right? A lot of unpaved roads back then. And so an approaching car, so the assumption would be, right, driving on those country roads, and I've driven on a lot of country roads. is, okay, we're approaching another car, we're about to meet another car, and then at a certain point, both cars are going to move to the edges. Well, this other car never moved to the edge, and in fact, intentionally ran Kerouac and his buddies off the road, but did it to ask directions because they were, maybe had traveled to a different town. Maybe, this was still close enough to the Depression, right? Maybe, they were out of town for a job or whatever, and intentionally ran them off the road into the ditch to ask directions. And it was just, and then did not even like help them out of the ditch, just fucking left, right? I mean, imagine that. And that does sound like the sort of thing at least my uncles would have done. I'd like to think my grandfather wasn't quite cut from that cloth. I'd like to think that. Am I on the wrong road? This looks kind of, where are we? This is weird. It says we're still on the right road. Road construction's routing me all around. As my mom used to say, she created an expression in my family, all the way around Laura's, something like Laura's house, I think she used to say it. That was her expression for having to go out of your way on a car trip, going out by Laura's house. My grandmother would say it too. I was kind of strange. How does that get into the lexicon? How does that enter the lexicon? All the way out by Laura's house. Oh well. How long have we been driving? This is a long time without a bathroom break. I believe I'm coming out of the gout. I had a gout attack. I've been dealing with gout, if anybody knows what gout is. So part of that is getting off with most of my sugar. I was consuming too much sugar, although I don't think that caused it in its entirety. But another part of it is I've been drinking a ton of water, and I already drink a lot of water. So this has been the first day when I did not wake up and just immediately my body instructed me to chug a bunch of water. So listen to your body, folks. That's not advice, but it served me well. I see Slow Boy down there. Probably giving me the business. That's all right. Till it's not. Oh, Amsterdam, yeah. So, like, if I wanted to go to Amsterdam and then maybe, and you could still take the train to London, right? And maybe, I don't know how long that ride is, but the channel or whatever. And I don't know how long the train ride to Vienna or even, for some reason, I can't think of the capital, Berlin might be. I think maybe there's another city in Germany that's supposed to be a pretty, like a low-key, badass art city. Can't think of it right now. I have to look at a map. I don't know. Probably won't do it though, honestly. Probably won't happen. Oh, there's the truck stop. Probably should have pulled in there. Definitely should have pulled in there. Bad decision. Although I might have been too tempted to get more coffee. I mean, we all know what this. The end result of this is going to be a complete, return to full-fledged coffee addiction. But whatever. See, I used to be able to, while I was driving, I could look on my phone and find out what all of these exits look like before I get there. Because I can't just, out here, I ain't really nowhere can I just take a random exit. Number one, have anywhere to stop long enough to use the bathroom, or number two, every once in a while, it's just like, oh, I can't get back on the fucking interstate in a big rig from this exit. So it's like, all right, well, now what? You done? That's what. Well, I wasn't going to say what corporation I was going to today. He was around, and he used to, maybe he still does. I'm not sure, but we're on our way to an Amazon warehouse. And, I've been told in the past that they use like apps and stuff for the driver to communicate. So I'm not on the app. I don't know what to do. But I guess when I get there, I'm assuming they won't just leave me hanging. I'm guessing that somebody will tell me, at least we'll go download that app. Yes, I don't think. Yeah, it's bathroom break time. There's a local truck stop. I could have pulled in there. Is this Abilene? I think this might be Abilene. They have a Walmart with truck parking. Of course, that will be absolutely full, or it'll be a pain in the ass. It'll just be so much of a pain in the ass to get parked. It just won't be worth it. Unless I was to actually go into the Walmart and it's not even open yet. But yeah, most likely no parking at this time. This has got to have a. I want to stop on this exit, but no way of knowing if there's anywhere to stop. It's part of being a truck driver. Need to stop, can't stop. Nowhere to pull over. I missed the truck stop like a mojo. Yeah, that might have been. Now that I'm looking at it, maybe. Of course, it's pitch fucking black out here. Now, is there enough shoulder for me to cross over? Yeah, there's not. Sometimes there's enough shoulder to cross over the other side of the on ramp, but not in this case. Not in this case. Damn it. Yeah, I'm just gonna. Hey, I don't like to do this, but I'm just gonna stop on the shoulder. The traffic is light enough to it for not to be too much of a. It's just not possible to make this job. You cannot remove the danger from this job entirely. It is what it is. There's a little patch of gravel on the side, so you can see I ain't the only one that does this. Although I don't like tearing up the steer tires. Those edges, going over those edges will tear up the fucking inside of the steer tires eventually. that jagged edge of the asphalt. I accidentally went over it. Oh well. That'd be cool. Yeah, drive all over the country in your car. Yeah. You're a generous fella, Raz, man. That's for sure. And generous and hospitable. Yeah. Definitely something to think about. I appreciate the offer. That'd be pretty fucking cool. And the only way I would come over there was with money. You know, I wouldn't come over there without money. Wow, did I drive exactly 3 hours and stop? That's pretty cool. Oh, I gotta hustle up. I don't like sitting on the side like this. One moment, please. I'd kind of like to go to Ireland. I mean, I don't have to, but although it'd be pretty difficult for me to go to Ireland and not get drunk on Guinness, right? It'd be pretty tough. At least one time. Although once wouldn't kill me necessarily, but I may not. I haven't decided it. I'm pretty sure I'm off the weed forever, but you know, I'm not committing to that. And I never promised anybody that I was gonna be sober. So. My rule is if I want to drink, I'm gonna drink. That's just what it is. But since I've had some healing or a lot of healing, I have never drank anything in a 24-hour period. I've never had anything more than one 22-ounce Guinness. So, because for whatever reason, I've always been able to just have one or two. Historically, I've not been a fan of just having one or two. But, a pint of Guinness at a pub in Ireland would be pretty fucking cool. Maybe I could bond with the Irish over our both of us having funny accents. You know, from the perspective of the other person, I mean. Oh, what the hell? Okay. All right, let's get on the road, Jack. Damn, I really should brush my teeth, actually. What am I going to spit in is the question. Fuck. All right, we're doing it. Apologies, I'm not even going to be able to mute. I'm just going for it. Please forgive me. Sometimes a man's got to do what a man's got to do. Ireland's 4 hours ferry boat from Liverpool. Oh, yeah. All right. Back up to speed. Oh, Razvan, yesterday, man. Wide open road, West Texas, 80-mile-an-hour speed limit. And the signs had said that the left lane was ending. I was going 74. Nobody in front of me, nobody, just only me on the road. And it was like around a bend, sweeping curve to the left, and then uphill after that. And then the lane ended. And just forgot, right? Since I was the only thing out there, wasn't even paying attention really. And with like perfect timing, there was a couple of rigs like on a gravel fucking pull off on the right. And it's just nothing out there. I mean, there's just nothing. There's nothing out there whatsoever. And he puts his flashers on and just drives onto the interstate. You know, typically people would do like I did and just get up to at least 30 or 40 on the fucking shoulder, and then if it's safe, merge into the main travel lane. And so almost every time somebody does what I just did, goes from 0 to getting up to speed from the shoulder, if I'm jamming, if another truck's jamming at 74, you just go right by them, right? I'll stay on the left lane, you stay on the right lane, I'll just jam on past. So I'm assuming we're just jamming on past. And I don't know if he was empty or just his truck hauled fucking ass or what, but he got up to speed pretty quick. And then I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, my lane's ending, because I, of course, got over into the left lane to let him do his thing in the right lane. And hang on, we got a slow truck not being able to pass me. These hills and this heavy load, and this truck does not like to go up a hill, I can tell you that. It's not, it ain't no fan of that. So we end up to where at a certain point, I'm either going to have to basically slam on the fucking brakes. And even then, as you know, as a driver on an open road like that, I can slam on the fucking brakes. That doesn't mean he's going to keep going. He might fucking slow down too. Like, it doesn't solve the fucking danger, right? And in fact, from my perspective, it's better to keep the speed, because I can always, slow down right till I can't. Like, it's actually, good to be able to keep that speed to some extent and to maneuver with it. Once I commit to jamming on the brake, and it's just not good, because it's not good for the load, it's not good for the rig. I'm not really supposed to be jamming on the brakes. When the brakes locks up, I could lose. There's a lot of shit that could happen, right? And there's plenty of road where I'm not really worried about that we're going to crash into each other. Really, the problem is it's like he's doing everything he can to try to keep me from being able to get in front of him before we go down to one lane. Right? But again, there's no traffic. At this point, I was the only one on the road. Now me and him are the only ones on the road. Like, there's absolutely no advantage to him getting in front of me before the lane goes to one lane. No advantage. And there, I'm not. If I slow, it doesn't make any sense. Like, what's happening? And once, I guess he figures out that I'm fully committed to the thing, like I'm doing the thing, and he still does everything in his power short of like crowding me intentionally to try to just run me try to run me into where the lane's ending. It's fucking crazy, dude. Please reduce speed. It's complete insanity. Please reduce speed. Going 78 downhill. Please reduce speed. Yeah, it was It was a close call physically, you know. But fucking A, dude.
Please reduce speed.
And then you never know when that other person's gonna decide it's my fault and you know, try to chase me down or road rage. I think he only had a 70-mile-an-hour truck, so. But I still like drove probably longer than I would have otherwise, just to make sure I don't like run into this dude or whatever. It's very strange. I don't do that. It's not my MO. I don't do that to people. Yeah. Well, and I would say, you know, ultimately, you know, the type of person that will just drive. So when he pushed on his fuel pedal and went from 0, there's no way he was going more than 10 miles an hour when he drove onto the travel lane.
Right.
So he had the shoulder where he could have pulled onto the shoulder. But I think probably he just assumed there was just nothing on the road, which is strange. Yeah, there wasn't much on the road, but you know, here I am coming along. It's bizarre. And I didn't misjudge being able to pass him safely. I misjudged the, oh, that's right, my fucking lane's about to hit. That's the part I misjudged. But even then, all he would have had to do at any point was slow down ever so slightly. They're just unwilling to do that. But again, I expect people to do the dumbest thing possible at all times. I'm rarely disappointed. So there's always that.
Please reduce speed. Please reduce speed.
Yes, ma'am.
Please reduce speed.
Damn it. Stink Creek Road. All right. Well, what do you think? How long have we been doing this? 3 hours? 3 hours and 15 minutes? Well, there's really no sense in trying to sort of budget the 25 hours of StreamYard, free StreamYard, because I'm going to chew through that so fast it's not even going to matter. To try to conserve it, there's the term. So I guess realistically speaking, it doesn't really matter. I'm trying to check my battery level on the other phone. I got to get some phone mounts. Stat. Yeah, we're good. 44%. It is nice to not have to think about going and charging my power bank every day. That was the whole time I was in LA. A lot of part of my routine was involved around being able to get to a place with electrical outlets and charge up my power bank, which is a 100-watt fast charging, but meaning it charges the power bank at 100 watts. So it did not take that long, but if I ran it down far enough, it might take 45 minutes at the most. But you could get like 20% to 80% pretty fast, like maybe 20 minutes. But then, library closed on Sunday, closed on holidays. Type shit. I guess in a few weeks, if I keep working, which hopefully I do, I'm pretty frugal, so I don't just, start getting paid and then just buy everything I want to buy. So probably going to look at some point, restarting my Audible subscription. I listen to some audio books. I love YouTube, man, but it's, there's not just always stuff I want to listen to necessarily. Kind of part of the reason I'm doing this stream right now. It's like, it's either that or I'm going to end up listening.
Please reduce speed.
I'm tuned out. More and more, it seems like I'm tuned out. Checked out. Out to lunch. Millennial Steam channel. You should just be able to type in Millennial Steam channel. It should come up. I've been posting some pretty good comments. I feel like it's, my comments will probably help give him ideas sometimes. I mean, yeah, unfortunately, I just can't see the comments. I catch one every once in a while, but now it's misting rain. A lot of curves on the roads. We got plenty of traction though. One thing about this company, the pay's not that high, and they have the driver-facing cameras. But so far, everything else looks to be pretty good. And I know when I said there's no such thing as a good company, Razvan disagreed. And what I would say, and I don't know what it's like over there, it's probably not that different. But in America, what I would say is like, it's just, what I mean by there's no such thing as a good company is there's not ever going to be a company that doesn't have its bad points. Like, it's never going to be without some things that I would prefer not to accept. That's realistically what I mean by there's no such thing as a good company. I would say ultimately it comes down to what do I value, right? Because I would love to be able to go, me personally, I would love to be able to go back to a company like Snyder that I started with. But there's certain things about working for the big companies that a lot of drivers are just unwilling to put up with in the long run. For me, what I find hard to put up with is not the slow trucks. It's not the lower pay, which they don't really pay less per mile. They pay less because you sit more and you don't get the miles necessarily. But I actually like that. I would love to just live in the truck and run and just drive 8 hours a day every day. Great. These smaller companies just aren't really set up for that. And I'm not really trying to make money and work and drive. Like I love working every day. I don't need a day off. Especially if I get to use my preferred sleep schedule. But it's all the nanny state. It's all the monitoring in the cab. It's the following too close. If I follow too close for too long, I get a notification on the tablet, and the safety manager wants to call me and talk about it, right? And just the harassment of all of that. And another thing I like about Snyder is when I was there, they give you way too much time to make the deliveries. Meaning, even with a slow truck, if I just run the load like as hard as I can, like when I pick it up, then I'm gonna get there way fucking early, right? Like way early. Sometimes there's like an entire extra day built into a lot of their scheduling. I like that personally. Now, part of that is because they're training new drivers and they're hiring drivers with no experience. So they have to be able to. So when I was brand new with Snyder, they have to have loads that they can give to somebody who doesn't really know how to load plan yet. Yeah, they trained me on load planning. And I did it the way they trained me until I was proficient. Meaning I wrote it all out. I did an actual trip plan, like on a piece of paper, pen and paper. And then after a year of doing that, I could just do it all in my head, right? So now, with the so-called the better companies, which are like the mom and pop smaller companies, a lot of the time I'm getting loads to where there's just no extra time, meaning it's like, yeah, I can stop and use the bathroom, and I can stop and get a cup of coffee, but some of the loads you just have to fucking balls to the wall. But even if there's extra time, it's not much. It's certainly not. And a lot of that is, once the driver gets experience with the big companies, they don't want to sit around. They don't want to be away from their family. Well, I don't have a life in the way that other people have a life, so there's nothing for me to be away from. It's like, yeah, I'm in the truck no matter what happens. And what I found with Snyder was my entire first year, I kept meticulous records, and my paychecks after taxes was like averaged $865, right? Now, some of that was I had a garnishment. And some of that was like the first 2 months, the new driver just has no fucking idea what they're doing, so they really can't get a lot of miles. They just don't know. They're still it takes them so long to do basic tasks. And backing up took me fucking forever when I was brand new. So a drop and hook could take me in hours, literally. So it's like, it's hard to rack up the miles. But hell, I'd be happy if I averaged, I'd say I'd probably average, it'd be pretty tough for me not to average close to 1,000 after taxes. I can live on that if I'm living in a truck. I can pay all my little bit of bills. I can keep my car, oil changes, whatever my car needs, I can keep that going. And I can feed myself. I mean, what else do I need realistically? Or I can work for one of these companies like I'm working for now, but they're, 3,000 is going to be considered they're shooting for 3,000, but realistically, they're trying to get the driver to do more so that, it across the year with home time and everything, they want it to average out to 3,000 miles a week. Whereas I want to live on the road, not take home time, and not ever drive over 3,000 in a week. Or what I mean is, yeah, in 1 week it might be 3,300, but the other week will be 2,700. So for a 2-week period, I don't want to get paid for more than 6. I just don't want to. And companies, and by companies, I mean the people that work at these companies, I can stand in front of them and I can tell it to them till I'm blue in the face. They can't process that. They can't process it because I'm sort of the unicorn or the, you know, I'm just so much of an outlier, right? And in fact, I would love this job. Now, I still wouldn't call it a good company because in my world, there's no such thing as a good company. That's just my opinion, right? There might be a decent job with a company, but in my world, there's just no such thing as a good company. But I'm always, you know, skeptical. But you know, my preference is I would sorry, breathe, Ben, breathe. My work week would be 2,500 miles. That's what I would work in 1 week. I would work in 7 days. I would work 2,500 miles. That's it. And if every once in a while, you know, it worked out that I drove more, I would not complain. I wouldn't be like, hey, what the fuck? But there's just no, and this is kind of what I mean by there's no such thing as a good company. If there was a good company, I could find one and say, hey, I understand that y'all have expenses. I understand that you're assigning me a truck and I'm living in the truck, but I don't want to ever, I want to average closer to 2,700 than 3,000. You know, and in a perfect world, I want to drive 500 miles 5 days a week, or what, or divide 2,500 by 7. What's that? Or let's just call it 2,800. 400 miles a day, seven days a week. Because remember, I'm always doing free work I'm not paid for. You know, as they pay me on the miles, but if I drive the truck 400 miles 7 days a week, I'm actually performing in labor more than that, if that makes sense. And I don't have to, by the way, I don't have to, like, I could just drive slow. I could say, you know, in exchange, I'll do my best not to stop all the time to piss. I'll drive slower and I'll drive slower and work a longer day for the 400 miles so that to save the company money on fuel. Like, I'm willing to give things, right? But I already know that they're going to run me as hard as I'm willing to run. That's just trucking. Right? That's just trucking. And I haven't found a way around that, except going back to the big company who has no problem with me driving 2,500 miles a week and assigning me a truck and not trying to run my face off. However, they're going to want me to they're going to put me in a slow truck with all sorts of nanny state technology, although not a driver facing camera, interestingly. And if I'm going to want to make more money, they're going to try to get me to train, which I have absolutely no desire to do. I don't want to be in the truck with somebody else if at all possible. And then, but then what else has happened? It's another thing I mean about no good companies. My experience with trucking, I started in 2018. One of the reasons to switch from the mega carrier, so this was the conventional wisdom, was, well, get your experience with the mega carrier, get your 1 year, and then go to a mom and pop. My experience with the mom and pop is, as time goes on, the mom and pop is getting more and more of all of the so-called safety features that are pioneered by the mega carriers. Well, all that stuff trickles down. It all trickles down. You know, like the camera facing the road, the dash cam, I'm sure that all started with the big company. The electronic logs, that all started with the big company, right? So when there was an option, you know, to stay on paper logs, most of the truck drivers wanted to stay on paper logs. So that, in the back of the day, that would have been one of the advantages of the mega carrier, right? Or I'm sorry, the small carrier. And the disadvantage would have been the ELDs. I like the ELDs. They can't pressure me to work more than I want to work. Like, I got to sleep, you know. I worked my shift yesterday. I had enough time to decompress a little bit. By that, I mean about 2.5 hours I fucked around and did whatever little bit of stuff I needed to do. Had my egg drink, you know, fucked around with the phone a little bit. And then it was time to go to sleep. And then I slept less than 8 hours and woke up, and I had 30 minutes till my shift started, which it doesn't have to start right on the 10 hours. But, you know, it wasn't too long after that. It was time to start the shift. And I have no problem with that, but you know, it is what it is. I'm glad I'm on an electronic system that to where they can't make me do more than that, although they can. As we know, with the split sleeper rule, actually they can make me do more than that, which is what happened with my last company, the one before this. Good God, what a nightmare. At a certain point, I'm not exaggerating, I worked 46 out of 48 hours at a certain point. Yeah. Did I get sleep during some of that time? Yeah, I did, because I was backed into a dock at the motherfucking shipper or receiver. That's when I got my sleep. Because a lot of these places, let me calm down. In reefer, refrigerated, a lot of these places you roll in and they just kidnap you. Meaning I'm just there for hours and hours and hours. I don't know how many hours that's going to be, and I don't leave till they tell me I can leave. That's it. So with the split sleeper rule, you just end up using the split break, meaning technically I'm not driving the truck, so I'm not air quotes working, except I'm not free to go, meaning I can't go to the store, I can't go to the truck stop, I can't go, I'm just in the truck, right? So how the fuck is that me being off of work? I'm literally at the job. So how is this off time? Doesn't make any sense. And then finally, and the way I got and again, this is what I mean by you pick your poison. And the reality is, for most of these companies, not all, but most, I'm the only one who determines when that stops. And it stopped when I talked to the fleet manager and said, hey, I just worked 46 out of 48 hours. If y'all keep doing this to me, I'm just going to stop using the split break, meaning I'm just going to run a straight clock and we get the miles we get. And they know if I run a straight clock, the way they schedule the loads, there's no fucking way I'm going to pick up and deliver these reefer loads on time. It's impossible to run those loads on a straight clock without the sleeper berth. Well, guess what? Snyder doesn't even use the split break. They don't even use it. You're not allowed to use it. They don't even have the option in the software. So that limits on electronic logs how much they can torture me, right? Now, let's remember, now, people who don't know anything about truck driving would assume that, okay, well, if Benton got delayed at the receiver for 8 hours and he, with his own judgment, figured out he could just go to sleep for 4.5 of those hours, and that thus he was safe to drive at a certain point, right? Because he went to sleep for 4.5 to 6 hours. Although I'm subject to getting, they can knock on the door at any time, by the way. It's not restful sleep when you know they'll come bang on your truck anytime they fucking feel like it. That's not restful sleep. At least I'm not able to. And a lot of times I just don't sleep. I have a lot of trouble getting sleep at the shippers and receivers. You know, unless I can pull away from the dock or drop the trailer and bobtail away from the dock and go park on the property somewhere. Let me calm down. I'm getting a little worked up. And the reason I'm getting worked up is there's no reason for things to be this way. And I know because I've delivered a reefer load. I've delivered in Pottsville, Pennsylvania, to Tyson Foods, who runs their own fleet, by the way. And they have you drop the trailer. And then at that point, I don't know this because I've never been there. Well, now, since I'm bobtail, I can just do whatever the fuck I want. I can park the bobtail and they're not going to come bang on my truck. You know, I can fuck off to Walmart and do my grocery shop. Like I'm free to fucking go, right? I can just take a 10-hour break, and then at the end of the 10-hour break, if my trailer's empty, I can just roll the fuck out of there on a new shift, on a new clock, right? Why isn't it that way everywhere? Which leads me to believe a lot of these places, especially these grocery warehouses that they accept both refrigerated and dry freight. It's on purpose. It's set up to torture the driver, right? So when I deliver to like a Food Lion warehouse, they run their own fleet, but their fleet only delivers to their own stores. They don't give a flying fuck about how us over the road drivers are treated. They just don't. It's not their concern. How my clock, the management of my clock is not their problem, right? If I get restful sleep or not, it's just not their problem. Well, if I'm at Food Lion for 8 hours, there's no pay for that. Now, the industry lies and says, oh, yeah, you get detention, which is you get detention after the first 2 hours, which is true. If my company gets detention from the broker, and brokers did not get, if they're successful, they didn't get to be profitable and successful by paying out motherfucking detention. See what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? And then how do I know? The company just says, so when I call the company, I'm like, hey, I was supposed to get detention on this load. All the company's going to say is, oh, and I'm like, why didn't I get paid detention? All they say is, oh, yeah, the broker wouldn't pay it on that. And so now I'm in negotiations with my company, and all I can do is just be like, well, y'all better pay me or I'm going to have to find another job. Ultimately, that's my only power, right? And furthermore, the trucking industry, the companies, and this is what I mean by there's no such thing as a good company. What they do is they tell me to let them know anytime I'm now eligible for detention. And what they try to pretend like they have no fucking idea where their trucks are and for how long. Of course they know I'm at Food Lion for 8 hours. Nothing is stopping them from just keeping all of the detention, right? And just lying to my motherfucking face and saying, oh, well, they just didn't pay it on that. Oh, okay. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm the detention department, meaning I'm expected to keep track of it and keep track of how many hours and find somebody at the facility to initial. So I'm supposed to write on the bills what time I got to the facility, have them initial it, then what time I leave, have them initial it. And of course, if I forget to do that and I'm not willing to just forge it, and I'm not, well, the first thing the broker's going to say is, well, where is it? I don't see initials on the bill that says what time he got there and what time he left. Motherfucker, everything's electronic. The broker forced me to download software onto my phone so that they could track me en route, right? They know exactly where my truck was the whole way. They know exactly how long I was at that shipper or receiver. Furthermore, my company knows exactly how long I was at that shipper and how long I was at a receiver. Exactly, because we got GPS on the truck. So just however long I was there, subtract 2 hours and pay me for that. See, it's already a game. So Benton, being a strategic thinker, said, well, I know how pissed off I'm going to get the first time they tell me, oh, well, they just didn't pay attention. And I'm going to get pissed off. So I said, fuck it. I'm just not going to track it. And my entirety of my truck driving career, I just don't turn in I don't ever ask for detention. And guess what? They don't ever just pay me for it. Now, am I to believe that they are allowing brokers to detain their truck for up to 6 hours or longer and not make the broker pay? And I don't know, maybe the conditions are in the truck driving industry are such that maybe they don't. I don't fucking know. I have no idea. But see, if I ask for it, it's only ever going to it'll be put back on me. Well, did you do this? Well, did you do that? Well, what about this? Well, what about that? I don't know. I'm just a crazy person who thought this was a great country and I'm a free American. And if they can't unload me in 2 hours, I just assumed I'd get the $10 to $15. I mean, call me crazy. Because they say detention pay after 2 hours, $10 to $15. What they don't say is asterisk, provided all of the following conditions, terms and limitations apply, right? Because if there was fine print, if there was an asterisk and then there was terms and limitations and these conditions apply, I would take one look at it as a person who understands legalese and say, okay, well, I'm just never going to get that, right? Don't fucking lie to me. Don't fucking lie to me and tell me I'm going to get a thing I'm never going to get. Now, you know what Snyder does now? They just pay hourly, right? Snyder's just went to hourly, meaning no matter what, I get paid for my time with the shippers and receivers. If I'm only there 2 hours, they pay me for the motherfucking 2 hours. Can you believe that? If I'm there 8 hours, they pay me for the motherfucking 8 hours. Yeah. But we have this idea, oh, big company bad, little company good. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. That is not always the case. It is not always the case. And by the way, I think this is an example of my mood is worse when I drink coffee because this is my first day. I drink, not my first day, but yesterday I had half and half. So I made a 16 ounce, but it was half decaf, half regular. Today I made half decaf, half regular, but I went a full 32 ounces. And I can tell I'm getting cranky, which is, it's better for the broadcast in a way. By the way, feel free to hit the Cash App and Venmo. It's not, I failed to put it in the listing. It's $ Benton303, or the Venmo is at Benton303, or you can email me, bentonja@protonmail.com. All donations will go to a monthly, 1 month of StreamYard, which I believe is somewhere between $50 and $65. Eventually, I will probably have earned enough money where I will just pay for it as I've done in the past, although it was much more affordable in the past. But in the short term, I'm very quickly going to hit the 25 hour for 1 month limit of free StreamYard. So, yes, I can talk, so that's a thing. But probably going to have to quit coffee again. I mean, this is, I don't know, or just limit it to, although if I start getting cranky again, just out of nowhere, I'm definitely cutting it off. Although trucking and caffeine go quite well together, I'm just saying. But yeah, I mean, the company should just pay me, and I should never hear anything about a broker. And that's another thing about this company. It's only my 4th day on the job, but nobody has said anything to me about a broker. And with my second company, and with Schneider, I dealt with brokers, but not very often. And it got so bad with my second company during the fake pandemic. So I was already angry and irritated and agitated and freaked out and beside myself because of the, the upheaval in society because of the fake pandemic. At a certain point, it got to where if I had to call a broker, they'd say, how are you? And I'd say, I'm talking to a broker. I'd say it just like that, meaning I can't be doing too good. I'm calling you. right? I'm talking to a broker, or I'm talking to the broker, you know. And I'm just not willing to live that way anymore. And I'm seeing now definitely, if I'm going to manage my caffeine crankiness, I'm going to have to avoid certain topics such as this one. Right. Probably going to have to go back to no coffee. That's a shame. Or I could control myself and do half and half, 8 ounces of actual coffee. Now, part of that was I did not want to waste the coffee out of the machine. You know how they have these machines that they grind the beans and brew the coffee right there? Well, that thing will not brew less than 16 ounces. So to do half and half decaf, I've got to make a 16-ounce cup of decaf, and then I got to make 16 ounces of machine coffee, or I got to take whatever's in the urn. And I'm a fancy boy, and I've gotten spoiled, and I will drink the urn coffee, but only if that's the only option. So, and I hate to waste stuff. So the idea of just pouring out half of this freshly brewed coffee is, I just don't want to do that. So today I said, fuck it, I'm just going to see what happens if I throw down an entire 16-ounce cup of coffee. I think we're seeing it right now. Cranky old man energy. Cranky old man energy. But if I'm going to fully master my emotions, which is one of my goals, I've said before, I'll say it again, if I live long enough, I will fully master my emotions. I guess that includes irritation and annoyance without crashing out, right? At least I'm aware of it in the moment. But anyway, when I say there's no such thing as a good company, it's my opinion, right? So when people disagree, that's, I want to avoid something we see in the panel verse in the so-called truth community where, now there has to be a debate. And I don't mean you, Razvan, I just mean in general. Where, okay, well, now we got to hash this out. We got to have a debate. We got to argue. And believe me, I enjoy arguing. That's not the issue. I like a good argument to some extent, although less and less as time goes on. But I like a good informal back and forth. But you know why? At the end of the day, it's unlikely that the other person's going to change their mind, and I'm probably not going to change my mind. So really, it just becomes performative. So why bother? And Razvan, I'm sure. See, I'm no count, right? Meaning I don't have a reputation other than safe driver. I don't have an actual reputation as a truck driver as far as an employee. So I think Razvan has probably established himself in the industry, I'm assuming. And Razvan probably has networked and created relationships. And, I haven't done that. I haven't burned bridges necessarily, but well, I have in certain cases, but I haven't, some people burn every bridge. I'm not a bridge burner, except I do just, at times it's like a byproduct of just living my life. But I don't burn every bridge. However, I haven't concerned myself with networking. And it's not because I'm above it. It's because part of it is the super high functioning retard. Like, I can be charming, right? I can be affable. I can network with people, but at a certain point, they're going to understand that I'm a weird, strange, odd person, and I'm going to say things that are strange and off-putting, and I'm not going to know that I'm saying things that are strange and off-putting, right? And I'm not even that concerned about it. And, the fact is, in the context of networking and relationships, I'm handicapped. realistically, all I can do is sort of play everything at a surface level, and they're still going to detect the weirdness anyway. Right. I'm actually kind of better off like leading with the weirdness. So on this job, you know, it's probably better that I showed up in a car that anybody that knows what to look for could take one look at and say, oh, he's been living in that car. Right. I mean, it's just beyond question. You take one look at the Nissan Versa hatchback. Oh, he's been living in that Versa. And then I had not showered for about 3 months. Again, I wasn't stinky. I had washed my face, right? I had, washed my armpits, but I literally did not stand underneath a shower head for at least 2.5 months, minimum, right? It was warm enough that day. I was unable to hide usually I wear the beanie because my hair's growed out longer. I just went in there with the crazy hair. I just said, fuck it. You know, when I first showed up, I had the beanie on, but as soon as the temperature rose, I just took the beanie off and ran my fingers through my hair. And it was just like, hey, I came in the office. I was like, hey, sorry about my crazy hair. You know, it is what it is. I want to tell you. You know, I think it's better because, you know, I can hide all that, but they're going to figure it out anyway. Right. So the question becomes, can I provide enough value to the business to where putting up with my idiosyncrasies is worth it? Because by the end of the day, I annoyed the fuck out of the guy that was running the orientation. I can assure you that it was obvious, and I almost was just like, "Hey, man, like I can tell I'm getting on your nerves, like you know." But then that just makes it worse for him, because really, if I do that, you know, that's probably only going to work to my benefit in some way, right? It's like actually compassion and empathy is for me to, you know, be aware of it and try not to exacerbate it. But just by me being me, I'm annoying the fuck out of this dude. And there's really nothing I can do about it. And that is the super high functioning, retarded, undiagnosed fake autistic person. That's what that is. That's what that is. Because there was a driver in the orientation with me, and she has like experience, and you know they had us take we had to do these like 6 programs of like computer learning. It was a fucking pain in the ass, and you have to pass a multiple choice test at the end of each one of these things. And even I found some of the tests difficult. Well, the lady that was in there with me, culturally, you could tell she's allergic to or schooling, right? Well, and the ex-wife number 2 was this way, allergic to anything that seemed like schooling or books like to read for enjoyment. So these people typically practice a strategy of avoidance. So when the guy who's hiring me tells me, hey, I do need you to have all this completed, have all this computer learning completed by the time you get here for orientation, right? And, you know, they always blame it on insurance, which probably is for insurance. Well, so I, of course, showed up with it all completed at 10 a.m. They told me to report at 10 a.m. I got there at 9:30 with all of it done. She didn't have it done. And she may very well be a better truck driver than me. That's probably the case, actually, most likely. Probably is a better truck driver. Pretty high chance. But so the person who's capable because of how they are with their personality and their neurodivergence, so-called, who can just do all things that the insurance corporation hitting these various metrics, that's also the person who's going to annoy the fuck out of you. It's the same person. You can't separate I'm unable to remove the part of my humanity that annoys the fuck out of people, and simultaneously retain the part that people love, the part where I'm sure he would prefer if every single driver showed up on time or early in their own car. He had to go pick up the other driver because she flew in, which is fine. She flew in because she's just going to immediately drive to where she's from in Ohio, and she's going to truck. In typical conservative, greatest country on earth, we love us in America. We served in the military, which, hey, God bless the United States. My dad was a big fan of the Marines, so. But then later on, he had to get in my truck after I had just physically grabbed all my homeless bullshit out of my homeless car, and now a homeless man has moved into their truck, and it's just nothing's organized. All my belongings are on the bunk, the mattress of the bunk, right? Back there, right? Well, so now when he's in the truck, it's just back there. By the way, the curtains would be closed except vapor, and there curtains. So when they sent this truck to the shop, people aren't detail oriented, since people in general, it's like, okay, problem solved. Yeah, except who's gonna install the curtains? Oh, well, we just assumed that you curtains. Okay, sure he's not, or her. Sure, why would they? They want to work on turbos and rebuilding engines and replacing. They want to work on cool shit. They don't want to replace fucking. They don't want to go into even if it's been cleaned, a nasty ass fucking inside of a nasty ass truck, and install some pain in the ass curtains. So they're still back there because at some point I'll have enough downtime. I'll fucking install them. Who cares? And I won't say one goddamn word about it. Some drivers wouldn't have left the fucking yard without those curtains installed, even if the guy who was running the orientation, even if he had to physically do it himself, they'd stand there and watch him do it, and they'd say, "Well, that's not my job." See, I'm not that way. I'm not one of them people. So when there's something to be done, such as when they had me choosing between trucks, uh, the truck I was going to choose over this one, uh, when I was finally committed to a truck, the first thing out of their mouth was, well, the lady that works with him, and they're a married couple, well, she's on the ball. She is detail oriented, right? Although she's human, so she probably just, in her human fallibility, did not realize the thing about the curtains. She's on top. I can tell she's on top of details. So the first words out of her mouth is that one needs a PM. So then it's like, so then he's like, yeah, you can just, they start telling me where to take the truck to get the PM, right? Well, I don't get fucking paid for that. I don't pay on piecework, right? And I've had real bad luck at Love's. They want me to take the thing to the Love's and get a PM. Well, okay, I probably will. So now I'm starting to reconsider the truck I'm in right now, because I'm like, well, it was close anyway, and I had to make a decision. So now I'm like, well, you know what? On second thought, And see, when somebody's, and these people, they drove trucks, so they know how it is. They were a husband-wife, team, actually. And so they understand that if they send me to the shop for a PM, yeah, it could take many, many hours. And they also understand I could just drive right back and be like, well, I can tell, I took one look at it, and it's going to be 5 hours. So what's our plan B, right? But I've also had it to where with the previous company, they called me up while I was driving and said, hey, that trailer needs inspected. Just go ahead and stop into Love's on your way here and get it inspected. They left it up to me when to do it, but on my way back. So I pulled into Love's. It seemed like it wasn't busy. 3 motherfucking hours. Well, if a person's never driven a truck and they work in an office, in their world, it's like the TV commercial or it's like the marketing. Like I just pull up, they roll out the red carpet, a team of fucking technicians just immediately hops to and does the job, right? Which that's fine. I'm willing to work for free. I'm not even, it's okay. I'll just drive in there, right? If it took a normal amount, even if I have to wait, even if they're like, yeah, just go ahead and get parked or whatever, we'll let you know. But if I can tell they're actually working, right? If I can tell, okay, the techs are actually working, the lady at the counter is actually doing her job. Here's been my experience at Love's more often than not. I come in, there's nobody there. Maybe there's another person standing around. There might be a trucker standing around shooting the shit, right? Maybe there's a couple of people at the counter. The techs are out in the bay pretending to work, okay? I have a personality. I'm becoming better and better at just not utilizing my personality, but probably because of the Jehovah's Witness programming, I have a personality, right? So then, really, I'm not even, this is not my goal, but as I'm talking with the person behind the counter, I'm also trying to get information. I'm always going to use my charm and my people skills. I'm never going to ask them to work on my truck first, but they might just choose it, right? Who knows what they might do? Well, the next thing the guy's putting me on the computer and he's explaining to me all of the reasons why it's going to take a long ass time, right? Well, pretty soon I come to understand why it's going to take a long ass time because I'm cutting. Pretty soon, me and whoever works there, especially if it's a male, but even if it's a female, like we're cutting up. Now we're having social hour. Well, the techs are out there. They're not working anyway. They're out there pretending to work. Well, guess what? They pretended to work long enough. Well, now it's break time. Now they get to come into the office. Now they get to come into the retail area and stand around for 15 minutes and call it their break. Right. So now it's like, okay, well, now I know they're just going to do it whenever they fucking feel like it. It's not that they're slam busy. They're just going to do this whenever they fucking feel like it. It's like, all right, well, I'm not mad at them because I understand they are working for a gigantic corporation who's exploiting the fuck out of them for low pay, bad working conditions, and the corporation is wringing every little bit of value out of them that it can. And increasingly, these are, Gen Z and millennials and Gen Z, and they did not, the younger millennials, the ones who were born later in they're, are similar to Gen Z. They never drank the corporate Kool-Aid around busting your ass to make a rich company richer, right? They're not down with that. So, and this is just the corporate structure. And by the way, when they themselves take their money to a corporation, this is also their experience, So why in the world, if their paycheck looks exactly the motherfucking same, Why would they hop to? Because Benton rolled in. Now here's Gen X Boomer Benton. Now I'm able to have an attitude of, you know, looking at them with a stern look, and y'all better get to work. Guess what? That only works on people who are younger, who grew up and were indoctrinated to do the right thing on the job and to, be seen in a certain light by their parents and their older siblings and all of this, or they're going to be shamed, right? Well, guess what? They're just doing the job anyway. So realistically, it's never going to come a time when I need to fucking get tough with them and be like, hey, what the fuck is going on here? Like, what is this? You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just never going to happen. So why would I want, and by the way, I don't mind sitting around doing nothing for between 2 and 4 hours. I don't want to do it and not be able to be in my truck. Because remember, insurance runs everything. So when I take the truck to the shop, if it takes 2 to 4 hours, I can't be in my truck. I got to find something to do. I got to walk around a truck stop for 2 to 4 hours or whatever might be accessible in walking distance. Right? Welcome to Hell Realm. And for no pay. For no pay. So what happens is, as soon as the driver becomes disgruntled, like I did, we just stop doing that. So like on when I worked for this company before this, ART Transportation, really the only company I've ever worked for that I will badmouth. I don't recommend any company, but part of that is I also don't badmouth companies that I've worked for. But this one, and I am going to have to stop and take a break at some point, or I will I'll hit morning rush at the worst possible time going into DFW. So we're coming up on that pretty quick. It's already 6 o'clock. Probably Weatherford TA. Now I'm doxing my location, so I guess if anybody's I don't think that's gonna happen, but it's possible that's where I will be in the near future. Weatherford TA, although not necessarily. Probably shouldn't say that on a live broadcast. Alphabet, Google, YouTube's help it. So like with ART Transportation, my brand new international truck that I really liked, except it had an APU. It's a great truck. Love that truck. Awesome truck. If I was to just go pick out a brand new truck, honestly, pretty close to what I would pick out, not even bullshit, for myself. Because it had the, well, I don't even want to get into why, but yeah, it's what I like. But either way. So I just dropped the truck off at the yard, took most of my bullshit out of the truck, and then just got in my car and drove to the motel, the motel I used to live stream from. Drove to the motel and just didn't say nothing to nobody, right? Because they knew I was bringing the truck back to go in the shop. Well, like the next day, or maybe later that day, my fucking dispatcher is like, hey, when are you taking the truck to Penske? I was like, I'm not. That ain't my, I don't get paid for that. I'm not taking the truck to Penske. What are you talking about? And so somebody had to drive that truck down there. So it was going in the shop because the brand new truck from day one, the factory air conditioner for the driver never worked. And I had the truck it was brand fucking new. I was the first one to drive it as far as on the job. Brand new truck. So then they fixed it and it worked for about 2 days and it went out again. So then the next time, we're like, hey, they talk to me now. I'm just in fucking walking around town for an undetermined period of time, right? I slept in the parking lot. I was the first one in that day. But, these mechanics, they're just going to do whatever they're going to do. It's up to the mechanic. He's going to just work on whatever he wants to work on, and it was there effectively all day. Oh, and while this is happening, I'm like, what are y'all doing? They're booking me loads. We don't even know if the truck's good. But again, if a person's never driven a truck and they're in an office, it's just like, well, yeah, Penske said they're going to have it fixed today, and they're going to have it fixed today. Okay. Okay. Let's see how that works out. How that worked out is they fixed it again. It worked for 2 days, and it stopped working again. Yeah. And probably, I almost guarantee you, it ended up at an international dealer, and they just replaced the entire air conditioner. Or if that Penske shop was set up for warranty service, they probably just said, fuck it, just replace all of it. I bet that's what ended up happening. And that's my thing is, like, I'm considerate. I'll take one for the team. I'll work for no pay right up until I won't. And then it's like, what do you mean? When am I dropping the truck off at Penske? What are you talking about? Oh, and we lost an entire day. I forgot about this. We lost an entire day because I was still new with the company, and they didn't tell me that it had to go to the Penske. We had our own in-house shop. I put it in our in-house shop. I checked it in with our in-house shop, and then it was like, I checked with them. They're like, well, yeah, we don't work on that. That's got to go to Penske. Oh, I appreciate it. Thanks. Right. And so meanwhile, I'm the truck driver, and I'm expected to manage all of these things. Right. But I haven't ran into any of that with this company. So what I'm not going to do is hold this company liable for the sins of my friends. But but just as a driver, I am going to be expected to do things like this. Not get paid and just stand around with my thumb up my ass and not even be able to be in my truck, for an indefinite amount of time while the truck gets serviced. Or when I get in good with them, once I prove myself and I've been on the job a few months and they're truck drivers, I can say, well, what do you think about, this is team player business. I'd be like, hey, is it possible, can I just take home time? Can we coincide this with me just taking home time? I'll drop the tractor off. I'll jump in my personal vehicle And when I come back, it'll just magically all be fixed, right? Which is also what I did at Snyder. Once I bought a car, and that was the first car I had bought since I became homeless, actually. And once I had the original white Nissan Versa, it was just like all I had to do was take home time, check the tractor in with the shop, and then come back and it's done. Like, why wouldn't it be that way? Yet another advantage of the big company. Now, if it happens en route, that's a different thing. Like, it's just if the shit's got to get fixed en route, it's just got to get fixed en route. That's just how it is. Like, nobody can do anything about that. You know, and this is when I hear somebody say America never was great, right? Well, I will say this: back in the days when people thought America was great and truck driving was seen as this noble, you know, American, long haul trucking, this very American, you know, in the cultural zeitgeist type of thing. Yep, owner. Oh, that's UPS. Why is he not passing? UPS pulling doubles, hanging out in the left lane, not passing. That was weird. I don't know what's going on there. Probably distracted driving. But what would happen is that was the days of full service. So the truck driver would have an amount of money, right? He would have, it was all long distance. The trucker was just out on the road and there wasn't no company in the cab with him. So he pulled into the truck stop, and the way the economics worked is a literal team. Now, I'm sure this is apocryphal. I'm sure this didn't happen everywhere, but there would be truck stops where the trucker would pull up to the fuel, and you got, you know, local people uh, immediately jumping out, checking the tire pressure, airing up the tires, you know, checking the oil. And part of that is trying to drum up business because, you know, if there's a shop on the premises and there needs to be a repair, right? You know, a lot of this in the old days was about we got to get this business. Well, I think it's important to note America, we're past that. America was built longer. The system doesn't need that anymore. So that's gone, right? There's no more of that. That's no. These these corporations really don't. They really don't. So what has happened is that these see in the past it was the businesses adapting to the needs of the customer and being time. Well, I don't know when I got kicked off, but I was going into a diatribe on American capitalism in general. But since I don't know where I got kicked off, uh, I'll have to abort that mission. We're probably coming up on my stop anyway. Let me see. Yeah. Hang on, let me check the signs here. No, we're not quite as close as I thought. Got about another hour of driving. If I'm going to stop where I think I'm going to stop. Oh, what? Wait a minute. Maybe I can read this. I was only gone for 15 seconds. I think that's what you said. Okay, well, so the businesses, when America was being built up to what it is presently, that was a form of something, actual capitalism, although I'm sure it was corrupt and bastardized. I'm not going to lionize or idealize it. But I'm pretty sure that's what people refer to when they talk about American greatness, was that, people could, at a certain point, if they were willing to do what it took, could get a job. And if they wanted to be upwardly mobile, it was possible, right? Now, you still had many, many, many folks living in poverty, of course. But, I was giving the example of the trucker pulling into the truck stop and there being attendants, to check the fuel pressure, put fuel in the air pressure rather, put air in the tires, fuel up the truck, basically telling the driver, okay, we got you, go ahead and, get inside, get your, do what you got to do so we can get you back on the road. And that was an idea of keeping an America moving, if it really was that way. And I wasn't there, but I suspect it was that way to some extent. Let's keep the ball rolling. Let's do the damn thing, right? And it's probably more of a camaraderie and we're all in this together. An actual we're all in this together. Not a post-capitalist dystopian hellscape. Right? So once America got built up to a certain point, and then as the corporations were, for whatever reason, permitted to take over everything, right? And when the people went along with the corporations taking over everything, right? Now we're in a point where, in the old days, again, the businesses competed by meeting the needs of the consumer and competing on that basis, and price, of course, and convenience and all of these things. Service. But once the corporations, it grew to a large corporation level, now it's the opposite. Now it's for me to fit myself into the corporate structure, even if I'm the one technically being served, right? These companies will give lip service. They will give lip service to the driver. None of this can happen without the driver, except, well, pretty soon it probably will be, right? As autonomy, and by the way, there's already self-driving trucks. It's not perfected to where it can replace me fully. Because believe you me, day one, when it's possible to replace me with a machine, they're absolutely going to replace me with a machine. And they meaning the system, including the company that employs me, right? So based on corporate structure, my employer can never care about me. It's not possible, right? Because the corporation is looking forward to the day when it no longer has to deal with me, right? It's looking forward to that. Because in some way, I'm a link in the chain, I'm the weak link in the chain from the corporation perspective. Right? I'm the weak link in the chain. And if the corporation is, making its, strongest chain possible, at some point I am the weak link as just a human being, right? Now, what the Make America Great, MAGA, Bomb and Apple Pie, American exceptionalism folks, they're unwilling to accept what I'm telling you. Now they will accept that this is the way things are, but everything will be blamed on the Democrats, right? As if I can't as if it's not possible to say, well, actually, it's Democrats and Republicans have worked together to assist in things becoming the way they've become. You know, this idea that, well, if the Republicans take over, it will no longer be the way Benton's describing. What are you talking about? Huh? What? What? Well, and then it seems to me like MAGA is unwilling to, they just put their head in the sand. And, you know, if they're willing to, okay, we believe what you're telling us, that sounds horrible. Obviously, things don't have to be this way. Things shouldn't be this way. But they will put it into, it's all going to be fixed. Why would it be fixed? What's going to happen is corporations are going to continue to be served above and beyond everything else. Because rich folks are going to continue to be served above and beyond everything else. And corporations, truck driving, the movement of goods, goods and material, and raw products, right? You know, retail goods, raw materials, all of these things. That's all in corporate structure, right? And the government regulates it, right? And the corporations and the government work together with said regulation. And at no point, basically, what corporatism demands is that the workers perform the labor at exactly the worst conditions that worker will tolerate. Now, the thing is, labor exists as a pool. So what that means is, you know, what I went through with my last job, I was simply unwilling at a certain point to tolerate the conditions. So I quit. But the reality is, there are people who are willing to work under those conditions, who also meet the criteria. So somebody is in that truck, unless they've had to turn it back in. It was a lease truck. Right? And when they tell me as a company driver, when I'm basically telling them like, hey, this is why are you expecting me to run northeast to northeast, meaning why do y'all think I'm going to deadhead from Pennsylvania, pick up in New York, and then I don't know, where am I delivering? Vermont? Like I can look at a map and, you know, pretty well understand that, you know, this is northeast to northeast. Like, what are you doing to me? Right? I'm supposed to pick up in the northeast and then leave the motherfucking northeast. So pick up outside the northeast, go into the northeast, drop the load off, pick up in the northeast, leave the northeast. That's what I agreed to do. I remember sitting around an office, a way too nice office, with everybody in there in their way too nice clothes and their way too good hygiene for truck driving. It turned me off as a homeless person. I was turned off by it. And it's not that way with this company at all, thankfully. It's proper hygiene, but it was almost a fashion show, a ridiculous Arkansas version of a fashion show down there. I took one look at my 30-year-old dispatcher's way too white veneers and knew this was not the place for me, right? And in fact, if I wasn't desperate, and shout out to Millennial Steam, if I wasn't desperate, or really I wasn't, I'm never desperate, but I allowed myself to fall into such a fear state that I was acting out of desperation, just to put it more correctly. I was behaving out of desperation. all the signs were there to run in the other direction. But I had particular reasons for taking that job with that company. And I got a lot of grit and gumption and determination. And I knew I might only work 2 months and quit anyway. I also understood that, so how bad could it be? Well, pretty fucking bad. So when I started pushing back on them with some of what they were asking me to do after promising me, right, although I don't believe it till I see it, and well, their pushback was, well, you know, the rates are in the toilet, so you just have to go along with this because the rates are in the toilet. The rates are in the toilet. And of course, my retort to that is, number one, I ain't got to do shit but live and die, motherfucker. Number two, I'm a company driver. I don't give a flying fuck what the rates are. And part of that is when the rates are sky high, the company keeps all the profits and pays me the same. They don't cut me in. I'm not blessed into profit sharing. So why am I cursed in because the rates are in the shitter? And it's not my problem that the company who built a brand, actually, I think they took over one of these churches that built like way too nice of a building and couldn't sustain it. So they got a deal on this property, converted it over to a trucking company and a brokerage, by the way. The fact that half the building was a brokerage was a bad sign. Because I fucking hate brokers. And of course, you know, they're going to fake it till they make it. And the owner inherited the company. He's a Nepo baby. You know, 30-something Arkansas Nepo baby that inherited a trucking company from his parents who either retired or died or both. I don't know what happened. Either way, they turned the keys over and basically said, we don't want to hear nothing about it. It's yours. You know, he probably worked in it his whole life. You know, good on your luck. You know, hope you have luck. You know, good luck to your partner. And you can go watch this guy. Here's America for you. And again, this is the reddest of the red, Nepo baby, and he partnered with that. What's it called? This might have showed up in y'all's feed if you ever watched trucker content. That Mother Trucker, that Asian dude, it used to be called the Asian My Show. He partnered with that guy, and he paid that guy money, and that dude showed up to the facility, and they did like a whole episode about the company in a driver recruiting effort. And part of it was the owner, who inherited the business, told the story of how, like, the majority of their business was with one customer, and shortly after his daddy turned it over to him, that customer was basically like, yeah, that's great, but, you know, we're not giving you this business anymore, right? Which is probably, you know, Arkansas culture. You know, maybe his daddy fucking told him to do that. Who knows? I have no idea. Like, the timing is suspect, right? And, you know, sink or swim. That is, culturally, that's a very Arkansas thing. Like, let's throw baby boy in the deep water and see if he can swim, right? And it turned out he could, at least to some extent. Good on him. Credit to the man. But a lot of it was about him, and I'll find this, you know, this is searchable on YouTube. It's ART Transportation. If you type in ART Transportation and mother trucker, it'll probably come up. And a lot of it is him getting interviewed with his perspective, what would be his hot Latino wife, right? And these people are so fucking creepy that at a certain point, I was down there at the way too nice offices, and I'm trying to track down who was also a really young fella, and seemed to know what he was doing though. A wife who I didn't find attractive at all, by the way. And I'm just the dirty. From their perspective, I'm the dirty, fucking unwashed trucker. Why am I even in there? But then they're having to LARP and pretend like we're all family here and blah 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 blah. But I can tell when people don't want me around. And at a certain point, I'm just walking around like looking for this dude, and she happens to be going the same direction as me, and I can feel and tell that she thinks I'm just following her around. Because remember, in her world, she's the hot Latina, and all the truckers, are going to be going goo goo gaga. Like, I'm not even kidding, right? And I just say, hey, I'm not following you. I'm looking for so and so, and I'm still new with the company. Like, I don't really know like the ins and outs of this company. It wasn't going to be soon after that I was going to be. I would just do anything to avoid setting foot in that building, which is probably how they want it. So when people don't want me in there, but they have to tolerate me, they behave, right? They treat me like in a very specific way that I'm not a fan of. I don't like it. And I haven't been treated that way, to this point. So that's good. Just, dude, complete insanity. And the lady, and a lot of this comes out of the social media age. The safety chick at that company was 40 something, Arkansas lady, close to my age, but a little younger. And I can tell by the way she dresses, she's doing whatever it takes to maintain her figure, right? But based on Arkansas, real made up, real done up. Again, attractive, but not again. I can choose. If I need to, if I want to, I can find a woman. It's not going to be her. She's married. Like, what are we even talking about? There's the picture of the kid. Obviously, she's got this teenage son he's graduating, going off to college. I know that whole thing. That's a very specific thing culturally. So, well, also, what is a very specific thing nowadays is at some point there's going to be a divorce. Most likely, I'm not wishing that on them. I'm not manifesting that. And part of that is this chick was like attempting to get my attention. Like, she's trying to get male attention from me. Well, if she's getting male attention from me, she's trying to get male attention everywhere she goes, right? This is something I've learned about ladies, and part of my own, arrogance is, in the past I would think, well, okay, this lady, I'm so awesome, that, and my friends are such bozos. No, it's that this woman is she's wanting attention from any male that she finds attractive, right? So I do meet the minimum standard for some of these ladies of attractiveness. So I'm getting the fucking signals from her, and I'm like, this is fucking weird. And actually, here's another part of why I knew that I wasn't going to be able to make it with this company. Is it got a little flirtatious because we were communicating, through text, but for job purposes. And it started to get a little flirty and non-work related. And in my world, it's like, I'm here to work. Like, this is getting creepy. And the fact that I'm starting to detect that if I started putting the moves on this lady, like, it would be a possibility potentially. It's like, I don't know about this. This is fucking weird. And if anybody doubts me, what I'll say is I was with my second wife for 10 years. My second wife is way hotter than this chick. And, you know, we're all close to the same age, although I think this chick was probably like 44, 45, and I was like 48 about to turn 49. My second wife, ex-wife number 2, is like close to a year older than me, right? 74 instead of 75. So that tells you anything. If we doubt my ability to pick up the cues, right? Right. And my second wife, I met in Arkansas. She grew up on a chicken farm in Arkansas, and she's good looking enough that she's treated like a literal 10 in Arkansas. So if you think that the guy she chose to get with after she divorced her first husband, meaning the guy she chose to have a relationship with being me, I was her Chad in a way. If you really think that guy can't read the fucking signs, I don't know what to tell you. You know, if that's somebody else's experience, that would never happen in their life, that has nothing to do with it. It just doesn't have anything to do with it. It does not intersect with my life in any way. Like, you're free to believe that or not. But this is how people are now. And remember, this is Bible thumping, church going, Arkansas born and raised, good God fearing. Can you believe how immoral the Democrats are? Biden's poopy diaper Americans. That's these people epitomize that. Epitomize it. Can you believe it? Well, I can believe it because I experienced it. I saw it. And so you're never going to convince me that these people are morally superior to all the freaks on the left. I would say behind closed doors, these folks are just as freaky. Now, I don't mean the entirety of MAGA, but certainly a lot of the folks within MAGA, just as freaky, just as decadent, just as immoral, just as depraved. That's my contention. You know, make of that what you will. What up, Kyle? I see you down there.
Please reduce speed. Please reduce speed.
I had a job one time in Arkansas where I started at minimum wage, $7.25 an hour. I was with ex-wife number 2. We were staying in a motel, saving up for we were both working, saving for an apartment. First and last, all of that security deposit. And I was working for a temp service. They sent me out to this machine shop that manufactured parts for, to go into like cell towers, basically, like mounting brackets, copper mounting brackets, like stainless steel plated, but copper on the inside. So day one, they got me filing the burrs off the burrs off the edges of the fucking copper. So I'm inhaling copper all day, right? So of course I get the least desirable job possible, right? And pretty soon they see that I actually have a brain and I'm, not intoxicated, at least not on the job. They ship me over to another job where I have to use this machine. I have to punch in. You have to punch in commands into a machine, and just the fact that they didn't have to tell me more than twice how to do this mundane task. Now all of a sudden I'm a genius, right? And pretty soon they've identified me as somebody they might want to hire permanently. Well, now we get into the politics of workplaces. And one of the guys that worked there was very popular. And he was like, had risen. He was kind of like, you got, enlisted men in the military, and then you've got officers. And officers are like educated, been to college. But then the enlisted men are, working, blue collar working man types. So he was kind of like the foreman, I guess, in a way. And you could tell he had a lot of pull politically, a lot of influence. But he had a wife, but he was also, he made no bones about that they were into some freaky deaky, wife swapping, all kind of weirdness, right? But he sort of played it off as a joke, but he would create an environment where there'd be people standing around laughing and joking and sort of using him to talk about these topics, and he's happy to play the foil, right? Sort of just put all the immorality onto him. And then at a certain point, I would start feeling the pressure to sort of to go along with this, right? Well, no, I'm not going along with that. Why would I? Why would I go along with this? Meanwhile, it's not like the other guys going along with this. Like maybe that appeals to them, the idea of banging this dude's wife. Like I've never seen her, but I'm looking at him and I'm like, I'm pretty sure, like I'm not down with that. And not that I would be anyway. And at a certain point, this is part of why I was never hired on permanently there, although not the entirety of it. And this was a much less evolved version of Benton way back in the day. This was full muscle Benton, by the way. This is Benton had the lower body of an NFL running back. Benton, very different Benton, right? And the upper body of a free safety, right? Or maybe a strong safety with his delts are lagging, Yeah, not exaggerating. This is how it was built. At a certain point, I looked up I was at Outback watching football. They had football on the screen. I looked up and it said Marshall Falk, and it said 5'10", 195 pounds. And I said, shit, I'm 5'10", 195 pounds, and realized I'm basically was built like Marshall Falk, but with like, a little bit more body fat. He's, more little lower body fat than me. So whatever you want to make of that, this was that bit. It was still that bit. So certainly far less willing to entertain people's nonsense, although still not willing to entertain people's nonsense. But this dude probably thought I was cute or whatever. Because, a lot of the humor would end up being repressed homosexuality, right? So in the wife swapping kind of, weirdness on the right wing style of weirdness, sexual weirdness, he's also playing on, this repressed homosexuality. Well, remember, by then, I had fully accepted that, yeah, I'm attracted to other guys at times. I knew that about myself. I wasn't repressing it. I wasn't living it. I never have. But it's not even a thing anymore. Like I don't even find women attractive most of the time. Meaning it's neither here nor there. As far as being attracted to a human, it's neither here nor there, right? If I'm looking at a human and finding something physically attractive, it's mostly women. Some of the time it's a man. I don't know what to tell you. It just is what it is. Think less of me if you need to. I'm not the only one. I've certainly detected a great deal of repressed homosexuality in the so-called truth community. I can assure you of that. So I had some understanding of these dynamics of the repression, right? It just creeped me the fuck out. So he made a joke directly to me one day, and the joke had to do with him taking his shirt off and something about his pierced nipples. And remember, if I know that I'm attracted, it's possible for me to find a male attractive. I also know it's not possible for me to find this male attractive. And, he's painting this picture. And I just said, well, I don't want to see that. Said it just like that. Said, well, I don't want to see that. And remember, the environment, like this culture and this environment is predicated on people either just ignoring it entirely, I'm assuming, right? Or just going along with it. And everything changed for me on the job that day, in a certain way, right? And in other ways, I was never going to be able to fit in fully. Um, Trying to think what else happened. And then so simultaneously, you got this strange, uh, environment where, that's all going on. But then that's going on with the enlisted people, the working people, people who actually do the work. But then you got the office people, and then you got the owner, and the owner's son was like in his 20s, right? College, probably 25, and just happened. And again, remember, I was real into weightlifting and all of that, and happened to have a real good build, right? So I think one time I asked him just about working out or whatever, and I was like, "Well, I'm assuming you work out." And he's like, "Well, no, I don't." And then it was painted. It was like that was weird, you know. So it's like you got both things. It's almost like, no, I don't work out, you fucking weirdo, you know. Which, I don't know. Maybe I did think he was attractive. Whatever. I wasn't trying to hit on him, right? But to me, that's a lot of the evilness and the wickedness, and just the how a lot of these situations are seemingly set up to sort of push somebody like me into these weird no-win situations. Probably I shouldn't have, I could have just, mentioned weightlifting, and then if he never said anything about it, just assume, okay, well, he's not into weightlifting. Right? But then it's strange when somebody does have a developed muscular build that they, did not play a sport and don't claim to live. It's like, okay, where'd this come from? It's sort of it's a sort of sticks out like a sore thumb. It's like, what? This is just the one in a million who just naturally looks like they lift weights. I guess that's possible, right? Not very likely, but yeah, technically possible. And none of the women were attractive. Not a single attractive woman anywhere. And they ended up firing me, but it was through it was a temp service. Now the way the temp service fired me, which is interesting. So once they said, yeah, we don't want him back. Then the temp service did not pay me that Friday, and we're living in a motel. I got to pay by the week at the. It was obvious at that point that I was not going to continue to work for them, and they were not going to continue to employ me. But then, of course, my check was ready on Monday, so I think that was their way of firing me. It's just, okay, just don't pay him on Friday. Claim, there was a mix-up. Well, if this company was about to hire me on permanent, I'm pretty sure there wouldn't have been no mix-up. Because the temp service would have been guaranteed, under their contract, the temp service would have been guaranteed to continue to get, whatever. So if the temp service is paying me $725, that shop is paying them at least double, probably closer to triple. And then they're going to be guaranteed for at least probably 3 to 6 months to continue to get that same pay, while I go through my probation in order to get hired. It's all a game, man. It's all a fucking game. Right. So there's no fucking way there would have been a mix-up, and I'm not going to get paid my check, right? When I'm viewed as a valuable worker, it's so much so that I'm the 1 out of 100 that this company's actually going to hire on permanent because of my aptitude, by the way. Based on my aptitude, they absolutely were going to hire me on permanent to be a lathe operator, to operate a. And by the way, they had me operating lathes. I was operating lathes and various machines with them barely being trained. They basically just showed me how to do it. It's like, here you go. But then at a certain point, like the owner came by and started scrutinizing like the output of the parts I made. And I'm like, here's again, back to the super high functioning retarded person. Now I feel like I've been ambushed because it was like, well, wait a minute. I asked a bunch of questions. I wasn't trained. I asked a bunch of questions and I made a piece and said, well, is this acceptable? Is that acceptable? And the guy looked at it and he was basically like, yeah, that'll do. See, they sprung a trap on me, right? And this is very Arkansas culture where it's like, we're going to build you up on the one hand, but then we're going to come put you in your place on the other hand, right? The guy's holding up the piece as if I should be able to tell that there's something wrong with it. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking for until you train me to know what the fuck I'm looking for. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking for, which is, by the way, also the same person who can walk in the front door and you can show him exactly how you want every job done. And he can, once he understands and demonstrates, I can adhere to that into the 99th percentile based on my undiagnosed fake autism, my super high functioning retardation. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Now, mature 49-year-old Benton would take one look at that situation and say, oh, I'm not touching that machine until I'm formally trained on it. Like, I mean, I need to know about OSHA. You know, I need to know about the lockout tagout. Like, there was none of that. I need to know, like, it was dangerous, you know, hypothetically dangerous. You know, I need to know about, you know, all of it. I need to know everything. You know, I need training. I'm not touching this motherfucker. And if they're like, well, too bad, that's our hiring process. All right, well, there's a reason why I'm temporary. I'll see you later. I'll see what else the temp service has for me. Right. And part of that is, you know, that old school Arkansas is just, you know, we don't train you. It's just whoever shows up and demonstrates they can do the job, that's who gets the job. It's like, yeah, that's fucking bullshit. And y'all are going to miss out on a specific type of worker who will probably end up being the most accurate, you know, worker that you'll ever find. So, whatever. And I can't fit in culturally to this place. Race to the bottom. Oh, we're there. We're digging to somewhere. Race to the bottom of the septic tank, and we're digging. We're digging. And, you know, I love Gen Z because Gen Z has taken one look at all of what I'm describing and said, absolutely not. You know, will Gen Z show up in person for a paycheck? Absolutely. Will Gen Z allow themselves to be herded through a series of what I've just described of hoops and traps and pitfalls? Absolutely fucking not. Well, first time, you know, Gen Z, you know, the guy starts talking about his nipples and getting his nipples, you know, his nipple rings pulled or whatever, twisted, whatever the fuck he was, whatever twisted and immoral stuff he was talking about, whatever depravity. And I was not, by the way, I wasn't involved in like multiple people in it, but you know, whatever I was involving myself in was not the most clean of activities. Now it involved my own wife, but beyond that, I don't know how, you know, how much God would look favorably, if God's a thing, right? if Sky Daddy's was looking down on our lovemaking, I don't know. I don't know how much of that is, strictly for the purpose of procreation. Let's just put it to you that way. But either way, I got to do a thing real quick. Bear with me. I'll BRB. I'll still try to talk. You might not hear me as much. So with me being able to analyze all of these factors, now I wasn't able to fully analyze all of that in real time back then, but nowadays I would be able to. But why would I willingly go into any of these scenarios? Like, it just doesn't. I won't. Like, it doesn't even make. Just doesn't make sense. On any level, it really doesn't. Me. Okay, what are we doing? We're going way too fucking slow is what we're doing. All right, well, I'll let this guy catch me. But I wasn't watching my speed, so I guess I'll let him pass me. I slowed down to some ridiculous degree. Of course, now he's not able to pass. But we're almost to where I'm stopping. So. Because we are not rolling into DFW rush hour in a goddamn rainstorm. Well, I guess he's just going to follow me. So we'll speed back up. I don't know. Now he can't make his mind up. Are you following me or are you passing me? I don't think he knows. Damn it. I can't do what I need to do with this camera watching me. It's just not going to be possible. This says there's a pilot up ahead. I might have to stop there just because at least I can get in that place. If I miss this TA I'm talking about, if I accidentally miss that one, there's nothing. Now you're just in it. There's nothing else past that. So I got to make sure I don't miss it. If I don't set it on my navigation, there's a decent chance I'll miss it. Fuck me, dude. This is brutal. All right, we're just gonna stop at this Lowe's up ahead. Fuck it. How many miles is this? 26 miles. Now the coffee there is free, so I don't know if I can turn down the free coffee. I might be able to resist the paid coffee. Now I can't see the stream phone. So, well, I can put it on the floor and watch it. Make sure I'm still connected. So back to a lot of the spiritual topics I was hitting earlier in the broadcast. You know, it seems to me like just by virtue of a lot of my spiritual leveling up and practices and all of this, you know, even if I'm more capable to enter into some of these environments that I'm describing, like why would I, right? Like why? Because I'm no longer like trying to maintain, you know, a relationship with a partner, romantic partner. You know, I'm no longer, you know, trying to live the normal life of, you know, having a house or an apartment, a spouse, you know, working a regular job all year round. That's just not how I'm living anymore. So like, why would I willingly go into these environments? And I feel for people because I know, like, I understand intrinsically that a lot of the audience and a lot of the people, you know, that the audience interacts with, like, all of this applies to you folks as well. Like, you're all going through your own versions of this stuff, right? And some people don't have the luxury, you know, of just saying, fuck it, you know, YOLO, fuck the world, you know, YOLO, FTW, and just, you know, as they jump into the pool, you know, grabbing their nuts, you know, while they, you know, do a fucking half gainer into the pool or whatever. Or what do they call it? There's a name for this. I forget what it's called. I used to, at a certain point, I got to doing a lot of the fancy dives, showing off at the community pool. You know, the board where you run out there and you do the little half jump and then compress the fucking springboard all the way and go flying up in the air. You know, I had a couple of summers of that as a youth, showing off. And famously, I like to talk about my hometown. Demographically, is now 75% Pineville, Arkansas, black folks, and the county is also majority black. It was closer to 50-50 when I lived there. And the county could have been majority back then, but white. I mean, but we've had a lot of white flight, so called. But like I say, everywhere I went in public back then, I always saw a black person, except the community pool. And now, as I think about it, or the orthodontist. Although there were black girls with braces, so I'm pretty sure there were black kids. There had to have been. So yeah, the only place I never saw a black person was the community pool. Whatever that means. For some reason, Southerners just don't like to swim with black folks for whatever reason. Never quite understood that. And there's supposedly a story of Michael Jordan in North Carolina as a kid. I think he's from North Carolina. Like getting in a swimming pool somewhere, and then like all the white kids got out of the pool. Whether or not that was real. Oh man, there's a really nice rest. I could have pulled in there. Perfect little rest area. Damn. Oh well. Such is life. That's part of like not really knowing the areas that well. And I'm so trained not to pull into the rest areas because they're still pretty full this time of morning. Probably going to take a 2-hour break. What that'll do is set up a situation that it'll pause my 14-hour clock. So what that'll mean is I will no longer. So if I try to drive off into, basically, if I want to avoid rush hour traffic, I need to avoid the clock pressure of the 14-hour on-duty clock. So if I take a break of at least 2 hours, it will pause the 14-hour clock. And that's that split sleeper option I was talking about earlier that allowed me to technically work 46 out of 48 hours at one point, which should not be possible. That means a whole lot of sitting around at the shippers and receivers for no pay. I guess we're claiming Bankhead. This says exit Bankhead Highway. And I caught Howard Stern. You know, he pretends to appreciate music. And I think probably because he did get his start spinning records, actual disc jockey, you know, playing records and songs. So I caught a little clip of it's a new version, you know, it's the current Howard Stern. And I caught a clip of Howard, you know, talking about it. I guess he gets to vote on who goes into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So he gets 7 votes, I guess. And so he chose Outkast as one of his picks, and then he's played a couple of clips, but he only played stuff, you know, like basically the 2 most famous Outkast songs, you know, that most people would know, Ms. Jackson and I guess Hey Ya. But you know, I wore out ATLians. I wore that shit out back in the day, back in the 90s. And I thought to myself, I said, you couldn't pay Howard Stern to listen to ATLians all the way through. And that man loves money. And he's got plenty, but he loves money. You couldn't pay him to listen to that album all the way through. Now throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if you like fish and grits and all that pimp shit, everybody let me hear you say, oh yeah, or you could not pay that man to listen to that song. Can I actually, let's see, can I go from memory? I don't know if I can do a verse from memory. Certainly not from that song. And this is where some of the cognitive decline comes in. And I'm not a rapper, but my ability to, you know, recite raps that I've heard seems to be on the wane. But what was that? Elevators. Yeah. Me and you, your mama and your cousin too, rolling down the strip on boats, coming up slamming Cadillac doors. Me and you, your mama and your cousin too, rolling down the strip on boats, coming up slamming Cadillac doors. If I could remember how Andre's verse starts, I could probably do it. I can't remember how it starts. Yeah, I can't remember the beginning of it. Oh well, probably for the best. I definitely couldn't nail the rhythm of it at this point, if I could even remember all the lyrics. You need to make sure this phone's charged. Me, you, your mama, and your cousin too, rolling down the strip on the boat, coming up slamming Cadillac doors. That was a song where the video made it more so than the song itself. That was a badass video for the time. If anybody remembers that, a lot of weed smoking in that video. And they couldn't show it, of course, but what they did was they blurred a lot of stuff out. So like they made their video all about smoking weed, but they blurred out everything they had to blur out and put it on TV. Actually, Big Boy had a verse on Goody Mob Soul Food album. They had a song, Dirty South. 1 to the 2, the 3, the 4. Them dirty red dogs done hit the dough. And they got everybody on their hands and knees. And they ain't gonna leave until they find them keys. Man, Dirty Bill Clinton fronted me some weight. Told me bring him back too. See, I can't even remember the words anymore. Told me keep 2, bring him back 8. But I only brought him 5 and stuck his ass for 3. Do you think that Clampett, they called him Clampett in the song, but they meant Clinton. Do you think that Clinton sick his goons on me? I can almost remember all the words, but some of it is so fucking like in the colloquialisms. It's kind of hard to remember, like references of like specific apartments and shit, like apartment buildings. Like I'm not from Atlanta, so hard to remember some of that, not knowing what the fuck it is. I'm slowing down, but of course they're going to slow down. There's got to be danger if somebody's slowing down, right? Get over for this big rig on the side. Oh, this is the wrong. Wait a minute. This is the wrong gloves. I think I am okay. Never mind. I am going to go to the TA if I can find it. Aha, it's hidden. TA's hidden. Why y'all hiding my TA? Oh, it's a Petro, same fucking thing. Although I've never been to, let's just go to the Loves. I don't know that I've ever been to this Loves. Although it's going to be busy, but since I'm not getting fuel, it should be fine. What y'all think? On second thought, I'm trying to think if there's anything I can actually wrap all the way through from memory. You can judge my cognitive decline with my inability to nail some of these rhythms. From Originu Gunklappers album The Storm, Boot Camp Click members, that's their crew, one of my favorite crew, BCC, Hurricane Starang, the rapper Starang Wonder, the song Hurricane Starang. First of all, Starang come first and foremost. My first instinct would be to burn y'all whack raps like toast. Fuck the first day of school. I'm on first Ave at the First National Bank so I can fly first class, axe to battle. And I'll be the first in line. Crack that ass before I even get to kick my first rhyme. I'm in the hall like Aaron, puffing L's all day. My first instinct would be to keep the fat broads away. Fresh fly, OGC be the best fly. Puff fly with my brother Tech out in Bed-Stuy. Then I come through with the wickedness. Who be kicking this Starang? I light shit up like Christmas. Ran out of breath again. That's a little rocky, not too bad for being out of practice. Probably do better with the second one. Say I stayed with the beat relatively well. Not perfect. First of all, Starang comes first and foremost. My first instinct would be to burn y'all whack raps like toast. Fuck the first day of school. I'm on first Ave at the First National Bank so I can fly first class, axe to battle. And I'll be the first in line. Crack that ass before you even get crack that ass before they even get to kick their first rhyme. If I had the words right, the rhythm's actually easier than the words. Crack that ass before they even get to kick their first rhyme. I think I left part of the verse out though. I think I left the middle part of the verse out. Funny thing how the memory works. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. Could listen to that again. Yo, microphone check 1 2. What is this? The 5-foot assassin with the roughneck business. I float like gravity. Never had a cavity. Got more rhymes than Nuwana's got family. Can't remember past that. Used to know that entire album. Had the whole fucking album memorized. Boom, 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 boom. And I still think that's the first track because for some reason I always skip track 1. Not sure why. Can't remember what it was. Did not listen to it. That's a Tribe Called Quest Low End Theory. The Low End Theory. Have I run out of shit to say? Actually, I think I'm mostly just starting to hit traffic. Yeah, we're definitely. And if y'all got shit to do, this thing's probably about over. Although I have the option of continuing into my break. Might as well set the StreamYard on fire. Right? Might as well. Since we're taking a break. And actually, it's probably good that I kept going farther because all of this will start to back up at a certain point, so I might as well. This isn't heavy traffic yet, but it's going to be. So if I had laid up at that rest area, all of this would be way more traffic by the time I came through here. DFW ain't no joke, and this is one of the major places a lot of people are moving to is Dallas-Fort Worth. I mean, a lot of people. Okay, this is the Petro exit. I'm almost certain. Yeah. No, that's the pilot. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's got spots. A lot of spots. Especially with the slickness. Dallas-Fort Worth people, there will be a lot of crashes today if it keeps raining like this. It's let up a little bit, but if it rains all day, there's going to be a lot of crashes. Yeah. I'm perfectly running into the semi where it's like, can't really slow down, but I can't really go fast enough to let him over. Sorry, Bubba, there's really nothing I can do. I hate doing that to a truck, but just no choice. Can't get over, couldn't do anything. That's what I mean about when I was talking to Razvan earlier about, you know, that close call I had the other day, yesterday. You know, it's just better to have, you know, it's more maneuverable if you got speed going than if not. This poor guy broke down. That's a bad place to be broke down, brother. I had to go way in the other lane. He'll be doing good if nobody hits him. Rig off on the side of the road. Real narrow spot. His trailer, corner of his trailer is almost in the lane of travel. And this is, I'll say this is the part, I'll put this, my ability to drive in these conditions up against any driver at my experience level. I like my chances of being able to compete. Getting through all of this safely, without tickets, without accidents, without, you know, losing control, swerving, all that type of shit. All right, exit 410. If y'all are coming to see me on my break, come on. It's not an invitation, by the way. Definitely coming up against the limits of the bathroom break schedule. Hopefully it doesn't take me very long to get parked. I hate risking, I hate trying to cheat and pull up into the fuel island just long enough to take a leak. It's gonna be jam fucking packed. Last 2 mornings, I started my shift parked at Love's, and you know, as part of my pre-trip inspection, just went ahead and fueled the truck. So I ain't got to worry about waiting in line. Now, sometimes at night, everybody pulls up and blocks the fuel island. As long as I can actually get fueled, that's all I care about. Even if I got to back out. Here comes another one, man. What are you doing, sir? He comes going slow, and then he just wants to haul balls. Like, why? What's the advantage to that? He won't go slow and he won't go fast. Because you know why? He's probably on his phone. He did a combination of hauling ass and going slow. And remember, I can't speed up. Really, as heavy as I'm loaded, I can't speed up. And if he thinks I'm going to just jam on the brakes because he's merging, he's out of his mind. But if I start slowing down, half the time they start slowing down. Right? Because remember, most of them not really here. Most of them are somewhere else. Now, if these guys would let me use the PC option, you're technically not supposed to, but I could sneak into that truck wash right there and get the. Well, it's raining, so I guess there's no point. Yeah, never mind. Never mind, Benton. Just when they think you're smart, just when people think I'm smart, I'm talking about. I'm considering washing the truck in the rain. No, let's not do that. All right, here's the truck stop. Truck fueling, truck park. Wow, see, there's actually a possibility of pulling up into the fuel island. Amazing. And it says truck parking, but what it should say is truck exit, because now I'm running into everybody leaving out this way. I heard a strange noise as I had to make such a sharp turn. I got dangerously close to a curb. It didn't feel like I hit it, but a weird noise from the suspension. bad boy. Surprisingly full for this time of the morning. But it's all right. We'll make it work. See, if I came in through the fuel island, I would be facing the correct direction to set up for my back. But because I followed their sign that said truck parking, now I'm oriented incorrectly. And the Petro's so large, none of what I'm complaining about applies over there. It's way easier to maneuver. Such is life, right? Now we're doing a U-turn, full U-turn, and oh, there's no room to back in where I want to back in because these bozos have made their own parking. So actually, I'm going to go out the way I just came and hope a different spot I saw is still available. So because these guys just have come in and parked where they're not supposed to, now the available parking is inaccessible where other rigs have left. So, and that's, again, this is why my first instinct was to go to the TA because none of that, this is such a large truck stop. This is one of the reasons I'm not a huge fan of Love's because a lot of their locations, they're just not as big. Yeah, something's going on in that front end. Something's banging around. Doesn't sound normal at all. Tall. Check out, I didn't break the leaf springs. Yeah, we fucked something up. Something broken. Welcome to truck driving. Something like that could happen at any time. Might have blew a shock, actually. I think we blew a shock, would be my guess. See, this is going to remind me of the things I don't, if I could, and again, it's not ever going to happen because it would have to be a perfect world, but, just, you can't really ever get comfortable in truck driving because something is about to happen no matter what. Like something is about to happen. Always. Yeah, this is what I get for not trusting my gut. Although since I'm going to be working in this area, I do need to visit this Love since we fuel here. I do need to at least be familiar with it. Did I miss my spot? Yeah, I missed my setup. Looks like missed the old setup. I'm not so good at the U-turn setup is not my specialty. But we might be going to the yard and putting the old truck in the shop anyway. And getting a loaner. Something ain't right up front. Part of this is I couldn't go off duty though. Fuck me, dude. Not a fan of all of this. Now we're blindsided to some extent. think I'm back. Bear with me. I know it's taking forever. But now, guys, just driving up as if I'm in his way. See, this is one of my favorite things. Somebody's just driven up into the area there, and he's just stopped as if I'm somehow in his way. But like, I can't be in his way. This is an interesting thing about human psychology. I don't know if y'all ever noticed it. People do stuff like this a lot. Like, there's nothing I could be in his way about. It's not possible. I think maybe they think I'm going to hit something, and that's another thing. Oh, in social media era, if they see somebody doing something that they think there might be a chance that something could go wrong, they'll just watch and try to film it. See what I mean? Or just say, look at this guy, he doesn't know how to back up, and then they can put that on their social media, right? There's a lot of that sort of thing going on. I don't know. I got all day though, so I don't know where they're trying to go, but I might just sit here. Not really sure what we're doing. Are they waiting on the garbage man? I guess they're waiting on the garbage man to move. Bro, they just turned around and left. Now they're following the garbage man out. See, this is what I mean by targeted individual. If I could show you what just happened, you'd be like, yeah, there's no explanation for that. I almost would be willing to bet that they were hoping that something was about to happen that they could put on their social media, even if it's just, hey, look, this guy doesn't know how to back up. Well, or he has hypervigilance, and he can't. It's harder for him to back up if he knows you're just sitting there watching, right? But they literally drove up and just stopped and started watching what I was doing, like no bullshit. How do you account for that? And that actually happens a lot. But yeah, this thing's driving like there's something seriously wrong with it. Could be drivetrain. Although we're so heavy, the maneuvers I'm doing makes it a little more difficult. And why that I think that happens to me more than probably other people is I'm proficient at backing in, but I don't do it the way other people do it. So when people see me starting to back up, to them, a lot of times it triggers this, oh, he doesn't know how to back up. And now maybe something's about to happen. But it's like, no, I'm just awkward and strange, but I always get it in the hole safely, and I'm not in a hurry. I'm taking a 2-hour break. I don't care how long this takes. And I'm by the way, the spot I'm backing into, like nobody's being inconvenienced. There's no like I'm in the way, I'm blocking stuff. There's a line of people that can't move until I move, right? See what I mean? Like it's just free space. So they drove up into the free space, stopped, and just started watching me. It was a tree truck, one of those tree guys. And I don't know if it was a trash guy, but it's then when they finally left, they made it look like they were leaving with the tree guy. If that makes any sense. Which I'm sure it doesn't. Wild, dude. Wild times. I know they weren't leaving till you know, I either gave them a show or I finally just sat there and just looked at them. And when I was a rookie, and I was the worst at backing. Out of the people who, there were a few people who got just, you know, dismissed from the company training and told like, yeah, you know, you can come back in the future and try again. But of the people that did not happen to, I was amongst the worst at backing up when I was learning. And there was a lot of times, like at a receiver or shipper, these guys would just, these older, you know, experienced drivers would just drive up to me while I'm trying to back up and then start acting like I'm inconveniencing them. But I'm, you know, so good at, you know, observing what it was is a lot of the time they weren't like going anywhere to do anything. They just came over there to fuck with me. So after a while, I got to where when I could tell they were doing that, I would just pull the air brakes and just look at them. And once they hear the brakes release, the brake noise, you know, that air escaping, they know that I'm not going to go anywhere. And I'll just sit there and look at them, and then they just drive off. And that's life, by the way. That's an excellent metaphor for life. This life always, unless, you know, something, you know, greater than this place lifts us up, this place always kicks people when they're down, like 100% of the time. Anyway, I got to hit the bathroom break. Is that Mr. Miyagi down there? What's up, man? How you living? Well, I'll say this, Mr. Miyagi. That's one way of looking at things, and I do not share your perspective. So, as a human being, you certainly have the ability to observe and characterize. However, I do not share your characterization. What I would say is that that's an interesting notion. He talks about a swallowing of pride, right? And I could imagine that that's a theme in Mr. Miyagi's life. So, at the risk of invoking the phenomenon of projection, right, that's another one like narcissism that gets used so much it's, you know, lost all meaning in some ways. What I would say is that might be how you would view such a situation, because if one were to examine the circumstances that I was previously living in and then juxtapose that with what I'm doing now, that actually just doesn't apply from my perspective right now. Part of this is I obviously have access to much greater information than you do, since I am the being, right? So there's many things I know that you don't know. However, I do think it's interesting, the framing of swallowing of one's pride. I find quite interesting. That's interesting. So that might be something for you to look at, if that's the conclusion you come to. I guess I can't do what I need to do and talk at the same time. So, but nice to see you either way, sir. Now, I think if we want to be accurate, if we're describing motivations, right? Because also a swallowing one's pride would sort of imply that one has some shame, right? Well, I left that in the left my shame in the trash cans of Los Angeles. And where I was picking nickels and dimes out of the garbage. I left it there, but it's actually, if there's a lesson here, I covered it many hours ago, Mr. Miyagi. If you wanted to be critical, and I'm certainly, it's certainly fair to criticize me. I actually criticized myself. I beat you to it because I explained many hours ago that my major motivations for returning to work at this time, a lot of which had to do with my wants rather than my needs. Isn't that interesting? Because ultimately, I don't need to do this job. Ultimately, I don't need to do any job. Like, it's not a requirement, right? It's not a requirement. And this might have been part of what Yurt could be part of the lesson when Yurt was talking about the Lord's Prayer, because the reality is many folks, and you may be one of these people, Mr. Miyagi, and I got I also received some of this programming as well, but the idea of a day's work for a day's pay, and if you don't work, you don't eat. Well, neither one of those things are true right now, by the way. It's not a day's work for a day's pay, and absolutely people eat without working. And in fact, the people in the heaven or hell realm presently manifesting as a hell realm, the people who have the greatest access to resources, people who are eating the best, they don't do anything productive. They produce nothing. They help no one, and they only take from the lowest of the low, right? The masses of people, such as when taxpayers gave 1.15 trillion to people who are already last year to people who are already so wealthy that 10 generations from now their offspring won't have to do anything their entire life, and they will still experience wealth far beyond what any of us could imagine, right? They did not earn it. They have not produced anything. They have not benefited anyone other than themselves and their friends and their associates. Right? There's no benefit to us. There's no benefit to the people. So I must always reconcile this idea that, well, I got to go out here and work. If I expect to have things, right? Well, that's not what the Bible says, Mr. Miyagi. That's not biblical. What's biblical is I don't have to worry about where my next meal's coming from, and I really don't have to do much of anything, and I'm still going to get taken care of. That's what the Bible says. At least that's me paraphrasing the Bible, right? Now, if I choose, right, here we go into choices, I'm able to choose and say, well, that was really awesome having an entire year of badass internet on my phone. I'd like to have the money to do another year of that, right? That'd be great. And again, I want things. There's little that I need. Now, if I want to continue, again, see. So yeah, I don't know that it's a swallowing of pride to choose to exchange my labor for Federal Reserve notes in order to strategically make purchases that may very well enable me to go right back to doing what I was doing before I got into this truck. See, there's a proper analysis. The idea of a swallowing of one's pride, to me, that seems a bit of a knee-jerk reaction, right? without a lot of thought put into it. And also the sort of a, edgelord, we're gonna pick at the presenter from the chat. And yeah, I would say in the past I was more inclined to fall prey to such machinations of the enemy, right? In the past, I would say I had a greater propensity. I would say now it seems like, although I can't say for sure, and I'll certainly be on the lookout for backsliding, but I'm pretty sure I've leveled up to the point where that's not going to be able to bother me, right? And also strange to face accusations for choosing of my own volition to take actions that Mr. Miyagi himself would otherwise, as far as I know, would otherwise, say is what a grown man is supposed to do, gainful employment, right? And again, under this idea of a nation, under this idea of capitalism, production, what I'm doing is far more productive than whatever you're doing. Now we can go ahead and assign you the status of retired and say, well, let's just look at what he has produced. But at least in the near term, as far as what America honors and America worships, there's a 53-foot trailer full of consumer goods back there, and it's on its way to a distribution center, and it's going to go to the homes of Americans, and that's viewed as economic stimulus based on what America upholds. That in some ways is what this country is all about. So I don't know what to tell you, man. You can't really have it both ways, or more correctly, if the people are not paying attention, if people like me don't pay attention, then I guess you can have it both ways, right? But then again, I'm always able to detect, although sometimes it takes me a while, but eventually I figure out, oh, this person is going to, they're going to find fault and pick fun and poke fun at me no matter what I do. And which is freedom in a way, because I know that there's no particular way I could behave and it would still be satisfactory, right? It's not possible. It's a no-win situation. See? So why would I choose to engage with such? Oh, see, this I love, Mr. Miyagi. He says wanting more than you need is a type of greed. Well, first thing I would say is it's human, number one. Number two, there's not a person here, including you, that doesn't act out of greed on a regular basis. And I happen to know a little bit about yours, but that's neither here nor there. What I would say about that is, what I love about this experience is, let's bring it back to the Bible. If there's a judgment, like the Bible says there is, I'm voting with my feet, and I like my chances when I meet my maker, if that's a thing that happens. And if me choosing to access employment because there's items in the material realm that I would like to take advantage of, then so be it. And I think the key factor there is, if that is what puts me in the category of the tares and not the wheat, then I'm okay with that. Meaning I'm putting my name on it, Mr. Miyagi. This is an epiphany I had about Christianity. I actually had this epiphany way before I started the Nightmare Dystopia podcast, way before Mr. Miyagi encountered me, right? Is that what Mr. Miyagi or anybody else, their opinion, right, of how I conduct my affairs has absolutely nothing to do with my salvation, if that's a thing, my judgment, if that's a thing, because spiritually, sir, this is a wholly, WHOLLY, individual experience, meaning I will not be called to answer for your deeds, and you will not be called to answer for mine. So what you think of how I conduct my affairs has absolutely nothing to do with my judgment. If, again, there always has to be room for doubt. There's no way to be certain, which is part of the fun, which means what you think of my activities is neither here nor there, but vice versa, of course. See, that's obviously cuts both ways, right? We know that. So part of the fun, though, part of the fun. Well, but see, that's not the argument, Mr. Miyagi. See, this is where I've been critical of Mr. Miyagi. This is my opinion. Is I believe he's developed some flaws in his logic, because a lot of his retorts and replies to a well thought out and what I just said to you was crafted carefully over time. And some of that, again, comes via epiphany, right? Knowledge gained via intuition, which is knowledge gained outside of logic and reason, which is 100% accurate. But that, unfortunately, Mr. Miyagi, by virtue of where he resides and the people that he interacts with for the majority of the time, this is my opinion, it's dulled his ability to have this back and forth with me, because that response is not, number one, was not what I was asserting. I wasn't asserting you were the judge. What I was asserting is that at the time and place of my judgment, if it exists, you won't be present, right? And Mr. Miyagi's helpfully reminded me that the Most High doesn't need me, is not dependent on me to be used as a vessel. And I agree that that's true. However, also by the same logic, the Most High in no way has any need to consult you and your opinion with respect to how I behave and how I act, especially with respect to certain actions that could be referred to as sinful, see? So, interestingly, you're responding to something that I did not assert, right? What is that? There's a word for that, Mr. Miyagi. It's a non sequitur. So, and which, by the way, non sequiturs are certainly, they're not out of bounds. It's, we're able to deal with non sequiturs, but make no mistake, that in no way applies to what I said, right? So, by way of reply, I'm going to go ahead and say, no, sir. Yeah, but see, now you're talking as if I'm saying things that are obvious, but if they're obvious, why are we making assertions in the first place? If it goes without saying, why are we saying things? See, now you've entered into a game, you've entered into my wheelhouse, and I can just do this all day. But then I start to think, why is this person climbing into the box? Why are they, like, what do they get out of it, right? Like, why is this person now seemingly attracted to, some level of dressing down? That's what I find interesting. Like, what is that? And then also the seeming, like, surrender is a valid tactic, sir. You're free to just say, oh, you're right, I didn't think about it that way. And, resign your position, right? That's always an option. But what I noticed is we're always raising the bet, right? There's never a time, you're never folding your hand. Everything I say, if what I say represents a bet in a poker game, every single time I make a bet, you raise the bet, thus giving me an opportunity to fold. But you're never taking advantage of your opportunity to fold. When I make my statement, that's my bet, and now you have a chance to fold. Except you never fold, you're only ever raising my bet. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? So you're playing your cards as if you always have aces in the hole, right? When the reality is, in trying to go into a battle of logic and reason with somebody like me, you know, it's going to be more likely that I'm holding the aces, right? Now, part of the raising, again, in a poker game, I've talked about this before, a player who only ever raises the bet, guess what we call that in poker, Mr. Miyagi? That's a maniac. So unless your maniac playing style causes me to get swept away with emotion enough to start making errors, but then when do we ever get to showdown? When do you ever flip over your cards and we see that you're bluffing? Like, when does that happen? But anyway, my other earbuds are dying, so be right back. What time is it? 9:45, 7:45 local. Okay, earbuds. Well, and then see, now we get to the sorry, bro, you just don't know what you don't know, which is quite condescending, don't you think? What's up with the condescension? Like, what are you even talking about? Well, wait a minute. See, I love this because he said, let's take this point by point. Your opinions and projections are so far off. Well, that's your opinion. And opinions are like bleep holes, and we all, you know, everybody has one, they all stink, right? Again, what do you get out of climbing in the box? Like, what if Mr. Miyagi has it all figured out? Let me ask you this, Mr. Miyagi. Why do you repeatedly attempt to play a role in a back and forth that will invariably, or in the past, or at least seemingly, I'm guessing here, see, I can't be sure. It seems to me, based on observations of your past behavior, that you get something, whether it's pleasure, fulfillment, satisfaction, probably, where perhaps you derive satisfaction from engaging in a back and forth that results in the person that you're going back and forth with may eventually begin to express themselves in such strident, forceful manner that they get knocked off their square
and they're no longer centered, right? And that becomes like a negative, energetic, and negative is probably not the correct term, but that becomes a specific sort of low level vibration. And then some in the so-called truth community will assert, although I'm not necessarily one of them, but I'm not also not taking it off the table. Some in the so-called truth community will assert that there are entities that feed off of, is that what they call loosh, right? So I'm just calling a spade here, or I am calling a spade, meaning I've observed Mr. Biaggi with myself and others numerous times, sort of entering into and inviting the other person, you know, into a back and forth that, generally speaking, has a high probability of steady loosh being generated. And now, see, I don't feed off of that, thankfully. Praise the Most High, and thank the Most High for that. And in fact, in the past, perhaps, debatably, and I know for a fact, I'll own it. It's actually part of my testimony. So let's speak clearly and specifically. Part of my testimony, Mr. Miyagi, is that Jesus Christ has delivered me from wicked spirits, unclean spirits, and demonic spirits. And would those not be the entities that feed off of the loosh, right? So even in the past, perhaps I had my own version of what Mr. Miyagi may be attempting to do here. And what I'm pretty sure is the case, right? Maneuvering and manipulating in an attempt, knowingly or unknowingly, to make it more likely that there will be strife and disagreement and ill will and hard feelings. See, I don't have hard feelings. That's what's interesting. I experience at times certain feelings around situations and people, but I do my best to release it and not carry it around with me, because as we know, especially to one who might attempt to advise me, because it is interesting also that Mr. Miyagi with his posts is putting himself into the role of the teacher, and in this situation, I'm also putting me in the role of the student, right? And if you try to respond with, I can, some version of you can learn from anybody, that's not what I'm talking about. Or one can learn from anybody, that's not what I mean. Let's try to be a little more intelligent than that, all right? But what I would say is, out of the two of us, if one is qualified to guide or critique or lead the other, and not lead is the wrong term, to positively, to leveling up spiritually, right, through an overt means of various spiritual practices, that would not be you, that would be me. So I would be the teacher and you would be the student. Now, what you could assist me with in the past is realizing the folly of permitting certain ways of being communicated with, such as a person like yourself, such as you're doing here now. So what you've helped me with, and others have helped me with, although I don't know that that was their intention, right? This is actually the Eastern or Buddhic notion of being grateful for one's enemy, because the enemy is actually, at least in some part, providing the opportunity for someone, a practitioner, let's be specific, a practitioner such as myself, to practice, right? So ultimately, this is what you're able to offer is the opportunity for someone who's already practicing. You're basically offering me a practice session. And what I would say is, well, I'm already practicing, sir. So it's not something that I'm in need of. It's an opportunity to practice. So I would absolve myself in this moment. I would absolve myself of um, a need to take ownership of such, and I would go ahead and put it back on you, sir. What are you getting out of this, right? And what are you bringing to the interaction? Are you bringing a humble spirit of learning, right? Um, are you bringing, you know, realizing the superior progress of another and saying, wow, look at him leveling up and continuing to level up. I'm staying the same, right? Because remember, if you're on the level that you assume yourself to be on, there's no leveling up to do, right, Mr. Miyagi? You don't need to accomplish anything spiritually. I'm assuming you've reached the level that was to be reached, and that's you're done, right? Am I off here? Whereas I'm never going to stop leveling up in this life. When I discontinue my process of leveling up, will be when I take my last breath and my heart stops beating. I talked about this on a recent live stream. I can't be dissuaded. I can't be discouraged in the long term. It's not possible to discourage me or do anything that would turn me from my path. And I'm also not expressing a willingness to, be your spiritual level up partner either. But I'm pointing out that between the two of us, one of us is doing the opposite of exercising humility, and that's you, and you're automatically placing yourself in a position above me, on me, and then saying, well, you don't know what you don't know. What I'm saying is, well, I'm here willing to treat you as if you might be my equal when I know that you're not. Now, is that my mistake? Right? Is that my error? Is in being willing to enter into, um, however you would term whatever this is, with an assumption that we are equal to each other, whereas you are exhibiting that unless I behave in very specific ways, you put yourself above me. And I can only guess, again, I'm guessing, which is absolutely a part of life, by the way. It's called risk. I'm guessing, right, that if I were to behave in very specific ways, you would then be willing to treat me as if I might be your equal, although you would probably still believe that you're superior in such matters. That's what I'm getting out of all of it. So what I've moved past recently is something I'm sure Mr. Miyagi has watched me exhibit many times, where I would have this same conversation with Mr. Miyagi, and I would have it uh, with pretty close to the same logic and reason, except my emotions would be in a specific state to where if there were these entities that I'm talking about, that those entities would be able to feed on that energy. And perhaps, those entities are inhabiting Mr. Miyagi, right? And attempting to feed via this means. And, ultimately what I can do is starve them out. And that's absolutely what I'm doing here. And if you want to stick around, I don't know how much the rest of the audience, perhaps they find this instructive. Probably they do. Probably Mr. Miyagi's doing us a favor, and it's a bit tongue in cheek there, but I mean some of that. And watch me now reach a level of mastery where I'm able to deliver these messages uh, but remaining centered and calm. And that was ultimately, in the past, I was in the wrong based on what I would like to have been my standards by not having the ability to remain calm and centered. Whereas now I'm exhibiting in real time my ability to stay calm and centered. And my experience of life has been that when I've experienced a particular specific spiritual stumbling block, I continue to encounter the same obstacle repeatedly. But then the moment I demonstrate my ability to overcome said spiritual obstacle, it disappears, and I know I passed the test, and then, you know, there's no more experiencing of that particular obstacle. So we'll see how this works out. Thanks, Rebecca Joe. I'm certainly still chronically ill, but I've received a great deal of healing. Well, but see, now what's interesting is now what's being typed at me is very interesting. I'm being told what I have no idea of, right? Which is interesting. Because wouldn't I be the one who knows what ideas I have? So what's up with that speech? Like, why would you? What is the purpose of communicating in that way? Telling me what I have no idea of? And if we were to go back and, assuming the stream stays up, I'm assuming it will, there's going to be a record of this, and, you or I or others could go back. I think eventually YouTube generates a transcript. Like, we could actually go back through this back and forth, point by point, and determine that I've only conducted myself appropriately based on my own standards. And I'm a bit doubtful about some of what I'm seeing from you, such as, why is this okay for you? Like, I guess it's okay, right? Like, it's okay. I don't need to, sign off on this behavior, but I guess I'm questioning, you know, if you've reached this high level of attainment, like, how is it that this is how you're behaving? I don't know. These two things don't seem to go together, right? But I don't know. It's interesting. Interesting. And it's actually, and I will say this, Mr. Miyagi, in the past, I've made references to being spiritually attacked from the chat. And, what I'm experiencing right now is that I'm being attacked spiritually from my own live chat by Mr. Miyagi. That's what I'm experiencing in this moment. I don't know what it is that you think about that. Well, and let's be specific. See, now we're talking about a high ground. And what it is he's telling me that because I don't know his biography, right, and I don't know him as a person, right? Well, how could I, number one? But see, this is, and I'll go ahead and just defeat this logic, Mr. Miyagi. Mr. Miyagi's now asserting that because I lack this knowledge of his life, that I can't take the high ground. What I'm talking about, Mr. Miyagi, let's be clear. The high ground, what you refer to the high ground, is my assertion that if it's possible for beings to progress spiritually in this life, if that's possible, right? If we're willing to agree that yes, people can, through their own volition, their own hard work, their own grit, their own determination, concentration, focus, they have the ability to level up, right, spiritually, and advance and progress and become better versions of themselves. I want to be specific. The superiority I refer to would have to be demonstrated, meaning when I say that I believe I'm able to demonstrate a superiority, that's what I'm talking about. See? What I'm not talking about is uh, a moral high ground based on purity or actions. Although I would say at this present time, that could go either way. I mean, I may very well be conducting myself in a more moral fashion than you are. I don't know. Not really my concern, honestly. But uh, it could be a tie. I don't know. But I'll say this: when I speak about a superiority, what I mean is that if there's a human in this realm, and there probably are, if there's humans that are capable of guiding and advising me spiritually, they would be able to demonstrate a greater level of attainment than I am able to demonstrate. And what I'm telling you, Mr. Miyagi, is that with 28 people viewing, I'm not able to speak on their behalf, but I'm almost certain that the majority of those folks, if they answered honestly, would acknowledge that I, in this moment, am in the process of demonstrating a higher level of spiritual attainment, which is quantifiable and is measurable, sir. That's the higher ground I'm referring to. Not that I'm better than you as a person, that I'm better than you if we're going to pick who's above who in a spiritual pecking order, and we're going to use that pecking order to decide who gets to lead whom, and by extension, who's going to follow whom, and who is going to be. Because remember, you placed yourself in an exalted position above me. I did no such thing above you. Now, if we go back and look at the transcript, after you placed yourself in a position above me, metaphorically, then I went ahead and said, well, actually, sir, I was willing to meet you on equal terms. Then when you asserted that you're above me and are then able to look down and dictate to me, then I said, well, actually, if we're going to go into a teacher-student relationship, I'm the teacher, not you, right? Or I'm the guidance, not you. I'm the leader, not you. Now, again, that would assume that I would be willing to enter into such an arrangement, and I probably wouldn't. See. Well, but as we know, that's not going to happen. See, it would be interesting. See, this is where I'm actually going to win. This is checkmate. Check and mate, sir. It would be interesting to see your reaction to hear me monologue, project opinions about you. But see, that's a fantasy, Mr. Miyagi. Because I have, in this poker game, it's become a chess game because I have firsthand knowledge that this is not something you are willing to do. You will not do what you're describing here and then present that to the internet or present that to others so that they can critique it. You're not willing to do that. So you're fantasizing. So in your fantasy, what I would say is when you say it would be interesting, perhaps we will never find out. So you're right, Mr. Miyagi, but you're only right if we put the word perhaps in there. So you're right. Perhaps it would be interesting. Perhaps it would be a pile of hot garbage and incoherent rambling. See, that's the risk you would run, Mr. Miyagi, is your monologues might, in the end, only amount to incoherent ramblings that miss the mark. And I am 100% certain that you're not willing, and this is based on my firsthand observation, you're not willing to put your name on such a project. And nothing's stopping you, sir, from undertaking many projects of your choosing. Right. And in fact, I remember inviting you. And in fact, I remember expressing a desire to collaborate in capturing some of your long form rambling style um, dissertations. Is that the correct term? Which I listened to. By the way, Mr. Miyagi, I've listened to many of your discourses, some of which were in person, and I certainly was interested in some of them. Now, what I will say is none of them were ever spoken from a focused, from focusing on an object, meaning, so in this case, you would then be beholden to an object of focus, right? What would the object of focus be? The object of focus would be delivering a discourse monologue style in which you only discuss your opinions about what I've talked about. See, about me as a person. So let's be clear. It would be your extrapolations and assumptions and deductions from having spent a great deal of time of listening to me and then some in person. That's what we're talking about. What I'm saying is that I've observed, sir, that you lack, sadly, because it would be better for all of us, I believe, I know, it would be better for all of us if you were able to develop from this point of a person who's quite unfocused and scatterbrained, right? If you were then able to develop yourself into a person who's able to choose something to focus on and then focus on it. But as I've observed that you lack in that area. So I will say this, I personally would find your thoughts and opinions on my favorite topic. No, wait a minute, let's back up. I would find your well-informed, uh, educated guesses and opinions with respect to my favorite subject, which is me. And again, that's tongue in cheek. That's, I mean that on some level, and then on some level, I'm making a joke of myself, playing the fool, as it were. But yeah, there's a great deal of possibility that I would find that interesting. But the fantasy part is that it's not going to happen, because if you're capable of it, I see no evidence of you uh, being willing to put the effort and energy into such a project and bringing it into fruition. And even if you were, I highly doubt that you would be willing uh, to present it publicly for scrutiny. Which, by the way, in my world, if I were to behave that way, that would be the definition of a coward, sir. So some would say I just called you a coward. What I would say is I don't consider Mr. Miyagi to be a coward. Uh, in fact, I'm certain he's quite brave. What I'm saying is that based on how I live and based on my own intellectual integrity and my own upholding of certain intellectual principles, if I were to behave the way that I suspect you would behave, again, yes, I'm guessing, Mr. Miyagi, also known as risk taking, right? The fact that I can't be 100% sure is neither here nor there. I don't need to be 100% sure. I'm guessing. That's what guessing means. Guessing means I'm not sure, by the way. The fact that I'm acknowledging that I'm guessing, if you then come back and remind me that, well, you can't possibly be sure of that. Oh, you're telling me I can't possibly be sure of my guesses? Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. But in my world, if I were to behave in the fashion, if I were to exhibit what you're exhibiting here, that would equate with cowardice. Yeah. Well, it's a broadcast, Mr. Miyagi. See, now Mr. Miyagi is stealing my line. Sir, it's a live stream. There's 25 other people listening, presumably. It's a broadcast, sir. Now, if you want to go by writing, right? So you're writing words. I'm saying words. So number one, those are two different forms of communication. Number one. Number two, I do happen to recall the last bit of writing that you delivered to me in private. And let's just say if that's the level of what we're talking about here, I got nothing to worry about. So yes, I did just say a lot of words. You are correct. You are correct. But anyway, I must take my leave. I do want to thank Mr. Miyagi. Who is this? I think I know who this is. I think I know who this is. Hey, if this is who I think it is, guess what? I'm back to gainful employment, and I'm pretty sure my check's going to be bigger than yours this week. So I don't know who the loser is, and to put the fries in the bag analogy would be, but now being demonically attacked from the chat. Well, and this is what's interesting. Now I'm being instructed on chess by someone that I just beat in a match in a chess match. A person that just lost a metaphorical chess match is now telling me about chess matches and moves. This is fascinating. This is fascinating. But well, in fact, I cannot yap like a female. I can only yap like a male. And again, if this is the person that's accusing me of doing a thing like a female, well, I only ever exhibit greater masculinity than you do, right? Number one. Number two, if it's possible for a male to yap like a female, you do way more of that than I do. So I don't know what to tell you. Now, I might defeat you in quantity, but I would say you would take the prize in the if we're going to accuse things of being feminine, you take the cake in the feminine area. But see, here's another reason why some of y'all could take a lesson or two from old Benton. It's not feminine, sir. It's a lack of masculinity, debatably. It's not feminine, but if it can be critiqued, it's a lack of masculinity. Those are two very different things, sir. Two very different things. What is this to our face? What are you talking about, Mr. Miyagi? We met face to face. What are you talking about? Are you okay? I know this. I know this. Um, I remember this happening where Mr. Miyagi finally referenced the Bible off the top of his head enough times where finally I said, you know what? I'm not familiar with the Bible well enough to take your word for it. Would you mind showing me that particular Bible passage? And it didn't happen. I remember that. Do you remember that, Mr. Miyagi? Now, not being able to back up what one says could certainly be referred to as less than masculine, right? Right. Well, and see, this is the interesting part. It's so easy to get this guy going. He feeds on attention. Well, what you don't know is that I've leveled up and I'm no longer, you can't get me going. It's not possible. So what now? So thank you, by the way. Thank you for assisting me in leveling up to where I can no longer uh, where you can no longer get me going. Now you can characterize my behavior as you've done many times. Now what you're finding here is what I'm speaking on the broadcast represents my personality. This is what you're getting is this may be the closest thing to the real Benton as anybody will experience on here. Like you're actually bringing out uh my actual nature here, my real authentic self. You're bringing it out. And unfortunately for you and for others who may very well be who can't testify, right? And I've heard no testimony, by the way. I've yet to hear a testimony. But to those who are unable to testify, I've yet to hear a testimony of deliverance of Jesus Christ delivering the one who is testifying. I've yet to hear anybody testify to being delivered from unclean spirits, wicked spirits, and demonic spirits in the name of Jesus. I've yet to hear that. So what I'm going to assume is that it's very possible that demonic entities are within at least one of the two of you, and most likely both of you. I mean, let's just call a spade yet again. And I'm more than willing to cop to the possibility that I may still have said spirits, or at least one of them I can think of, which seems to be wanting to come to the fore in this moment, interestingly. And I can feel it if it's still there. Again, it can be difficult to tell, but in this moment, and see, we might be on the verge of a deliverance here. Am I going to get delivered? Am I going to get delivered from the wicked spirit of wrath in the name of Jesus Christ on the live stream? Because if it's there, I can feel something in my physicality to where it might be wanting to show itself if it's there. But that's how cunning and shifty and tricky these entities can be and are. Is that uh, they can hide themselves and wait for an opportune moment to feed, right? And so if this one's still there, see, this is the fun part. If it's still there, it's actually hesitating in this moment to bring itself to the surface to feed parasitically because it knows it's in danger of being exorcised. Praise Almighty God in the mighty name of Christ Jesus. And this person, by the way, if this is the person, Jesus Christ is Lord, if this person who's in here right now having a go at me that wants to talk about Christ and Jesus took umbrage with me referring to with the specific vernacular of Christ Jesus instead of Jesus Christ. Christ Jesus is in the Bible, sir. I hate to break it to you. Not that, by the way, nothing would preclude me from using that nomenclature, but you do realize that Christ Jesus that's in the Bible, right? Hopefully you're aware of that. Well, and I'll come back at you, conspiracy clowns. I have no idea who I'm talking to. Did you not hear the word if? See, that again, we will go to the transcript. See, This is where you show yourself to be the mentally ill bozo, because what you've done is you've responded to my statements in which I said, if this is who I believe it to be, right? Now, here's what's the fun part of sock puppet accounts is this could absolutely still be the person that I believe it to be, right? And that person could still say, well, actually, no, I'm not that person, right? They could say, I'm not that person and still be that person. What do you say to that? So the fact that you pretended like when I made my communication there that I wasn't allowing for the fact of not being able to be 100% certain of who you are, it's a bit disingenuous, don't you think? No, what I'm saying is that there's a person who I have regularly interfaced with who absolutely has came here under sock accounts, and that because of the way conspiracy clowns, whatever that is communicating, that I am guessing that the person typing is that same person. That's what I'm saying. Now, what about that is unclear. Well, and I'll say this about Mr. Miyagi says I'm 135 pounds, something about I know girls that kick ass. Well, I'll tell you this, send them my way. Because what do they say about, in a stare down, right? In a stare down, it's fuck or fight, right? And in my experience of having stare downs with females, Mr. Miyagi, uh, it's almost always the one and not the other, right? Now I'm retired, so even if I'm interested, I'm not interested. Now, what I would say is, if you were the one to send them my way, probably would not meet my standards, honestly, because I was 135 pounds and women did not seem to mind. And this time around at 135 pounds, again, women don't seem to mind. Well, wait a minute. What does it matter if people disagree with me? Conspiracy clowns. What benefit accrues to me if people agree with me, or if perhaps if a consensus arises? What benefit accrues to me, sir? See, I'm actually defeating you with your own assertions. Now, what the response is about to be, and I want y'all to take careful note of this, whoever's listening, the response from conspiracy clowns is about to be an appeal to the fickle feelings of the peanut gallery via ridicule. So whatever he responds to me, whatever he responds to what I'm saying, his response will absolutely be to ridicule me in an attempt to gain the favor of the peanut gallery, and then to assert that as a basis for claiming a victory. Well, I don't honor that, and that don't fly round here. So thanks for playing. You've actually lost quite quite terribly. Well, and wait a minute. See, this is simple. Now he did exactly what I said I would do. See, that's it. So how was I able to predict your response ahead of time, conspiracy clown? I just described how you were going to respond to me before you responded to me. And you did exactly what I said you were going to do. What's up, Venus? Good to see you. I wouldn't know, Mr. Miyagi. I don't know nothing about that. I am kind of curious why I'm being spiritually attacked and gaslit from the chat. That's interesting. Like what's the purpose of that, Mr. Miyagi? And I will say this: I'm entertaining this for exactly one reason, because I'm standing before this realm. I'm standing before the demons of hell. I'm standing before Satan himself, and I'm saying I'm throwing down the gauntlet to the enemy, right? And to the spiritual attackers and to the persecutors. And I'm saying, do your worst. That's what I'm saying. What do you think about that? Do your worst. So the reason I'm entertaining this is because the fact is, I will necessarily, because of the spiritual warfare to come, and by the way, it seems like the one thing that virtually everybody in the so-called truth community will agree with is that this realm, what's happening, is a spiritual war between the forces of good and the forces of evil. And I absolutely will reach a point where I must be able to withstand these attacks. So that's what's happening. I'm being spiritually attacked in real time. 30 people are watching it, and I'm handling myself actually much better than in the past, I must say. I'm going to go ahead and declare victory on that account. And everybody always reveals himself. At least one person that I know has revealed himself fully. You fully revealed yourself, Mr. Miyagi. Now, you've certainly showed this side of yourself in the past, but you fully revealed yourself as demonized and given over to the influence of wicked spirits, so much so that you're in here attacking spiritually an otherwise righteous man. And yes, I will put my name on that. And people can say till they're blue in the face that there's no such thing. Bullshit. In the moments in which I'm righteous, meaning that I'm behaving righteously, in that moment, I create a man who is righteous. The problem for humanity, or one of the problems for humanity, is the default state of the human, who is not assertively through the yang form of the yin and the yang. When the being is not assertively creating a righteous man, the human defaults to an unrighteous man. So I'm putting my name on righteousness, at least in this moment. And without fear of judgment, without fear of persecution, without fear of attack, I'm putting my name on it right now. I'm throwing down the gauntlet. I'm issuing the challenge to the enemy, the boss enemy, Satan himself. I'm throwing down the challenge to his demonic minions. I'm throwing down to the challenge to the demons that inhabit you folks. Do your worst. And we're going to see who is who. We're going to see what is what. And I love it. Praise Almighty God in the mighty name of Christ Jesus. Jesus Christ is Lord, and this is what gets me out of bed in the morning. What we're doing right here, as the demons come against me in this moment, this is what gets me out of bed in the morning. Now, if you want to disavow, if you want to just go ahead and say, well, actually, there's not a Satan, and actually, there's not demons, and actually, there's not wicked spirits. Well, if you want to gaslight yourself, that's fine, but you ain't no Bible-believing Christian. Because what's biblical is, what did the Lord do in the Bible? What did Lord Jesus do? He traveled around. What else did he do? Well, he healed the sick. And what else did he do? Well, he preached. Okay. Is that what he done? And most Christians would say, yeah, that's what he done. And what do they forget? There's one thing Jesus done in the Bible that people like to pretend is not possible in 2025. It can't happen in 2025. It's an impossibility in 2025, but Jesus done it in the Bible. And Jesus called his disciples and Jesus called his followers to do it in his name. And I'm not going to say it. I'm hoping somebody will type it into the chat because it's one of the most basic, obvious things about the Bible. Let's hear it, Mr. Miyagi. Are you going to type it into the chat, Mr. Miyagi? Are you a believer, Mr. Miyagi, like you claim to be? Because if a believer like Mr. Miyagi, who's more or less claimed to be a Bible expert, more or less, maybe not in those terms, but he certainly presented himself as an expert in biblical matters. I named most of the things Jesus done in the Bible in a broad sense, but there's one more thing Jesus did, and in fact, he might have done this one thing, you know, even more, or at least as often as he did the other thing, right? The healing of the sick, the traveling around preaching, the teaching, right? Leading of the flock, all of these things. There's one thing he done. He did it many times in the Bible. And he did it just about everywhere he went. Well, no, what I'm asking is I need it typed into the chat. See, what I'm talking about is a quid pro quo, Mr. Miyagi. I've humored and indulged you. And in fact, I have other things I could be doing right now. I've humored and indulged you, but now I'm asking for you to quid pro quo and do what I'm asking of you, and you're not doing it. So, pretty pleased with sugar on top. Would you go ahead and answer me in the chat and type into the chat what Jesus done in the Bible? And the fact that it hasn't even been named yet further proves what I'm talking about around this spiritual warfare. Like, I don't, and we've reached a point where I don't think people are really even aware of this anymore. Right. Well, no, it's an action, Sister T, an action. So, like, preaching is an action, or teaching is an action, healing sick is an action. But I mean, generally, like something he did regularly, like, pretty much everywhere he went, teaching occurred, preaching occurred, and healing occurred. But there's one other thing that also occurred that went along with the other one. Now, at a certain point, we're going to reach stupid or liar because, is Mr. Miyagi prevented? Do the entities that may very well be inhabiting Mr. Miyagi, do they preclude him from stating outwardly what I'm asking him to do? Are they saying, well, no, Mr. Miyagi, we're not going to allow you to grant him the satisfaction. We're not going to give him a spiritual victory where he can point to the assembled mass of 31 people, by the way, to where Benton can say, claim spiritual victory. See, if Mr. Miyagi is demonically oppressed, as I believe he is, right? That's my belief, and I'm entitled to it. And I could be wrong. Of course I could be, but I could be right. Now, could I? And what I would say is, it seems to me like the resistance I'm encountering to a simple listing of what Jesus did in the Bible to a person who, if he is what he says he is, would absolutely be certain that Jesus traveled around preaching and teaching everywhere he went. He went around healing the sick and the cripples and the afflicted everywhere he went. And he did one more thing everywhere he went. And I'm just waiting to see. I'm just waiting to see if it's going to happen. And I expect it's not. And bear with me a moment. I am employed
as a truck driver, and I need to do a little bit of a trip planning here, if I may. So bear with me. And while we patiently wait for something that's, if I'm right, is never going to come. If I'm right, what I'm asking for is not going to happen, by the way. And I hope y'all appreciate the how sublime it was when Conspiracy Clowns was attacking me, and I defeated him so thoroughly that I actually predicted his response to me ahead of time, and then he responded exactly like I said he would, with ridicule in an appeal to the fickle feelings of the peanut gallery. I hope y'all appreciate how glorious that was. That was beautiful. I'm quite proud of that one, I must say. Quite proud. Well done, Benton. 1 hour and 8 minutes. Now, what does Google Maps say the trip's going to take? Because it'll factor in the traffic time. So give me a moment. Let me capture this address. So I'm going to I'm going to do my diligence and update the company on when I suspect I'll be dropping. Mr. Miyagi, I literally started this by talking about Jesus doing things. I have spoken so specifically, there's no way that this isn't obvious. The fact that he did many things, that has nothing to do with you not answering. It's like, why are you Captain Obviousing in the chat, sir? Now, can you type that in one sentence? And why did that take so long, Mr. Miyagi? Why did that take you so long? I mean, is that the level of so by the way, if that's the level of intellect that believes it can come in here and defeat me in a logical battle, in a battle of the wits, like, why would you ever think that could work, by the way? Like, why would you even think you were capable of defeating me with logic if that's where we're at? Like, what the fuck is going on here? This is not a good showing, sir. Blinded by your feelings, perhaps. I don't know. I can't call that. All right. Give me a second. I'm going to update the company. Then I got to end the stream, unfortunately, because I got shit to do. Although maybe not, because I realize now I've chosen to engage with in this back and forth, and I've now I don't have the time to. I'm not going to make the time to. I thought about having my eggs early, but I'll wait till after my shift. Still got time to go in there and get a coffee though. I don't know if I need any more caffeine though. That's probably a bad idea. Maybe decaf. Give me a decaf. Yeah, that's the ticket. So 9:15. Yeah, I told him 11, and I think we're right on track for 11. It's a pretty good trip planning. That's a pretty good trip planning. I'm doing a pretty good job over here. Well, anyway. Well, and by the way, conspiracy clowns, you're welcome to take your L, by the way. The fact that you're unable to take an L, I find strange. But much like Mr. Miyagi here, you're also exhibiting the bet and a raise strategy, where you're raising all bets, which since I've been accused of certain mental illnesses, and Mr. Miyagi's in here talking about schizophrenia and calling me mentally ill, which is I find bizarre, but I don't know. I don't know what's up with that, Mr. Miyagi, calling me mentally ill, but what I would say to conspiracy clowns is, number one, take your L, and then number two, you're using a strategy of raise all bets, and in poker, we call that a maniac. That's a maniac playing style. So you've lost at showdown when I predicted ahead of time how you were going to respond to my response. And then you did exactly as I predicted in real time. And instead of taking your L, you're continuing to raise all the bets. And now I think I do know who this. I got another idea of who this could be, but I don't know, man. This is not a very good showing. That you're not putting on a very good show here. Like you're not. Number one, we don't even know who you are, right? Number one, so you're an anonymous person in a YouTube chat, which is fine. I don't. It's okay. You can be an anonymous person in a YouTube chat. It's just kind of sad, really. And this is part of the reason why I'm way less involved in the so-called truth community and the panelverse. This is what, by the way, folks, this is a big part of the reason I'm not around much. And this is not making me want to be around, by the way. This is not. This is in no way incentivizing me to engage with the panelverse. I can assure you. But anyway. Well, but and I want to say this to Mr. Miyagi. I hope you realize that that statement doesn't mean anything in this context, right? Like, are you talking to me, or are you saying you, but you mean you, right? Because you know, there is a tendency for humans to speak, you know, to represent themselves in this way, like a royal you, right? So, are you talking? You're using you as if you mean me, but do you really mean yourself? Because what you're talking about there, I hope you understand, that's my business. Like, that's my path and my walk and my business. Like, that's not, you're able to address your walk and your path. See, it's, you have no standing or authority to address me and my path, is what I'm saying. Like, that's, you know, what you're asserting there, that's doesn't make any sense. It's doesn't compute, right? Now, if you want to speak that way in reference to yourself, then so be it. What I'm saying is that statement does not represent anything about me or my path or my walk or my salvation or my redemption. Again, if any of that even exists in reality, right? If all of those are real things and there is going to be a judgment and all of that, what you're stating that has nothing to do with it. I hope you understand that. Well, but Mr. Miyagi, I was testifying, sir. See, are you taught when you say you can't blame it on a demon, do you mean Mr. Miyagi can't blame it on a demon? Because I testified, sir. I didn't blame anything on anything. I testified. And as a person who claims to follow Christ Jesus, and as a person who claims to believe on the Bible, surely you can recognize testimony when you hear it, right? As a person who claims to have been a baptizer, right, Mr. Miyagi, certainly you know testimony when you hear it. So if you want to try to extrapolate that or change that into and accuse me of blaming things on demons, I testified about deliverance, sir. And I also confessed in a way, although not in a biblical sense, it confessed in a way that it's possible that I'm still under demonic oppression. It's possible. I think I'm in the I may be proving that I'm not. And I think it's going to come down to, if there's one left, it would have to be wrath. And is it really patient? And is it really willing to hang out while I preach on Jesus all this time? And because certainly, a wicked spirit, a demonic spirit, an unclean spirit, these disembodied spirits who, once they enter into their house, meaning a human or an animal, but preferentially a human, once they enter in, it's a course of last resort to leave. But the last thing they want to do, based on what I know, the last thing they want to do is be constantly subjected to, preaching on Jesus and a person testifying and confessing aloud and praying and all of these things, right? And exhibiting righteousness and manifesting righteousness. By the way, manifesting righteousness, creating righteousness. So that all is what makes me suspect that I'm no longer under any demonic oppression. That's my basis, but I will always remain ever watchful that it's possibly still down there somewhere, and may in fact be looking for the opportune time to feed. Right, but it knows when it comes up to feed. That's when I might detect it, and I might be in a state to be able to exorcise it, like I done the other one, via invoking Christ Jesus, and Jesus delivered me from those spirits. And that is my testimony, Mr. Miyagi. That is my testimony, sir. That's what we're talking about. So if you want to stay on topic of deliverance, exorcism, and testimony, please feel free to join in, but you failed to do so to this point. You've yet to engage in furthering that sermon, or however we would term whatever this has been. See, and I hope you see, Razvan. I'm pretty sure Razvan sees what's going on here. Again, not going to run the risk of speaking for others, but I'm pretty sure Razvan is picking up what I'm putting down. And whoo, it's something, ain't it? Boy, this evil is something else, man. Diabolical. Diabolical. But I put my name on it. I'm throwing down the gauntlet. And I'm saying to everything wicked and unholy and unclean and demonic in this realm, I'm planting my feet. I'm leaning back, and I'm saying, that's right, evil. I am that thing that the Bible says I am. Do your worst. Because all you're going to do when you do your worst is you're going to help me prove that I am what I say I am and what I know I am. Praise Almighty God in the mighty name of Christ Jesus. And that, Jesus Christ is Lord, that's the defeat of Satan and his army. That's the defeat. Christ defeated him at the cross, and this is the administration of that defeat. And demons and Satan itself and all wickedness has no choice. It doesn't have free will. It has to follow legalese. It is not permitted to disobey. Did you know that? We're the ones who get to disobey. Now that these wicked spirits are in their fallen state, they're enslaved. They have to obey. But they chose their master, and a man can't serve two masters. They're serving their master Satan, and their master Satan is well pleased, based on what I'm seeing. And what I would say about all of that is they have no choice but to follow the letter of the law. And that's one of the main ways these demonic entities attack us all and oppress us all, if they're able to, is by influencing us to take incorrect action and then using that as a basis via legalese to say to creation and to everything good and holy, to say, well, look at how he's acting. So, based on this person's lowly, fallen, sinful nature, the demon gets to go to the Lord or go to God and say, like that movie Devil's Advocate, and like a prosecutor, and make their case and say, well, based on the legalese, we're entitled to inhabit this fellow. That's how evil and wicked this thing here is. See? And what, I can't speak for God, but it seems like based on the rules and the law, it seems to me like God's like, yeah, well, all right. You make a compelling case. You make a compelling case. How about that? How about that? Well, and this is the fun part is, you know, and by the way, Mr. Miyagi, you know, Satan is happy to preach the gospel of Jesus as long as Satan gets to preach it in Satan's own way, right? So when I hear you preach the gospel, the actual gospel, it'll be the first time. So just be aware of that, sir. When I hear you preach the gospel, it'll be the first time I've heard you preach the gospel. And when I hear you testify, it'll be the first time I've heard you testify. And when I hear you confess, it'll be the first time I've heard you confess, sir. So just be aware of all of that. And I've done all of that on these broadcasts. And if people don't like it, that is none of my concern. So whether I have a high level of regard for certain individuals or not, they're welcome around here. But what I would say is, your opinion don't fucking matter in these matters. So do with that as you will, right? Do with that as you will. Well, and this is, I see conspiracy clowns still trying to do that thing I predicted he was going to do. Conspiracy clowns. See, this is a false premise. See, you've now injected false premise into the conversation because he's saying, well, I'm definitely strange, sir, but that's neither here nor there. Well, welcome to my internet, by the way. See, now I'm being made fun of at the level of being on the internet. Sir, what you don't know is I found the internet in 1994. You're on my internet, not the other way around. You're on my internet. Well, and that's interesting. Benny Hinn's got nothing to do with me. What's that got to do with me? What's Benny Hinn got to do with me? Well, I am a preacher, conspiracy clowns. That's my identity. See, I'm not a truck driver. Right? I was born a preacher. That's what I am. And it's part of the reason why 31 people are listening to me and not you. Right. And I don't say that to make you feel bad. I say that to prove a point, which is, obviously I'm exhibiting some level of skill in what I'm doing here. I mean, obviously, like I'm doing that right here, right now. So the fact that you're choosing to make fun of it says nothing about me and says a lot about you, whoever you may be. Now, again, if there's a judgment, like the Bible says, and I can't be sure if there is or not, but if there is, at the end it'll come down to, did I live what I preached or not? Right? Obviously, of course. So, and that's the fun part, getting to the end, discovering, well, did I live what I thought I believed or not? So, what you think about that? And I haven't heard, you haven't, not one time have you responded in a genuine way. Every single post that you've made has been disingenuous, sir. So, is that what we're honoring nowadays? So even if it was a fake preacher LARP, which it's not, but is that what we're honoring? Disingenuousness in the chat? Is that somehow superior to your own characterizations of what I'm doing? Is disingenuous live chatting, is that somehow better? Disingenuous live chats are somehow better than what you're characterizing me to be falsely, by the way. But that's somehow going to be defeated by disingenuous live chats. Okay. That don't seem possible to me, but if you say so, I can't get on board with that one. That seems like a bit of a non-starter. And the fact is, I'm just way smarter than you are, like way fucking smarter. At least in this arena. Like if we get to, like maybe you could be better in like engineering or math or something, perhaps. But I'm way, way, way smarter and better at this than you are. Like it's not even close. You too, Mr. Miyagi. You've actually embarrassed yourself quite a bit. Like I would honestly be embarrassed if I went into a live chat and put on this performance like you are. Like I would actually be embarrassed. Like no bullshit. Anyway, it's been fun, guys and gals. I must return to my actual life now, but my IRL. Well, and since you wanted to preach, I'll say this, and as I take my leave, conspiracy clowns. If you want to talk about a vibe, if that's what you're perceiving from me talking at you through the internet, then I guess that's fine. I mean, I don't know that the fact that I've had numerous, that I have a lot of in real life interactions, and I'm pretty sure I would not be described in that way, right? I'm pretty sure. Well, the optics around your behavior here, Mr. Miyagi, and your spiritual attacks from the chat yeah, those optics are definitely high. That's definitely high. Well, and then see, this is where you folks could get to know me a little bit, Mr. Miyagi. That's none of my concern, right? I'm not interested in. I'm interested in the YouTube channels that I'm interested in. Like the fact that this person has a YouTube channel. Okay, good for you. And in fact, if I'm going to end up on that YouTube channel, in the past, I've been quite. I'm actually confused as to why my content is not covered and remixed and reacted to. I'm actually confused as to that. So, all I would say is, pretty pleased with sugar on top. Let them know. Let them know where they can find me if they like them some Benton. Other than that, go for it. I don't give a fuck.